disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you are loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. You know, they put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jeremiah Kun, the major went to, I forget that Jeremiah Kun, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, then road, B road, all kinds of I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals. So they can't make it.
Yoli Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Fokke-Klong Jirade Gbakugbe Tape Manuia, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to the country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Wednesday, the middle of the week. We may have some technical difficulties. You caught the representative from Lofa County eating his tub soya. He didn't know the microphone was on. And we got a young man from Cleveland with warrior hat on. We call them all guys. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Today is Wednesday, middle of the week. We are glad to be here in good health. We are thankful for seeing the July 26th, 27th, 28th, and today is the 29th. The month is almost over. Your bill is already started pouring in. You're gonna pay that bill, your mortgage, your car note, your insurance. The month has ended. Your bills are coming in. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. We are on Freedom FM. We are on Truth FM, Care Radio. So you are listening to us via radio. We say welcome to our brothers and sisters in Grand Bassa County, River Says, Sino, the entire Southeast, River G, Grand Gita, Maryland County, and we go to Central Liberia, Bong, Nimba, the West, Cape Mount, Bapulu, the North, Lofa. Central Liberia, we will say the center of politics. Our political capital, Monrovia, Montserrat County. Welcome. Very, 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 very cool day here in Florida. I'm tuning in from South Florida. The weather today is 92 degrees and windy. I don't know what it is in Monrovia or in Lofa County, but we are here today to talk business, serious business. This drug thing is not going out. What I like about this drug case, everybody's coming with a disclaimer. Say my hand there. My hand there. Everybody said my hand there. So now everybody said their hand on there. That's the only thing in Liberia. You know, Liberia men like to boast. They like to claim everything. But this one is like a hot potato. Nobody wants to claim it. Everybody, my hand on there. Jojo Waka came and said my hand on there. Everybody need a cause in my hand on there. Everybody. They want it too hot. Nobody wants to be near it. Everybody. My hand on that. They lie on me. That picture you saw what I mean. That video you saw what AI. Everybody all over the place. But we will keep the heat on. We will find out now who transported the drug, but who owned the drug? Who owns the drug? Who transported the drug? How did the drug get into the country? We will find out. We will never let this story die down. You can come up with all your disclaimer as you want. You can twist yourself into pretzel, into knots. We are still going to be asking the relevant question, who owns the drugs? If you say somebody got in the canoe and brought a drug here, how come we got the NSA? We got the police. We got an LDA, and nobody saw those canoes coming into Royceville and whateverville. And then all of a sudden, the NSA beating their chest. Sam Gay beating his chest. The security people beating their chest as though they have done something. How long have these drugs been in the country? How long have they been stationed at these homes? Nobody wants to answer the tough questions, but we're going to ask the tough questions. With me today are two great men. I got Honorable Sylvester Peewee. Sylvester Peewee is on the phone. You know, he's always talking to somebody. Let me go to Junkies. Freedom FM 87.9. When Junkie get a red hat on, boy, it's gonna be hot. Welcome to the show, my friend. Junkies, you are muted.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Jerome Gamer. Good evening to you, Minister Sylvester Peewee. And good evening to our ardent followers and listeners in Radio Land and through our social media platforms, Facebook and our YouTube channel. Welcome. This is the closing argument, and we are here on Freedom FM 87.9. We are also streaming live on our Facebook page, and we are also live on our YouTube channel. Follow us, Freedom Radio Online. And we are also simulcast on several radio stations around the country, to include Truth FM 96.1, Care Radio, Radio Beju, and other platforms around the country. This is the closing argument. Freedom FM 87.9. My name is Junkies Morrison. It's back to you, Mr. Gamer, for control.
Thank you very much, Junkies. And I want to preface the former president of the Republic of Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She said, build a nation for investors, not a safe haven for drugs. She is the former Liberian president, Her Excellency, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. They say she spoke in Monrovia today, Wednesday, July 29, 2026, at a Women's Day conference held at the Ministerial Complex in Oldest Congo Town, Monserrado County. Boy, it's getting hot, and we are not going to make what the folks say in Liberia. We are not going to make talk show lazy. We are not going to make our opinion lazy. And you see my homeman, my colleague, Junkies Robert got his hat, the red hat on. That means it's going to be hot. It's going to be heated. The government ready for war. Every time you see him, he is a true warrior. And then I heard that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of Liberia, has some bloodline from the Southeast. They are all warriors. She came out blasting. Ellen, lately the women of Liberia, the women are tough. Yesterday we had another woman on by the name of Famula. She was talking Tabata and they blasted her. Today another woman I come up, Ellen Johnson said he blasting. We should build our nation for investors, not a safe haven for drug barons. Jeez. Madam Sirleaf, as somebody who is a former president, who is privy to national security matters, former presidents are briefed on national security issues. If the former president can make that remark, if it is true she said that, we all need to be concerned. Also, there is a snippet of a tape that I want to play. I don't know if Junkies have that, but I'm going to find it. This is something that came about from the present Justice Minister. The former Justice Minister, the present Justice Minister. He said that people, and I'm paraphrasing, and I'm going to play this here. He says, Liberians should be vigilant. Junkie, is that you?
No,
Okay.
that was from
Sylvester P. The Justice Minister said we should keep our eyes on our neighbors. We should do lifestyle audit. If you find your neighbor to be living beyond his means, you should call the police. You should alert the authority. Fighting drug, he said, is everybody's business. If a gentleman has a job making $500 and he living a $1 million lifestyle, inform or alert the authority. My friend, I have been around long enough. Never in my lifetime have I ever heard something of such nature where the chief prosecutor of the country says we community leaders, we the peons, we the ordinary people, we should keep an eye on our neighbors. And if you find them to be living beyond that means, do your lifestyle audit and alert the authority. This is the voice of the prosecutor himself. So without further ado, we are going to dive into some of these issues Let me go to Honorable Pee Wee. Honorable Pee Wee, I'm going to start from the back and then come forward. We missed this. I wanted to bring it up, but we didn't bring it up. The Justice Minister addressed the nation, saying that if we find our neighbors living beyond their means, they may be most likely drug dealers. We should elect the authority. This brings us back to those of you who were very young, but in the President Tubman era had a policy called the PRO, where everybody spied on everybody. Family members spied on everybody. Family members spied on family members. And anybody that went contrary to what the president was doing, your job was to alert authority that this man doesn't like Tubman. Mr. Twain has gone and put his hand into the old playbook. It's in the way to address the drug issue. If I find Pee Wee to be driving a nice car and I look at Pee Wee, I say, but Pee Wee not supposed to drive that kind of car. Man, let me call the police. This man might be selling drugs. Mr. Pee Wee, this is a dangerous public policy. And I think it slipped people because of so many things going on. Nobody pick up it, but we have to pick it up.
No, obviously, I think, but just it is mind-boggling to listen to the Attorney General to even begin to think in such capacity. I think this is increasingly unfortunate for the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General of the Republic, to come out and say that if you notice someone in your community living above, I don't know what his measurement, what barometer he's going to use, or those informants going to use to get the Justice Department informed about these things, so that they will start investigating or probably.
One minute.
Start conducting lifestyle studies for their relatives, friends, acquaintances who were us, and questioning the.
But in some cases, if these guys can have in studio, they play the recording.
Yes. Let me, Junkie.
Yes.
Yeah, because the press conference.
Do you by any chance have the video from the state Attorney General that says, or you want me to send it to you and then you can crop it and play it later on?
Yes. Can they send it to me?
Okay, I'm going to send this to you. Yes.
So if it's actually, from what I'm reading, I think it's just unfortunate. The Attorney General as Minister of Justice almost 2 years now. It's never to us. I mean, where you start, you don't have to say to the people, ordinary people, start that, but in front of the government itself, we have a lot of government officials living large. Have to do that.
Including himself, huh?
Yes, and start to see even the Justice Department, the police that report directly to you. Some of the officers are receiving $10,000, $20,000. Do you know, Mr. Attorney General, that it is reported allegedly that the police RG is receiving money from each business people from the metro area in the metro area and other part of Monrovia and the country? Do you know that there's thousands of that are reported to the police chief every month? That has been reported. Have you investigated that, Mr. Justice Minister? Or probably the police chief also reporting? I don't know. So I mean,
1 minute. Junkies, I say when you go the tip, it begins at the 5-minute mark. When you scroll it,
okay,
right at the 5-minute mark or so, you will begin to hear the police, like you say, the Attorney General. Yeah, go ahead, Pee Wee.
Yeah, so I think the Attorney General should begin to do the investigation from that perspective also. It has been reported that the police, the RG.
Junkie, please put yourself on pause or mute.
The police,
let me mute.
The police RG is allegedly receiving money from all of the Loudon Fuller businesses across the metro area. The metro area in the police terms is the central Monrovia area, even and part of the Syncor, extending all the big business, even the folks things, all the commercial hub, Douala and all those things. Have you investigated that, Mr. Attorney General? You are very fast to come and exonerate the police chief quite recently. We are conducting what we call a comprehensive kind of an investigation. You exonerated him, but now you want to push it back to the ordinary population that are struggling to meet ends meet. Listen, the government will be prepared to do things, and if they are not mindful, they will pack up some chaos in the country, and they may not be able to solve the problem. You already have serious problem in terms of security and other things. So they will have to do things in a more responsible way. And I agree sometimes people should live within their means, granted. But to do that and push it to the ordinary people is like trying to do things that will spark some major controversial debate in the country beyond even their own control. There are a lot of things unfolding in terms of the national government that you, the Attorney General, that got the power to investigate. The NSA, you coordinate with the NSA. You are the chair of the Joint Security, as a matter of fact. The police report to you. The immigration report to you. The NSA, of course, deal with you considerably. The NSA report directly to the president anyway, but in some cases, they coordinate with you. The fire service report to you. The prison bureau report directly to you. So the Attorney General is very powerful in the country. So the DEA report to you. Then you sit there and some things that a lot of things unfolding. You should have the ear of an elephant that we, the ordinary people, don't have. And then you want to send it back to the people. But there are critical issues. If the care is not taken in the country, there will be some problem. And I will hope they will start to investigate these things. A lot of things started happening before in terms of the way the police operate. The police operate on the darkness of some deeper conspiracy. There's a lot of things police chiefs, even the ordinary zone commander with tax folks, businesses. If you don't do that, then I mean your area, you can't show you will be safe. That have happened over the period of years. It's still ongoing. I'm told most of those major stores in the Monrovia, Greater Monrovia area and the rest of that pay not less than $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month to the police chief. It's not a small amount of money. Some will go to the metro people, the metro and all those things, and all those high-ranking people, but the body will collect and do this. Have they investigated that for a while? These people are paying taxes to the government of Liberia. By extension, their businesses should be protected by the very government. These are things that are reported. You are not investigating nothing whatsoever in terms of those things. And then a lot of things will unfold in the country, but people will come and sit and say this. But for the Jojo Bwaka issue, I'm trying to get some investigation for me, first and foremost. And I said it's obvious that some of these things can be propaganda. And I'd love to be very clear. When they came to the issue of, to be definitive, I want to speak to some of these things on there. We see some of the fights. But I will hope, I'm told he did respond to some of the allegations against him. And I think that's the most appropriate thing to do, to respond to some of these things as they will unfold. You come and clarify and provide a clarification. Being the son of a president in any country puts you as being a politically exposed person. And you have to compose or conduct yourself accordingly, so that whenever your name is in things, you come and do the necessary clarification. That's the needful. You just have to do the needful, But Mr. Gilman, there's a lot of other things that I would talk about briefly today. It's one of our comrade Abbott Jaja. I think he's deployed in London as the Minister Counselor for Press and Public Affairs. Okay. At the embassy at the Court of St. James. I think he's been recalled since there was a note to him to be recalled since sometime last year, April. And but the best practice in recording diplomatic staff, even those that are sent via the Ministry of Information, you have to record the person in accordance with best practice, in accordance with the Vienna Convention, the sending and receiving countries agreement. If you record diplomatic staff, you need to do the needful. The needful is the present recall. You need to have the moving costs of the person and their immediate family, and that of their belongings, if you will. The moving cost of that will have to be sent.
When you're ready, Junkie, let us know.
Yes, I'm already ready. Let me
okay, roll it and see.
Go ahead.
Brooklyn West. It seems more and more drugs are being uncovered.
No, Junkie.
You know, like I said, this.
Junkie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have a video?
Yes, the video is here.
But can you play the video? Not the recording, the video. That's what I'm saying. If you go.
No, but I'm not an administrator.
Oh, okay. Okay, then
Yeah,
that's fine.
only mine can do that.
Okay, can you send out to Mayan, please?
Okay.
Please send it to him.
Okay. So, Pee Wee can go ahead. Why?
Yes, yes. Pee Wee. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are waiting for will be the video of the Attorney General instructing the citizens of Liberia to take responsibility of securing our nation from the drug lords. And the way to do that is if your brother is living, your neighbor, your sister, your family member is living above his or her means, then you need to alert the authority. You have to do lifestyle audit. If this is what if and only if this is what the Attorney General is saying, then we got issues. Some serious issues. That I will be sitting here. I've been watching Junkies for a while. Mr. Morris came yesterday with a red suit. Today, he got a new hat on. And all of a sudden, I pick up the phone and call the Attorney General and say, well, Junkies wore some nice suit yesterday, and today he wearing a nice hat. Y'all got to check that man out. That is a terrible public policy. That is something that people who we say have given up, have put their hands up and say, we have given up, we can't deal with this, we want you to deal with it. That's what is happening here. But beyond that, we are going to be talking about other issues that we all need to. we got a lot of struggle. We have a new T-shirt from the folks say it's from Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and it's in response to Miata formula, and this is what it looks like, Junkie. I know you saw the T-shirt. Junkies, you seen this?
And I get down for all.
so they are purporting here that they went to interview the former president. What you got to say about what Miata family said? She said, yeah. According to those, I ain't got time for.
I ain't got time for all. You know the Liberian way, Mr. Gilman.
Joseph
I ain't got time for all.
Joseph Barry said, I leave it with that, and this one said, I ain't got time for.
I ain't got time for all. I'll leave it with all. That was what you want to say.
Yeah. So this is we are doing the best we can to make sure that Mayan gets the tape. And
yes, I've already sent that to him.
But Honorable Pee Wee, this is Ellen's response to.
Yeah, simple.
And listen, it may be comical. We're not sure whether she said it, but it is appropriate.
No, she said it. She said it.
No, she didn't. She didn't say, but she said it on live video.
Okay. On live video. Yeah, she said it on live video. It's not an audio.
Okay.
You know? So the old man is, you see, and me other than the political, not political, the real political old man there also now. That's when I get time for all. Old man meant to say she did least on her mind now.
Yeah, she's an insignificant species.
So she don't worth my response and other things. So
you're kidding. You know, this is what we are talking about. We are in different leagues, right? And Ellen is just trying to remind her that she is not in the same league. They are not in the same league. We're not going to regurgitate this thing, but she's just trying to tell that this woman, we are not in the same league.
No.
So,
she's playing Cali Cup while playing Champions League.
Not even, because the woman is saying, for me to even dignify what she is saying means that I am elevating her. I am elevating her from the dungeon, from the cave, from being Neanderthal to the human species. That is a quantum leap. Quantum leap. And I think the former president got it right. There is no reason whatsoever that I am going to go down into the caves and elevate Neanderthals. I'm not going to do that. And I not get time for her set. That's correct. Absolutely. I don't get time for those kind of people. Along the way, we are talking about the president's son, President Joseph Boakar's son, Jojo Boakar Jr., had denies involvement in the $318 million cocaine case, say he has nothing to hide and welcome full investigation. The Liberian authority charged 12 suspects. We'll talk about that too. Senator Glebo Brown dismisses claim linking him also to the drug investigation. Jesus Christ. We now go to Plebo, junkies, your senator. Glebo Brown. But this year, everybody, I say, they think so hard, nobody want to touch it. Glebo Brown said, no, not me.
And basically, Maryland should be known for good manners. So I don't really think that will come from the side of Honorable Glebo Brown. Howbeit, we look forward for the full disclosure of what is being investigated.
Well, according to the NSA and the Liberian National Security System, they said Maryland County, Capamas was one of the hubs. Maryland County. That's what was alleged. So Glebo Brown, if you are controlling Maryland County and Maryland County just happen to be a drug hub, you need to answer.
Mr. Gilman, are you saying the NSA report indicates that Maryland County
was a drug hub?
Wow.
That's correct.
And I think it will also border on the issue of porous borders there in that region, and also the poor mending of our life and property on that part of the country by security apparatus. There are just few officers there, so I think all of those loopholes are being used and taking advantage of. I think so.
You were here when I made the analysis a couple of days ago that the port of Buchanan, the port of Greenville, the port of Harper,
sure,
those ports are as porous as anything else. Just imagine if they can infiltrate the port of Monrovia, right? Then what's about Bassa would be a little more close. Forget about Greenville and Sino. Forget about the other borders between Liberia and Guinea, Liberia and Sierra Leone, Liberia and everywhere else. We are not talking about the seaport, we're talking about just about the land bridges. Let me welcome Honorable Victor Nami. Victor Nami, you are from Maryland County. Today, Maryland is in the news for the wrong reason, man. What's going on? I didn't know you guys were drug heads in Maryland County.
Well, yeah. Good hello to you, Mr. Gilman, and also Mr. Morris, Mr. Ture, and Mr. P. Also to our guests in broadcast land. Thank you for joining us. It's good to be with you. Look, Jerome, we said it here that we thought this could be one of the motivation for the so-called port decentralization push, but from some of these people. Hello, are we on?
Yeah, what's going on?
So
you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't. I want to see Pee-wee.
Yeah, and who is not even on. So,
and
but
myself only seeing Pee-wee.
Right. So we didn't think the drive to decentralize, the port was due to any desire for efficiency in administering the ports. Look, I am from Hapo. Junkies know the port of Kepamos. I don't even know if they're making any money. There is no. It has no capacity to do anything, let alone administer itself. Now, if you're going to do that, you have to empower the team there to upgrade the port. And we say here that it is very possible that some of the drugs could have come through some of these ports because they are so poorly manned. And now it's coming to light. This is exactly what we were talking about. For days here on end, we talked about, where did the drugs come from? How did it come in? It took them forever. So I'm not surprised that this is emerging. Port of Buchanan, even which is as close to Monrovia, compared to Port of Greenville or Port of Harper, Port of Buchanan is nothing in the grand scheme of ports. You're talking about, the necessary stevedoring equipment to offload and unload vessels, the security system necessary to man these ports of entry. It's not just, you put a little checkpoint down and people come through in and out of the checkpoint. It's way more than that. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised that this is what is emerging. And I think it is very, very plausible that this has been happening for a long time. These are little, ports of entry. They give access without the capacity to administer to people who want to come through. The point is they're just wide open, basically. I've been to Harper. It's a long stretch of land. I'm sure Junkies has gone on the beach there. Nukuta area there. It's a long stretch of land. You can go and leave the whatever it is they're using, whether it's a barge or whether it's a real boat or what is a real ship. You can leave it several nautical miles away from the shore. You don't have to come to shore as close as possible. And you can do what they said. They saw some of these people with wetsuits. You can bring inflatables. There are a lot of things you can do. That our people don't have the capacity to detect. And so we're glad that these are emerging. I think they strengthen the argument that we were making. That this government has to be transparent and tell us what is happening here. Some of our colleagues on set, they thought we were just talking and talking, because we felt like talking. But these are some of the things we've been talking about. So, but it's good to be with you. Let's get it on.
Good. You hear? Let's get it on. That Marvin Gaye. If this man let his music business, let's get it on. Hey, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you are too young for these kind of music we're talking about. Let me welcome Abraham Toure. Mr. Toure, welcome to the show.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, and looking forward to a good show. Like I made mention, like many of my fellow panelists have talked about over the past days. The drug importation of in Liberia, the illegal importation of illegal drugs in Liberia, I think is something that we should not, in any way, shape, or form, close our mouths on. We should talk about it every chance we have and make sure that those who are in authority, who are authorized regulators of these kind of situations, they're held accountable, that they report timely, and in doing that, I also admonish them that they should do a very fast and a scientific investigation. reasonably fast and scientific investigation leading to who brought it in, and so on and so forth. So I think it's gonna be a great show today. I acknowledge that and I think government officials in general, who are holding positions, they're accountable in a lot of ways. There are a lot of accountability things that are happening in some agencies and ministries of our government that, to be fair, the head of state has to call his people to order and say, hey, you're doing too much. But the drug thing is, something we cannot overemphasize. Emphasize. We have to get to the root cause of it, and we also have our responsibilities. We have a role to play, and I think that role is one about this. Some of that role is what we're doing every day here, coming here, discussing discussing the drug situation, who may have brought it in, who are in custody, why is it taking a long time, who's talking to us, and what are they talking to us from. So as we go through the day, I look forward to a good show, and I hope that we can continue talking about this very important situation.
Great. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
It's always good to see you guys, man. Always good to see everybody bringing the happenings in Liberia. It's good to see you guys. I'm looking forward to diving into the breaking news. The drugs, more names coming up. It go as far as the first family. I'm looking forward to diving into it. But good to see everybody here tonight. Good to see everybody.
Yeah, like earlier we said, Liberians, we are people who like to take claim for everything. We like our title. This is one thing that everybody running away from. Say, no, my hand, they were not me. I mean, the president's son, the heat is so much that today he had to come and say, or he attempted to distance himself from what is happening, yet and still, by admitting that he did go to Real Madrid, went to Spain with all some shady characters. It raises even more questions and concerns than he answers. And then Brebo Brown coming out, senator from Beverly County, say, Hannah inside. Everybody is running from this thing. Let me go to Dr. Peabody. Your nephew, Jojo say, even though he was walking around, pilling around with these shady characters, he says, by hanging around with government officials and presidential children.
Sorry, he admitted that he was with these shady characters, as you say.
Yes, in the paper, yes. If you didn't read his stuff, he said he did go to Real Madrid, did meet this gentleman that they talk about. He met those people, but not because they were together mean that they are in any form or shape part of anything, they should be prosecuted fully to the law. That's why he said that. At least that's what I read in his speech this morning. So if you went to Front Page Africa, they have his entire speech there. You can read it. So he tried to distance himself, say he has nothing to do with it. He knows nothing about the drug, but yet he did go to Spain with the EPA people and all kinds of some people, and met this guy, the Kuya, whatever his name is, met these people, but had no inkling. In fact, it was one of the characters that introduced him to the Real Madrid Foundation and all of that, and he had interest in doing business in Liberia. Henry Peabody is getting close.
And let me commend the panelists on the show. We have talked about this drug from day one.
Yeah,
we have been pushing it. It's because of the interests. We love our country, and from day one, the closing acumen have not given up. We started with the issue involving the King brother, and then today, here we are when we said there was a big name involved, high-profile people were involved. And they were using the King's brother as a covered up and all of that. It's coming up now. I read the press conference. I mean that the first family's son, Jojo Boakai, did today. Mm-hmm. I don't think he helped himself. He did not help himself in that statement. I think he caused more damage, created more questions for us. He left it. I mean, it's a lot more questions. I was reading it and I probably wrote down like 15 or 20 to 25 questions in my own in my own little background when it comes to investigation, what I know about investigation, all of that and stuff like that. I think there is a concern in that statement that he made. He said that he never worked in government, he left government, and all of that. But yet and still he talk about again promoting trade and talking to people and all of that and stuff. We know that Jojo have a lot recommend a lot of people in government. Most of the people that work from the port authority to other places that maybe I'm not at liberty to call names, that it was based upon his recommendation that some of these people were hired, some of these people are not even they don't possess the qualification in certain areas. He had recommended them and stuff like that. But I think what we're seeing here today, it shows that we do need help from the international community, because I don't think that it's like prepared thing. Somebody say this what you would say, just to try to get you out of this what you want to say. But from what I'm listening to, I think I could just count. I mean, a lot of discrepancy in the statement that he made today. And at this point, I'm not sure whether we will hear anything more when it comes to the investigation, because now I have hit the first family. So it tells me that the video was authentic. You say somebody call you 3 in the morning, you don't know the person, you don't know how the person got your phone number. I mean, a lot of discrepancy in his summary. So I think it's going to be very difficult. One reason probably that's why the police and the justice minister were all frustrated to come up with information on this drug thing, because it's been a long way on this drug thing. Not until the cartel with the video now started to come up and show things. You met these people, you went to Europe with them, they say you don't know them very well, they say you're talking about trade. I think it's a lot of discrepancy. And I think if I were the prosecutor in the case, I would want to ask more questions, ask Jojo more questions. I think today it didn't help him. The statement he made didn't help him. He implicated himself more than even trying to make a statement on it. He implicated himself. Muted.
Let me go to Junkies. Junkies, you followed the story. You read what I read, his interview with Rodney C. and the excerpts that were published. To me, I mean, it raises more questions than answers. Whatever he tried to do, I thought he implicated himself by admitting that he had dealing with these folks. To me, says a lot.
Because then it brings this question to mind. What is Jojo's position within the government? And he's out there cutting deals and calling the shots on behalf of the government in the name of pursuing trade investment without the acquiescence of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Then I think there are a lot of questions being raised, even though the first ones were not answered. And Jojo again, with his press release, I think he was ill advised. I thought in my mind he would have left that to the security apparatus. If indeed his conscience was clear, he's supposed to have done that by leaving all of the merits and demerits with those investigating to come out with findings. But that he will come out with such a voluminous press release, making statements that are contradicting in the same press release and indicting himself, forgetting about calls being made between he and Mr. Rodney C., and even conversations being heard behind the scene that he did not know these guys. He said that the phone call made to him by Mr. Rodney C., he refuted that he didn't meet these people anywhere. He did not have any knowledge of their existence, meaning they have not had any encounter. And at the same time, these guys have the WhatsApp number of Jojo. I don't think Mr. Jerome Gamer or Minister Sylvester P or Dr. Peabody or Honorable J. Victor Nangbe or Mr. Toure has the WhatsApp number of Jojo Boaka, even though you people are Liberians and prominent Liberians too. But these cartel folks displayed messages being exchanged between they and Jojo. And Jojo himself confirmed he was called and he blasted that you guys, I don't know you. He even responded to Rodney CA by saying, I don't know who is trying to blackmail me, who is trying to do this to my character because I have not gone into such transaction before. And now you are vindicating that all of what we've been saying over the days and weeks, that you went with these guys on business trip in the name of lobbying for trade deals to Liberia, even though we are yet to understand and know your position within the government. So all of these contradictions, just creating compound complex situation for Jojo. So I will advise Jojo to stand down and just let it play out, because somebody will say it already happened. It can be on. You can undo it, Jojo. It already happened. It's like when you waste water. To just collect it from the ground is not that easy. So where we are now, I think Jojo will need to subdue his nerves and see how best he can just wait, and we have a full report of the investigation that is ongoing. Because making these statements, Jojo, under our law, constitutionally, you got to remain silent. You have that right, because what you say and do could be used against you in the court of law. Back to you, Mr. Gaiman, for control.
Good. Mr. Toure, it was so funny that Jojo was trying to throw the owners of the story back to the media, to us. He's saying that whomever it was that displayed his messages was disingenuous by not showing that he told the drug cartel, I don't know you, don't call me, and he said, and I blocked them. 3 a.m. in the morning, he said he received that call from these guys. He says, but what he wanted the media to show was his response to them. I don't know you, blah, 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 blah. And he said, and I blocked them. He said, and the media failed to report where I said, I don't know you, and I blocked them. So here we are. The man said he had no contact. He knows nobody. He's not part of this stuff. And now he's admitting that, yes, I've met with some of these folks. We went to Spain. And in fact, later on, he told me he wanted to be a major investor in Liberia, build youth academy, commerce, and all of those things. And he was. But then at the beginning of the interview, he said, to be transparent and to protect his integrity. When his father got elected president, he resigned from his position in government to be totally divorced from government. But then he went back and said he was lobbying for corporations and commerce and all that stuff to come to the country. Toure.
Yeah, so we have a huge responsibility as we go about this discussion, in as much as we want the truth, but we have a huge responsibility to listen to people, to understand, not listen to people, to respond. And we have to be careful, again, like I always say, we should not we should be careful how we articulate our concerns with what we term as contradiction. Number one, he said he avoided, he met with ministers and ambassadors, right? Now, just because somebody met with minister and ambassador does not necessarily, I have met with minister and ambassador, so does that mean I'm doing government job, right? He would have probably been invited in his private capacity. Now, based on his proximity to the government, he could have also been a target for some of these things. So just because Joseph Boakai Jr. met with these people does not necessarily directly connects him to be in the know of their dubious behavior. Number 2 point you struck out. Somebody calling at night and he said, "Oh, I don't know you," blah, 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 blah. And the third, and the journalist didn't report that. It's like, yo, man, let's be honest here. As I speak to you right now, if it's not for privacy, I can get you Joseph Boakai Jr. number, right? How did I get it? I didn't get it from him. I get it from somebody else, right? So just because somebody called Joseph Boakai does not necessarily mean that Joseph Boakai knows that person. It's like, yo, man, if you're on the show as a talk show host, I want to do something on this show, I get over anywhere, I call you. It left with you to accept the receiver, which I call. If you are interested, if you're not interested, you end the call. So just because I reach out to him and say, "Oh, Joseph Boakai," that, and he say, "Oh, I don't know," it does not necessarily mean that he's a criminal or he's part of the situation. Again, we have to apply scientific rationality to this investigation. I refuse. I want young men that will sit on this platform that will refuse to associate anything that is of the nation's interest to dive it straight into the line of politics or to the route of politics. What he said, let's take his word for it. Now, we are not CID people here. We are all people here, we have common sense. So we'll infer what he meant to say, what he didn't mean to say. Let the investigation play out. If Georgia is involved, for real, we all come and condemn him. But right now, we cannot mind what we term as contradiction, because just because a man met with a minister does not necessarily mean that he went on official government business. Now, when he said he was lobbying for companies to come to the country, in my capacity here now as a regular Liberian, do you know how many lobbies that I'm carrying on that country? I mean, how many ministers that I've met based on my own business idea, what I want to do, which I think will create, I think, 200-300 jobs if I got accepted to do my business. Yes, so some of the lobbying could be, okay, I'm a private citizen, but I got to survive. I don't have to depend on government. So what can I do? Can I meet with this minister? I got a business idea. Can I meet with them? How can I bring my business to town? So the question should be, what did you meet them about? When you're engaging them with the business, what kind of business idea were you engaging them about? And then let us be able to cooperate these information. But we cannot sit here because a man say, "Oh, I met with them, why didn't meet with them?" Or somebody called me at 3, I said, "I don't know you." We take it as a contradiction. Those are not necessary contradictions unless we contextualize it. That's my own position.
Excellent. Let me go to Victor now. We are going to the same thing where I say, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Our job in the press, wherever way you look at it, is we are the finders of truth. And it is incumbent upon us to use whatever means we get to educate our folks as to where the contradictions are. Because when you go to court, those are the things that they look for. Jojo said that he left government. When his father came to power, he divorced himself from government by resigning his position when he was a maritime. That's what he said. That's fact. That is not innuendos. If you say you want to divorce yourself from government, then how come you deny that you ever met these people? You don't know who they are. But then as we press on, you say, yes, I met them and we traveled together. It doesn't mean that they are anybody. If they are criminal, they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. That is not what we are talking about. You first denied that you knew these people. Now you are telling they travel with them. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there is an expression like, show me your friends, and we'll know who you are. I hear my friend brother here, going to great pains to try to draw a line of, separation between being involved and doing business. I don't get it. Yeah, he said he resigned from maritime, but he was involved in trying to negotiate a telemedicine business. to bring it to Liberia. Went to the Real Madrid Foundation. So these people, obviously, they've had some engagements, you know. But he's saying again, the only time he came to meet these people were when they called him and accused him of, diverting their narcotics. Completely disjointed. Just like you said from the intro, I think his statement really left a lot more questions than answers. I think he just kind of made it worse, because the facts are very difficult to deny. These people got his number. How? We listened to the account from other outlets. How they came to get in contact with him and all of that. And so I read, his account. It doesn't really, to me. I think it's really it's untrue based on how he's laying it out from all the reporting we've heard, and the extent of his involvement with other activities, not just these people. I mean, we've heard, his assets being used. He didn't mention any of that. I think there's an address somewhere in the Cinco area, 20th or 21st Street, that has been brought up that is allegedly, his. So, I don't know. I am just going by what is available to all of us in the press. But his account really, I think, it really it diverges very significantly from what many outlets have reported. And so many outlets reporting the same thing. I think they tend to corroborate each other. So I am hoping that all of this is not true. I hope it is not. But he didn't do himself any justice by this very lengthy statement, which is really empty. It doesn't really say anything. I don't know.
Let me welcome Chief Saint Tamerlane Nyihuro George the First, King George I. King George, I say I didn't know King George. I never met him before, but then King George took me to Real Madrid to introduce me to the Foundation. They think the Congolese are getting curiouser and curiouser. Tamerlane George, your take.
Well,
by the way, Tomlin, why are you coming up? I don't know if you've seen this clip. I saw a clip from the Basso that many people have not reported on, of people in the street chanting drug dealer. Did you guys see that clip?
Yeah, we try to hide it, my man.
I never heard that.
We try to hide it.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
We had a good night. I'm bringing out the other people be sending all over the place. Go ahead, Tamerlane.
Yes, guys, welcome again. Welcome to our viewers and listeners, wherever they are around the world and Liberia. Look, I just listened to Brother Toure. He sounded like, I talked to Jojo today, okay? I talked to him today. When I saw his statement, I sent a message to come on the show. I said, we invite you to the TCA, come on TCA and talk more about your statement. But he didn't respond. He said his parents, I think today the parents' anniversary. So he was there. So later on we talk. And I told him, I said, look, the statement, like somebody said earlier, I have a lot of questions, You learn the statement, a lot of questions. It would be good to double down on the statement. Most people do, or have a press conference. You don't have to come on a closing argument if you want to come here. Go on the platform, but the statement shouldn't just be only the statement. At least go and talk more about have people talk, spokesperson, whatever the case, talk. And he said, well, he said enough in the statement, and he will leave it at that. And like he said, for the fact that my status, these things we expect it to happen. You'll be in the news and so forth. But I encourage him. I said, look, if I say it would be good, you don't just statement alone is not enough. Because you want to engage you can even arrange a press conference, whatever the case.
and take questions. You know, and I'm sure you can address all the questions I was asking. You can lay to rest in that press conference. He told me last day, he said, well, he would think about it and so forth. So I hope he will reconsider. And if he doesn't want to come, send a spokesperson. Send somebody. I told people that he can send his lawyer, which is so forth. But maybe perhaps since he have not been invited for an investigation or maybe invited or talked to, or maybe that's why he may not come forth. But it's a serious thing, you know. But you know, we got to, again. So now that you put yourself in somebody's shoes tomorrow too, you know, because right now, like for instance, like during the crisis, people who was Kram, Mandingo, Gio, Mano, some of them were innocent, and they never chose to be born as like that though, but because of situation like Liberians. Oh, Liberians are this. I mean, you can't question God of who you are, but again, it comes with. Like I said, it comes with the territory. You know, when you in a convoy, the security, all the assets and things, it comes with it. So these are you'll be vulnerable to such a thing. But all in all, the security, our law enforcement, those who investigate in this case, they are not doing the country fair. People can be guessing and getting leaks. Like today again, I got leaks from my NSA people. Again, and that what will happen. Somebody will be giving you information to you that you're talking to, be giving it to the public, and it's not a good thing for you guys. And I maintain that with that quantity of drug that was seized, it just can't be ordinary people involved. People within the highest echelon of power might be involved. You know, like most of our checkpoints at night, you won't know, but in Liberia, many people don't know. In Liberia, at night, the checkpoints are up. Most of the places, if you go to Liberia and you travel, you move at night, checkpoints are up. The guy checkpoints are strategic places, locations in the city. And you coming, like you're driving, you're going. If you're official or government, nobody's gonna stop your car at the checkpoint. They're gonna say, "Oh yeah, they're saluting you, you're passing." And most of the time, these houses, some of this stuff comes in the capital, come to the country, based on these things. Okay, if you ask for the camera arrivals fee, see some of the officials of government that when they arrive at the airport, the things they bring in, they want to say shit. They feel they have immunity. But with this investigation, I think Jojo, yeah, it was good. He broke his silence to speak. But at the same time, too, he should be more forth. He should come forward, either to take some questions, or have a press conference, or have somebody to come and double down on your statement, because it will linger. It's not going to finish. We're going to pick it up and take selected parts from your statement, and it's going to continue to push it on you. So you have obligation to come and exonerate yourself. So for now, I don't know. I hope he heeds what we are saying, and maybe get a lawyer or get a spokesperson, or he himself get some of these editors, news editors in town. Not everybody. Get some press guys together, get them together and address it. You know, address it, because this will continue to go, and people are digging on it. And if anything is happening within the security apparatus, people, they are leaking information out to people. I mean, don't be surprised. Somebody will approach you on the issue and say, "I saw you on close argument, but I'll get information I want to share with you." And that's what's happening. People are sharing information, you know. And I told the guy, I said, I will never expose you. What information you give me, I can't expose you. I can't. Why should I do it? I can't hurt you, you know. But things are happening, and it's serious. Now, let me end on this. There was an arrest order for the deputy director at the port, and it was an order arrested, but some officials intervened and say he shouldn't be arrested. and he's still not arrested. But for the fact that he was linked to this thing, I think he should be arrested. But they are stopping it, and there's a tussle now going on. The NSA boss, the justice minister, and so forth. They're having all these things going on. So, and people, until they can come to the reality and stop shooting people, the thing will go on. And if they continue to go on, you hear the CMC now is saying that they're threatening now they're going to protest. As a political party, they got membership. Okay? If Musa Bede gets on the air tomorrow and say, I'm calling all CMC partisans and all well-meaning librarians to join us, let us demand the drug investigation. People will come in the streets. He has a following. And perhaps, who knows, who will join them. There are people that are waiting for opportunity to come too. Okay? So, again, I just pray and hope that this government will take this thing serious and try to do their best, because right now, people are not satisfied. I'm not satisfied with what's happening right now with the whole drug issue.
Dr. Peabody.
Sylvester Antonio.
No, but
the man
Sylvester.
intentionally want to give me up to the
No,
side.
we want to Sylvester will keep you another conversation there. We went to him twice. That's how we passed. But go ahead, Sylvester. We are talking about maybe I don't. Hopefully you saw the article that we are talking about.
You can come out of me after, but that's Sylvester.
Yeah, Sylvester. Hopefully I think everybody saw the article we are all talking about. If you didn't read it, Front Page Africa carried it, and it's a lengthy interview. What is concerning to most people, there are several things. From the beginning, they denied that they didn't know these people. They don't know who they are and never met them. Then later on, now he's admitting that the person called him 3 o'clock in the morning. And at some point, some member of the delegation took them to Madrid to meet, the Madrid Foundation. And then after the Madrid Foundation, the conversation meander into commercial dealings in Liberia, commerce and sports and academies and all of that. So this is what people are saying. Listen, there's more to the story that this guy is telling you. They didn't know the folks, then the same folk took you to Madrid, and now you are trying to say if any of those people in my delegation, if they are criminal, the law should hold them accountable. It's confusing, and it's not going to go away.
Yeah, so I want to definitively actually speak to that till I can, in entirety, in the detail, will read and comprehend the article attributed to him, and also because it's a written article, we need to also hear to confirm if he. Out of the story that's attributed to him came actually from him in terms of that. But yeah, sometime in the governance system, in the public bureaucracy, you attempt a lot of calls to open to a lot of opportunities. But sometimes you go to a lot of invitations, and they'll say you send out invitation, but they say you never refuse the call, but you refuse the content of the call, if you will. So I haven't really seen the detail of it, but the fact that he went to, and I want to see how the story went first and foremost. He did deny and now trying to agree, but what he said in part of it is that he didn't know from the fact that these guys were involved to any sinister activities, if you will. That is it. I may intend as a government official, so. Or at the time, even I work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, my boss, the foreign minister, the chief diplomat of the Republic, we've engaged in a lot of other conversation with folks from the bilateral perspective, individuals that are wanting to do business with the Liberian government or wanting to serve as representative of the Liberian government in all of dispensation. You have conversation with them, but you don't know their intent sometimes, and that's why you do some background check on them. Later on, you do background check, but you won't understand the motive until things start to unfold. So if the son of the president stated clearly that he had conversation with some of them, they wanted, because listen, folks will always want to call people that they believe that are close to that got some good proximity to the presidency. It does not negate the fact that you know the intent of them. We ought to be sometimes get the dispensation. It may be me tomorrow, my father or my mother or my uncle or someone that are close is the president of the Republic of Liberia. And then folks will want to use, to have certain rapprochement with me, that they can use that to get close to the presidency or to do some investment in the country. Yeah. And I will do that if my father was the president of the Republic. I will even be an extended kitchen cabinet person to do some thing on behalf of the government, get involved into shuttle diplomacy, go into some high class capital to engage with some very powerful investors to come and do some investment, reasonable partnership investment into the country. But in times, I won't know the detail issue, but I will have to take some time and ask a hard question. So he trying to distance himself from that the engagement was not meant for any criminality, if you will, but he didn't know the motive of that. And if those that were talking to him are engaged into any shitty deeds, should be dealt with by the law. I think that's the most appropriate thing to do. But he will have to move to clarify more and speak sometime even beyond the written clarification he gave. He will have to come and speak out to the Liberian people. Listen, I do understand the phase of the Liberian politics. Robert Sirleaf played very deeper role into the politics. When his mother was the president, he headed the oil company, and there was some profit. He was appointed by his mother. He even pushed that institution to the extent that his mother took responsibility of that. Right? But the good side for Jojo, he's never been appointed by his father into any government position, but he's been using his affluence, if you will, outside of government to maybe seek for investment to come in the country, because he got an elderly father that is the president. And I suggested some time ago on this show, I said, I will implore Jojo to begin to be very progressive and aggressive in engaging partners to come and do some investment. You have to be very progressive also in detail in trying to also look at some of the operational activities of certain government officials. Are they being honest? Sometimes go and sit with your dad in the evening, tell Mom, it's about time every week probably, let me have a section with my dad to see if he's following certain things, and I update him. That you don't think we have to look at the Ministry of Commerce to ensure that most of these things that are unfolding is on course. So then you move to the Ministry of Commerce and get some detailed information and serve the woman with some of these things. And I mean, he would have been a very useful and a very regular kitchen cabinet person that will advise the president behind the scene, that will impact very significantly. So his statement to disengage himself from these bandits, in other words, is welcoming, but I will encourage him to go further until I can see anything to the contrary that will prove that he's culpable. I want to, for now, see these things not on the surface basis, but we all go deep from the detailed perspective to understand what is actually unfolding in terms of his clarification. I thought, yes, he went to Spain. He will travel the world over to ensure that investors can come to the country. A reasonable son of a president would do that. I see the current president of this country, his children are engaged into even doing other investment in other area, encouraging investors to come. They are getting powerful defense contracts and other things in the millions and the rest of that. I haven't heard that Jojo is seeking contracts in the Liberian government. I haven't heard that Jojo is doing this or employed in the Liberian government. But if Jojo can make itself more useful to engage partners outside to come and invest in the country, that would be encouraging, but not to engage with people that got ulterior motive to undermine the national security of the country by peddling drugs and the rest of that. Something he distanced himself already from. It's welcoming. So I would encourage him to do more so that he cleared the family name and then to reassure the Liberian population that he's dealing with these people. He thought it was in good faith, but if it's established that these guys are involved into some sinister ulterior motive, the law should take a course. And I thought if I were serving as his spokesperson or advising him, that statement, the person I advised made a statement, but again, you said that he did deny, and now he come in and say this differently, then that would be a problem. So I would need to look at the statement in terms of the detail line of his response to it. But it's critical and important that he do come out and say something about the tide. The drug thing is not going to go tomorrow. I don't think, even if you are to go to compound number 3 and tell the folks around Indiana, and they will say to you, this thing is not going to go down. No level of Kovade fish or kuto pepper soup will make this thing go away. So,
Dr. Peabody, here we are. I want to push back a little bit on Pee Wee. The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, made public his children, their positions, their job descriptions. His in-law made it clear. In the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government, she made clear she appointed them. We know who they were. They had a job description. Everybody knew who they were. Jojo said that when his father got elected, he resigned from government, divorced himself from government because he did not want this attachment, referring to Robert Sirleaf as the Prime Minister of Liberia and all that stuff. So if he had divorced himself from government, did not want to have anything or give the illusion that he was part of the government, why then will he usurp the position of the Investment Commission, Minister of Commerce, taking people to foreign countries to lobby for jobs for Liberia? And let me go to his own page.
But I think the premise you're making is not fair, though.
Excuse me. Let me go to his page. I'm going to Robert Sirleaf page. I mean, Robert Sirleaf, Jojo's page. He said the creators of the video chose not to include my response to the message. And they chose not to show that I rejected the allegation. The omission fundamentally altered the impression of the video sought to create. As I watched the video and more carefully, I recognized another individual whose photograph appeared alongside mine. This is his quote. I once informed the Director General of the National Security Agency that I knew the individual and explained the circumstances under which we met. So this is what we are talking about here.
But before people, okay, no, conclude now. Come, because I just want to say something quickly.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you said, Mr. Trump again, as a matter of information, quickly, Mr. Gibbon did not appoint his children in a role.
No, I didn't say he appointed. I said he explained who they were, what they were doing, because they worked for the Trump situation, and he appointed Jared Kushner.
Yeah, Kushner is a special envoy.
There you go.
Along with Ambassador Wyckoff and the rest of that. These are special envoys. But for the children, they are in the business area. What I'm trying to say, I don't think what Jojo is doing is tantamount to usurpation of function of any government institution. No, it's not tantamount of that. His role as a son of the president, he also played. Now, any private citizen of the world can get out.
What is the role of the son of the president?
I mean his role. That's what I'm saying. Now, his role as a son of the president, he's not playing the capacity. He's playing the role, I believe, as a citizen of the country, trying to bring investors to the country, to his father government. Anybody can play that role. So what I'm reading from this now is that the father didn't get him a particular portfolio that he's acting on. And he said something in the statement that those that I'm doing business with, if they are anyhow involved into any shenanigans or anything sinister against the law of Liberia, should be dealt with outside of our approach. Because let's say I know you, Mr. Gaiman, you're going to invest into rubber and development and the rest of that. I come to you in Florida. I say, Mr. Gaiman, Lofa County is endowed. Our soil is endowed. It's very rich soil. Can you see and talk to your partners to come and invest? My dad is the president. I don't have no role, but I'm looking for some investment to come into the country. He said, oh, yeah, no problem, Pee-wee. I will see what to do. I'll talk to some friends. But I don't know Mr. Gaiman and his friends got other dealings that are counterproductive to my thought process. That way, in no way, indict me in the future if things were to come. I was coming and say, hey, I was talking to Mr. Gaiman. I thought he's clean. But if Mr. Gaiman have done anything to the contrary, the law should take a course. I thought that exactly what the gentleman is trying to do or was doing. And then he's caught up in this and he's trying to do a clarification here So that's the position I'm looking at between the line.
Okay.
So
Okay.
in terms of the level, yes.
All
That
right.
position is blurred.
So let me
Listen, guys, fair enough. Let me go to Peabody.
With your
let me
transitor,
say
you
this.
can't say your own. No, don't attack my own.
Let me say this. Jojo, yeah, he came up and said,
"Yeah, go ahead."
Ain't nobody going to anybody that is excused. I'm not going to come and say I'm part of this.
Exactly.
I know those people. I'm part of this and this and that. You first thing you try to exonerate yourself. You come up and you say that yes, I don't. All those involved. That's just a blanket statement. That's a blanket statement. Anybody involved, let them face the full weight of the law because you know that you will be free out of that. Your pride is the president. It's almost impossible that you will be persecuted or anything will happen to you. That's what I'm calling for. International investigator into this drug incident. You can't just rely. I mean, because we saw Biden pardon his son. You think the fresh family in an African country, third world African country, you arrest the son of a sitting president on these kind of charges? It's almost impossible. That statement was a blanket statement. I'm not saying Jojo is involved in this. He came on and said, hey, you know, I know these people, but what I'm basing on is he should have just remained silent and let his lawyer or somebody talk. He shouldn't have come up because from what we deduce from the statement that he made, it is contradicting, is incriminating, you know, from those statements, you know, very contradicting, incriminating, and he's involved. I mean, it shows them that like there's no way. It's hard to just not read this thing and say this guy don't know anything. From what I read, there's a lot more that he knows about. You know, there's a lot more that he knows about. You're meeting with these people. They bring in the football foundation, and they want to come and do investor. And you didn't disassociate yourself from these people. You say you met them. These people are involved. They have been allegedly accused in this whole saga. And you look, what I wanted to hear today, I don't know these people. I had no dealing. I don't know what they're talking about and stuff like that. But you came up, then you tried to frame story how you met the people in Europe. Then you come up, you saying this again, you met them. I mean, you just got a bunch of story connecting that don't make no sense. So I think what we see here, it's good that he came out say and disassociate himself from there, but I think he incriminated himself more than disassociating himself from that.
Let me welcome Jackson T.S. Seaton.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Hopefully we don't have no background noise and you don't fall.
Well, thank you very much. And I think, and I'm happy to be here. Good evening, gentlemen. And the issue on a discussion is very germane to Liberia because this situation with Liberia being used as a hub to transport drugs from South America and translated through Liberia to Europe and the United States is serious. We have to take this issue very serious. I read President Joseph Boaka's son, Joseph Boaka Jr. Reaction on Front Page Africa. I think around this year will not publish anything that did not come directly from Mr. Boaka Jr. But I think the interview leaves a lot of questions unanswered. One of the issues that I want to talk about is the telephone call that he said he received around about 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, if he claimed that he didn't know these individuals, how did his telephone number pop up for the people to be able to contact him? How?
What do you mean?
His telephone number, he received a text message. From
you in Liberia as this person.
Hold on.
If somebody, before you continue, you are in Liberia as this person or official. That's a simple thing. So let me go there.
No.
If I want to talk to you, if you are a big boy in Liberia, I want to talk to you.
Your telephone number, your private telephone number.
Anybody can get it.
No.
I can get it to anybody.
No. So do you have the telephone number of the president of Republic of Liberia right now?
Of course.
You can call the president of Liberia directly.
I do have his number. But the president's telephone number, all people got it.
It's strange. It's strange to me that the president's son, a group of Colombians, people in Colombia, immediately when the number came, before said he recognized the number, it came from Colombia. How did he just hold on? Let me finish. How did he just know that that particular telephone number is linked to Colombia?
The code.
Okay, guys, 1 minute.
I just saw the code.
Do you know all of the country code in the world?
Yeah, listen, guys, hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
I think I see no time to talk.
Listen,
Do you know all of the country code in the world?
See, we got 13 minutes here.
Hold on, 3 seconds.
1 minute.
If my phone will tell me a call coming from Canada.
1 minute, guys. 1 minute.
I don't know that though.
Sit down. Give me 1 minute. Honorable Jackson, go ahead.
General.
Yes.
I mean, the matter being discussed, I think it's not just political. I think it has a legal dimension. So it has both the political, which everybody can.
What's your follow up? Your follow.
It has the national security dimension, but I thought we should look at the legal dimension to this issue. And so I sent a copy of a letter that I've written to the ombudsman. The ombudsman, the office of the ombudsman has the responsibility to investigate misconduct on the part of officials of the government that comes into conflict with the code of conduct. So I believe that the virus video is pointing accusing fingers at Jojo Boakai Jr., a man who is believed to be an advisor to the president, has been accused of taking $2 million to allow Liberia as a transit point for cocaine and other controlled substances. In every functioning democracy, the government, if it is serious about public opinion and public right to know, they will open a criminal investigation into this matter. Now, there's a difference between a criminal investigation and a civil or ethical investigation, which I'm asking the ombudsman to do, because my letter basically called on the ombudsman to launch an ethical investigation into the matter because they don't have the expertise to do a detailed criminal investigation. And to just backtrack a little bit, you know that when Hunter Biden started dealing with the Ukrainian, what kind of business he was doing there was not transparent. They opened criminal investigation into the matter in the United States. And this was a man making business. In this instant case, cartel people are in the public saying that they gave the senior advisor to the president, his son, a junior, $2 million to allow cocaine come to the country. He has not denied that he interacted with these people. Now, all of these...
Mr. Damon, the platform will need to clarify the man is not a senior advisor to the president. That's a misinformation. And we should tell it on the show.
Yes.
He's not an advisor to the president. We
Yeah,
should not allow this to someone just call and sit that way. He's not an advisor to the president.
We said that Jojo is not an advisor to the president.
Okay, let me. You see, brother Joe, if he's saying definitely that a man is not an advisor to the president, then he will need to explain to the public in what capacity has he been performing official government function. Jojo was sent to negotiate on behalf of the Liberian government. Whether he's an advisor or not, he has performed official function on behalf of the government assigned to him by his father. So he cannot, disentangle Jojo as a ranking member of the Boakai's administration. Within that context, Jojo needs to answer difficult questions. And that's why we are calling for a criminal investigation to be opened into the matter. Now, when you call for criminal investigation under these circumstances, the government will send a strong signal that it doesn't condone any cover-up. So Jojo telephone record will be open to the security personnel that will carry out the criminal investigation. There will be such a seizure warrant issued to his home based on his friendly ties with these people, so we get to know whether he's saying the truth or he hiding something. Now, doing sporadic interview here and there doesn't solve the problem. He can explain the fact that he can able to sit down with wrongness and say something. He can still sit down with security people, and everything he called law, his interaction, where he sat with the people, where they met his team, which hotel they in, they can go there and do a forensic investigation and know what really happened. But Jojo just explaining sporadically doesn't solve the public concern and the national security threat to Liberia. What we're dealing with here is Liberia reputation and image, and even the security of our people. You know how much drugs have been basically transferred through Liberia or transported through Liberia? For Jojo to even go and sit with these people, he should have first done some due diligence. In the day and age, you don't just go sit down with anybody without doing some due diligence. Who they are, what do they stand for? How you going to be sitting down and who not be with people who are accused of drug trafficking? How can you do this? So it is within this context that I am calling on the ombudsman to launch an investigation into the matter and calling on the government itself, President Bouaka. If you want us to take you seriously, open criminal investigation into the conduct of your son.
Thank you.
Acting with drug traffickers and having huge importation of drugs into the country. Jojo will not just say that and explain anything with all that taking. He must be investigated by experts, by serious people, and the court law should be open for scrutiny. That's what a criminal investigation entails.
Thank you.
You understand me?
Thank you.
It should not just be, oh, Jojo yesterday, they all believe it, or why would Jojo say the law and gospel? Anybody who engages in drug trafficking or taking bribe will not admit to the commission of the crime.
I think 1 minute. One minute. We are running out of time with 88.9 FM. We got 3 or 6 minutes here. They want to take a call, so I will call you tomorrow. We'll invite you to come on the show.
Okay, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is my basic concern.
Okay.
I appreciate the fact that we're talking about it, but I think we should go one step. Liberia is the country of law, and the rule of law does not enforce itself, right?
Thank you.
It's not automatic. That credible people can make sure the rule of law prevails. So we need these credible individuals that are heading public institutions to open criminal investigation into the conduct of the president's son, who is believed to be a de facto advisor to the president.
Thank you. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at
how will we look at the time?
I want to also take at least 2 calls because we got 5 minutes left here.
You can take calls now. That's less than 4 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you not get a call. Actually, let's do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait to the call now.
Just 2 calls will be good though.
I want to come on the clarification quickly before you go to your call.
Okay. Let's take the 5 minutes. Let's take 2 calls. Junkies, let's go.
Okay.
This first caller on line 1. Hello, welcome. This is the closing.
The people that sitting there waiting for all that.
Welcome.
This is the Idrissa.
Idrissa Sombai.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
I mean, how time to play? We'll not get time.
The concern LeBron for justice.
Go ahead, no time.
But let me say hi to the panelists. The guys, they are doing extremely well for our country. You know, it is to 15 days, they cocaine Asibo Bouaka. Because Bouaka is the newest cocaine Asibo. This man fall in love with this guy, this cartel. So we just pray to the Almighty that let him be possible to see how they can transform our country. Because Mr. Bouaka is extremely compromised. This man is on daily basis. So even cocaine, okay, the old man, Bouaka is
cutting out. Let's move to the next call.
Okay, we will leave you there, somebody, and go to line 2 and quickly take this call. Your name and where are you joining the closing argument from?
I am
Okay, how you doing?
Oh, this is the general welcome. This is the closing argument, and we are live on Freedom FM 87.9.
Yeah, this they have to your panel that one always do closing argument. That can be all the privilege to call. Some people do not let us to call.
Quickly, no time.
Not show.
No time. Go to the point.
Yeah. Just to the point. So the police let me say things to you guys on the show. My father and my brothers on the show. They did work for you people that only the show is a clear for us. They did work for us to say, let God bless all the one is talking from. And they give it to you. Let God have more blessing. Don't take them with you to enter the issue. No, my brother, nobody will tell us in this country. Facebook into the prefer anywhere and sit back and say, so then we know somebody make it to Baka in Madrid. You know somebody probably make it to Baka in Madrid. What you going to do in Baka in Madrid? You go play football game? You see, that's what they make it to Jojo Baka. You will play the ball. And you will play the judge. And the person will hold you down. Someone will not force them to investigate our matter. We protest and they go after us. When we the popular base go after you. So let's justice. Put it for saying that we're for justice. We are serious about it. We need justice for this job. This is the our country to the bar. It's our country to bar even to the outside world. It's not our whole country. They make broad drug cartel in our country here in children.
Okay.
Somebody every member. So we make sure we get justice for this job. Thank you.
Okay, we squeeze in this exception. Your name and where are you joining the closing argument from? Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, Johnson. And let me say good evening to your colleagues in the US.
Go ahead. 30 seconds. No time.
Yeah, my PhD for the PhD community.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
lady.
Johnson, you know, every law will have some end. And everything that they're hearing, that's what God is posting today. Everything that they're doing, for Joshua government, they bring just. They said about Joshua was bringing just. But this is the time for the exposure, for God to expose them. And the first gave their parable, they say, Abraham Masari said that God is beat that so. And God will continue to beat them until they be exposed. They won't let an Israel that is there, that take Israel and they stay hiding there. All of them, they will be disgraced in the country. Thank you for having me and have a good night.
And Mr. Gibman, Sylvester Pee-wee, Honorable Josh, Dr. P. Barry, that does it for the cause.
Thank you very much.
Since there's no time, I could just close it from my end here, right?
Please go ahead.
Okay, and so it was nice. This is the May week's edition of the program, the closing argument. And it was nice having you here with us, our many followers in Radio Land, and those that are following us via our YouTube channel and our Facebook platforms. We want to say welcome. Keep following this show and keep watching, keep listening. This is your favorite platform, the closing argument, and we are always live here on Freedom FM 87.9. I want to close by saying to our panelists and our many listeners, the cartel guys alleged that they have in Liberia 10 tons, and I think we need to pay some keen attention to that aspect of what was said on the video that is trending. They have in Liberia 10 tons, and 4 tons were unveiled. 4 tons were unveiled, and the 4 tons were already crying, and it almost like Liberia is going down in a toilet. Why we have 6 tons allegedly. The cartel memo said 6 tons that had been camouflaged and placed somewhere is not being unveiled yet to our security apparatus and even the public. So we have to take that into consideration, and we need to look out for that, because 6 tons adding to the 4 tons it will be too damning and damaging. So I want to say it is prudent that the president take the courage to invite independent international forensic investigators to lay this matter to rest so Liberians can have peace of mind. Because this drug situation, I repeat, this drug situation was the mantra on which the Unity Party campaigned to come to power, that they would have stemmed and nipped drug activities in our country in the bud and make sure that Liberia is safe and civilized once again. And we are seeing it being increased instead of it being diminished. It's worrisome. And I think the president will need to now muster the courage, forget about all these claims and counterclaims and politicizing this issue, which is very damaging. No matter how you want to politicize it, that will always be on your head as somebody who should take that responsibility. So the president now need to bring in international independent forensic investigators so that they investigate this impartially and quickly, so we have a logical conclusion to this matter. Thanks to all of our followers. Keep following us. We are the Closing Argument, and we are here on Freedom FM 87.9. We'll be here on tomorrow on the Thursday's edition of the program, The Closing Argument. A good night to all of you, our panelists there in the diaspora.
Junkin the man Norris. We need more hours, Junkin Norris.
Thank
You're the
you.
man, buddy.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the show. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your calls. Yes, we are getting there. We will do all we can to make sure that we increase the hour, they increase the time, so you all can continue to call and spread the good news that this platform is not for us. It is your platform as long as you stay within the range and the scope of the rules of the Closing Argument. The CEO is here, the chief is here, everybody is here. So this is your platform. We don't fool around. We don't sugarcoat anything. You know, it is what it is. Let me go to Sylvester Phil. You were in flight.
Yes, I was basically trying to say something quickly here about what Anthony Jackson said about the office of the ombudsman and the rest of that. We ought to clarify here that Mr. Boakai, Jojo Boakai Jr., the son of the president, have never had any appointed position in the Republic of Liberia. He worked with the Liberian Maritime Authority. I think he was one of the senior principal director at that level. And he resigned sometime in 2023, just before the elections. So he's never had any appointed position as a presidential appointee. That's one. To write the office of the ombudsman, he's a lawyer. We expect him to understand clearly here that the ombudsman office does not investigate private citizens. You see, if you want to initiate some criminal investigation, write the office of the Attorney General. Provide all of the facts to the office of the Attorney General. They will move to expedite that. But the office of the ombudsman does not investigate private citizens that are not on any official government to execute any government responsibility, if you will. So the young man is not a presidential appointee. His father did not appoint him in any capacity. Then why would you write the ombudsman to investigate him or to launch an interpersonal criminal investigation? That's one of the things I just tried to clarify here. So moving on, we ought to be clear. The office of the ombudsman is meant to investigate government officials that are misapplying or going outside of the code of conduct and doing things that is inimical to their position as in different government capacities, if you will. So I thought to do and send this clarification in until it can be proven that he's been appointed by his father. He's not a government official. He's never been appointed as an advisor, or as in his own word later on tried to do an adjustment in the statement to say purported advisor. I don't know what he meant by purported advisor, but yeah, listen, we need to be serious here and come up with the factual information on this platform so that we don't misinform our population in the naked quest for political opposition. That's why I thought to clarify.
Jerome, if I may come in quickly.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Sylvester Puri. I think the ombudsman, yes, is to investigate, government functionaries, their compliance with the code of conduct. That is quite correct. I agree with him on that. But I also do agree with Isaac. I think this is, the drug issue that we have on the table that has been on since early June. Is of such magnitude. I think all individuals connected or allegedly connected to this matter, I think should be investigated. First of all, in Mr. Bwaka Jr.'s statement, he said these people accused him out of the clear blue of being involved in drug trafficking and issued threat against him. How is that? He's not the one who sees the drugs. He's not a security personnel. Why are they calling him to issue threats against him? Two, the fact that these people have mentioned him on the video, I think it is enough to start an investigation. I think he should be investigated. I think Isaac Jackson is quite on point, but not as the ombudsman. But I think the Jojo Bwaka needs to be called in and questioned as to his involvement with these people. How is it that they're calling him? They're not calling Jerome Gayman or they're not calling Peabody. They're calling Joseph Bwaka Jr. and issuing threats to him. I think he's right. There should be an investigation. What is his involvement with these people? How is it that they're calling him and nobody else? Junkies made a point here. The magnitude of what is involved here is staggering. The people are saying they have 10 tons in the country, and I think the government declared 4.2 by the EPS directors when it count. 4.2, based on the calculations, we go back to the Weah government time, it amounts to almost $760 million. If you take that to 10 tons, you talk about $1.8 billion. That's bigger than the budget of the Republic of Liberia. This is of such magnitude. I think everything connected to it should be followed. Like Ronnie C will always say, connect the dots and follow the dots wherever the connection will lead you. So I don't disagree with Sylvester Puri that the ombudsman, I think his role is to make sure government employees apply with the code of conduct. But I'll go beyond that. I think this warrants an investigation, and I hope that our investigative authorities are going to get on this, because we have to know to what extent he's involved with these people and why they're calling him.
Yeah, let me get a letter go to the Ministry of Justice.
If I can just piggyback quickly, sorry for interrupting you.
Go ahead.
I think Mr. Jackson spoke on condition that Jojo said that he went there to bring in people to invest in the country. No ordinary people would just go out of the country and say they're bringing investors to come into Liberia with the Liberian government. I think his official, even his duty as the president's son, who stand as one who represents the country. He was going out of the country to bring investors. He could stand as representing the country, and I think that's the position Mr. Jackson was coming from, that he went there in an official capacity to bring investors into the country and to and stuff like that. I think that I just want to pick it back to what.
That could be, but
is that Mr. Jackson's statement?
Listen, guys, listen. He made. First, I got two points. The first one here, I have the responsibility of the scope of the ombudsman. I'm going to read it. So, the Office of the Liberian Ombudsman is an independent, anti-graft and watchdog institution, primarily responsible for investigating administrative injustices, abuse of power, and violation of the National Code of Conduct of the Republic of Liberia. So it's a whole lot here: abuse of power, injustice, and the key word there is a watchdog.
Watchdog for government officials. Right? Well, go back to the law.
Listen. Then the second point there is he made a comparison. He says, when you look at what Biden's son did by going to the Ukraine And by him being the son of the president and getting special favor and doing business, that's why the FBI said they wanted his private, his laptops, his iPhone, his iPad, everything, even though he was a private citizen. But the FBI wanted all of this to see, like you said, they wanted to conduct it that what the son of a certain president will go to a foreign country.
But you see,
but the FBI
is different from
FBI
There's a law in this country that prohibits American citizens from doing business also are declaring it. That what he didn't mention that. The FBI went to that. There's law in this country that prohibits American citizens from engaging. The code of conduct did not talk about private citizens in Liberia. But
it's an independent watchdog. It's not part of the government. Basically, they say it is an independent watchdog.
What Pee-wee said that you guys are missing is what you just read. That you're missing it. They say administrative. You missed the word administrative.
Thank you.
I read it. Administrator can be private and public.
No. That institution was.
But look, the ombudsman is a government watchdog.
Exactly. For government institutions.
Yes, including the president and his family, because they protect the president and
the president. The president.
So
no, listen.
The president.
I'm gonna hold you here, though.
We have also appointed a prosecutor, a special prosecutor.
Well, that's what he's saying. That's
but not the ombudsman. Not the ombudsman.
That's fine. Either way, okay. Yeah. Go ahead, people.
To tax. You said that the American law says that citizens cannot do business in out of the country. It says citizens can do business, but not with countries that have been sanctioned by the United States government. That's what
you declare. If you're doing business, you declare it, and you make statement as to what kind of business you declare the business.
They are talking about.
There's a misunderstanding in that. What the American government is talking about right there, number one, that Mr. Peabody said, in a country that is under some kind of watch or American in good alignment with, you are not allowed to do business. Even at that, they don't stop you as an American citizen. Don't do that. They only stop you if you are working in the capacity of an American, American job or government job, whatever it is. You are not allowed, even your own country you're from, depending on the currency you have, you're not allowed to own anything in your country in your name. So that's a total different thing. And another thing we're talking about that we're missing is this. Joseph Boakai Jr. is a citizen of Liberia. He's a Liberian. I will hear. My father never had any government job before, but there are numerous times that I've encouraged people to go invest in Liberia, my country. Many times I've done it. I have met people that say, hey, we got diamonds, we got gold, we got a lot of minerals, we got a lot of things that you can invest in Liberia. Anybody can do it. As a matter of fact, this man is a private citizen. He's sitting outside. He has to survive.
Let us not go there. He is not a regular person.
No. He is not a regular private citizen.
Okay. He's not a private citizen.
He has enormous influence over the government. He will enormous influence over the government by virtue of the fact that he is the son of the certain president.
But he's not a government employee.
He's not a government employee. He's not a government employee, but yet they say he will enormous influence.
That's what you believe.
That is the reason why he brought these people, and I believe these people did not go through the regular process of doing investment in Liberia by going to the National Investment Commission.
And they attempt to put a thing fully on
JoJo
that.
That is the reason why his interview implicated him more than what was being speculated. He has a lot of questions to answer.
Sita, I know for the fact Biden was investigated because of using his power as a son of the president, and they consider him, what he did was lobbying.
Exactly.
And he did not register
as a foreign agent.
Period. This is what Jojo is doing. He's lobbying on behalf.
no,
Yes,
no,
he's
no,
lobbying.
No, that's
He
not true.
is
That is not
lobbying.
true.
He
That is
is
different. No,
he
That's
is
not
going.
true.
This man is bringing
No.
I don't want to
corporation.
be seen about
He's bringing
Jojo, but that's
corporation. Listen, he's bringing corporation to Liberia. He's bringing business
Who benefit from that?
on behalf of Liberia to these companies. He is lobbying.
Are you sure that he's just bringing them because he wants to bring them for Liberia?
Of course.
What are you
No,
talking about?
I refuse to accept
You want to
that.
see improvement in the country,
Sir.
in the government.
Listen, somebody,
He promises just not for himself, not the
Listen.
country.
You're missing one part though. You're missing
Listen.
one part that Joseph
Listen,
Boakai
let me-
Jr. is a businessman. He's a business.
Oh,
He has his own business in Liberia.
well, then you make it even worse if he's a
No.
business. You make it
Why? Why? He cannot do business?
Listen,
Is he?
listen,
What? Come on now. You don't do
listen.
this.
Totally
Mr. Gemen, do you have the code of conduct?
no, I don't have it.
Have you seen anything in the code of conduct that prohibits family member of the president from indulging into any business activity?
I think the code of conduct is vague on that issue. It's silent on that issue.
I have to look at that. Let me bring
The
Tomlin.
code of conduct is silent on that issue.
Tomlin George. I was at one of the embassies and I wanted to talk on behalf of some other folks as a Liberian, and I was told to go through the process. The process is, and I'm going through that now, which is to fill out all the legal documents to be considered to talk in the way that we want to talk, lobby for the country. I have to register as a foreign agent. In a month or so, I will be having that license. So I could not go and say, okay, I will connect you to.
I won't be an advisor.
I want to connect you to my senior advisor. I want to set up a meeting between Marco Rubio and Pee-wee. I cannot do that at this point if I don't have that licensure as a foreign agent to speak for a foreign country. So this is what we are saying. The line is so thin, right? If you don't have the right advisor, they can nail you for lobbying. They can nail you. First of all, when I came, I got the same firm that the Unity Party just got, and I got them. When I scheduled that meeting, the first thing they told me was I needed to do a requisite form before they can go any further, because I was doing it on behalf of CDC. And I couldn't go any further because I was not registered as a foreign agent to introduce different government personality to American government. So this is what we are saying. In Liberia, we allow everything to go, but this is serious business. Biden was in the Ukraine and using, what the guy named was the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and they got rid of it. Maurice Tatuma. Every time they say he really say, I spare the president. I think Pee-wee may know more about this. The president may not have even known more, but because of his proximity to the president, I spare the president. So the president had to.
That's what we are talking about, proximity to power.
So Ellen had to get rid of him. So what we are talking about here, this thing is not going to go away.
Yeah, I mean, it won't go away, but let you see, honestly, right, like I told Jojo today, I said he brought up for he said by the position I find myself in, these are, I mean, they come with all of these baggages, which is true. You're the president's son, and you got to be very mindful about what you do. And I said yes, because you will be anything that happens that you get involved in that in the news, they will definitely call you out. So, like people just said earlier, there's no law that you see. The question is, did he break any law? Okay, he said in his own statement, he said, I decided to when my father became president, I left the government. Only part of the government, I decided to do stuff on my own. Okay, once you're president's son, I mean, you will go somewhere, people won't talk to you. You gotta do what I want people. Just as to be access to you, to talk to you. That's something people will run after you for. So again, until they can establish, the investigation is established that dealing with these guys connected with the drugs is something that warrant more thorough investigation, then Or we cannot just come and say, oh, he broke the law, he did this one, and just and pass judgment on him. Okay?
I personally think he did not break the law.
He also said he did not act in his position as an official of government. He did not perform. He did not. Okay? He went with the minister of even sport, but again, did he perform or sign anything with the government on behalf of the government? No. So you see,
Kimberly, what he didn't go, he didn't. What he didn't go.
Let me just say before I forget.
Let me
on this, right?
Jackson, hold on. Jackson, hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
What Jojo Jr. is doing is influence peddling, Tommy. That is illegal.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
He was not doing this when he was not the first son. He's doing it because his father is the president. So let's be very clear on that. Influence peddling in Liberia is illegal. That's corruption.
He himself said it. He himself said it. Say after the election, when his father won, he decided to leave government and start doing his own thing.
Exactly.
Before the elections.
You're president tomorrow. Your son. You think your son will not? But look in the world.
Of course, my son will do the same thing. My son may likely do the same thing.
For instance, right? That example, our man.
You know, Tomlin, look, let me tell you, if he brought in good development, maybe we would have looked the other way. But you're talking about cooking. You're talking about this is what the president will use. The president to bring up.
Mr. Nangbe, you are a man. You feel that you're not judge the man or the man involved cooking now.
No, he involved with people who are dealing cooking.
Right now, that's the issue at hand.
The investigation established that.
No, the man agreed. He agreed. He know these people, and the people are cocaine dealers.
Also, okay. So the people that you have met before. So
don't say before. Let's deal with a particular issue.
Yeah, but also because he meet somebody.
No. Let's deal with a particular issue. Let me ask you one question. Did he meet with these people?
He said he met.
Good. Okay, good. And who are these people?
Cocaine dealers.
He had an idea that people were cooking dealer when he met them.
Mr. Judge, I think to be honest, we can't be like the other people or some other people who just come here and just discuss stuff and just won't be. We just because we want somebody to be there, we just look at things that will put things there. I think we'll lose the credibility that we deserve and the credibility that you guys have built over the years hosting this platform.
That's your opinion and other people's opinion. So
no, it's not. What is the fact? At the end of the day, a man comes here.
We should be suspend days.
Oh, you see?
No. I want to go somewhere. I want to go somewhere with this. Right?
We got to stop the double standard.
Let me go
double standard. Double standard will not lose our double standard will not lose our repetition. But the one we are saying that
no. Defending somebody. I'm willing to call Joseph Boakai Jr. out here if there's something apparently wrong here.
Please call him.
No. I'm saying calling out. In a word, say exactly what it is, right?
He's wrong, yeah.
But equally so, I'm very careful what I say and how I say. Number one, Joseph Boakai, right? The government job that I knew he had was with the maritime. That's what I knew.
That's correct.
Before that, Joseph Boakai always been in the private sector. He was a SECOM, Orange now, when we were called SECOM, he was with them working at the time, right? Later on, he went to America and had a government job. So the other person who just said, how you got a thing, if his father not in office, what would he have done, or because his father's in office? No. When his father got in office, I don't want this attention. Let me leave from him and go to the private sector back that I know that I belong, that I don't understand much, right? So he went back in the private sector, doing his own business as a consultant. Now, you don't know what kind of consultancy he offers. You don't know how many persons you get to meet, how many people you get to meet. We all here had never been a cartel before, hopefully, right? We've not been a part of a drug cartel before. But according to rumors that we heard, these guys have unlimited resources. So they can do anything to get anywhere. So they could have probably came to the same Joe Boakai man and said, I want to do business like Liberia under the name of something. Let my business be registered. Business get registered and start doing something under that business. If that's the situation, let's investigate it. Mr. Sito says here, said to us that, how I can get a man number that Mr. Sito, if you give me the next 3 hours, I can get your personal number, I'll call you here. And we're not getting from nobody on this panel. Because You are why you are out here because a lot
I was
of people know
baffled when she doesn't say that.
Right.
I'm
You know what I
very
mean?
baffled.
So we
The
cannot,
reason what
we
I'm
cannot
saying that
come
is
here.
because the reason what I'm saying is
Jerome, I want to
because
come in when
he
he's
knows
done.
these people. That's why they got his number.
You say what now?
He knows them. That's why
He
he
does.
got
No.
his number.
Now we're coming. Now we're 1 minute.
Thank you.
Was it Toure?
At some point, you say you were
Let me just say
We're coming
this.
back to Toure, but yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Toure,
Yes,
let me tell you, when you come on here,
Yeah, hello.
you talk your own, I talk my own. I think your judgmental attitude, I find it condescending and repugnant. Don't come on here and tell me I misunderstand this, or maybe I'm misusing words, or don't do that.
Don't be able
Don't do that. You come on here, you say what you have, and let's be done with it. Don't come here and tell me what to say and how to say it.
Let me come my own.
Let me finish. Since you came on here, I've listened to you. Okay. You come with the attitude of knowing everything, and I think that's wrong because nobody does. You are very judgmental and very condescending. You need to cut it out. You need to cut it out.
Yeah,
We're all professional people. We respect one another. You say your part, I say my part. We move on. Having said that, let me say this quick.
But before you continue, Mr. Nambe,
Yes.
is it proper that sometimes when I say something you disagree with me, I accept it? When you disagree, should you accept it also?
Of course, we would disagree.
And that's why he's saying he's a person.
No. Nambe, the man said, because of our utterance, we stand to lose the reputation that you have built over the years. That's what he said. And that is not what commentators
Mr.
do.
Namwe, I need a apology from you, Mr. Namwe.
Listen. I cannot say what Toure said will demean what our reputation we have built over the years. Nobody.
Exactly. You don't pass judgment.
No, I never judge. I said we've got to be careful how we say things here.
No, everybody says.
So you are sure we are careless.
No.
This is a
Because if we are not careful, we will lose the integrity that we have built over the years. That means we are,
you can't say that.
This is
a public forum. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. You have to. You can disagree or agree with my opinion. Your opinion is your opinion. My opinion is my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. You are entitled to yours.
And you can debunk it with facts.
Yes,
and it's just your opinion is not better than anybody.
It is only the public that have the right to judge who is saying the truth or not. But you can't come on this platform and tell anybody say that what you are saying, it has the potential to tarnish the reputation of the institution. No. This is a public forum where everybody comes up with their own independent views.
Sita, 1 minute. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. Sarah Dopa, welcome. You know what? When you're behind the screen, Sarah,
Man,
welcome.
look, we don't talk the ghosts. No. I want to learn. When I learn, you can recognize the CDC so you can talk about what's happening.
Man, that your grandma sister. She come.
Hello, Sarah. I know
welcome.
that you said back there, but let me just quickly learn. And Mr.
How you doing? I'm so tired.
Apologies, but let's be civil to one another here. But let me say this. Look, I think Jojo Jr., you understand, his name has come up in many different things, in very, very unflattering and very, very unsavory involvements since his dad came to office. I think as a man who I believe to be a very decent guy, a stand-up guy, he needs to come and clear the air. The statement that he issued today, I think, is empty. And I agree with you, Mr. Toure, that maybe he can come on here. And that Tom Lake Joyce said he invited him already. Hopefully, he would do that. He needs to come on here and clear the air. Now, what I said earlier, and I maintain, is what he's being accused of is influence peddling. He's using his dad's name, and the name is opening doors for him again. For engaging in unsavory engagements. The cocaine business we are talking about, that is an existential problem, a threat to the republic. For something like that, where his name keeps coming up now, and these people are even on video calling out his name, I think it is substantial enough for him to do a presser. Come and take questions and talk to the nation and address, not a little empty statement, which is a non-denial of a denial. You understand me? He doesn't know the people, but he knows the people. He and the people, Manny Madrid at the Real Madrid Foundation. He and these people have been talking. How do they just pick up the phone and call him and threaten him? They don't call you Mr. Toure. So I think there are a lot of disjointed connections there that he's trying to provide to the public. And I think the Liberian people are seeing through that. He did not help himself today. I'll pass it back to you, Jerome.
No, he did not.
Let me go. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gilman. Thank you to everyone for the show. Oh, I'm so tired. That's why, but I still want to be part of this show, so that's why I came on.
Wait, you tired because in Philadelphia at a convention?
No, I'm not there. Yeah. I'll be there. Don't worry. I'll be there, and when I get there, I will go live so you can see me. So don't worry about that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah.
When we're talking about influence peddling, right? You or nobody else can pick up your phone and call the Minister of Youth for Sports to travel with you. And the reason why children of presidents are protected by the NSA, the EPS, the FBI, you name it, it is because they are in close proximity to
power.
That's right.
So they enjoy all the perks. And Jojo said it when he was going to Madrid. With you guys, he had an EPS. Is that EPS from one of those government agencies that travel with him? And Ito was the Minister of Youth and Sports. So this is not just a regular guy. I don't think Pee-wee can just get up and say, Minister of Youth and Sport, let's go to Madrid, and you go. These things take power to do. So to divorce yourself, but your opinion on what's going on?
Yeah, to me, whether boy can say whether it's smoke, there's fire. So I think he needs to come out and clear the air. We saw President Weah was in power for 6 years, and now one day we heard about his son Cham be connected to anything. Now one day, he's first, part of the first family.
Come on, Sarah. Come on. Cham was arrested in France. Come on.
They're not. Yes, I thought
in France.
Yes.
Now,
sometimes you don't have the fast I don't speak to it.
I'm talking about Cham. I'm talking about
Cham. That's what I'm talking about.
Cham was not arrested about drugs.
Okay.
There was an issue.
The French government.
Don't open Pandora box.
You correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. You was not. No.
Jet talk. What they fired?
Pee-wee. Sarah is saying we should educate the audience. So she didn't get what was he arrested for?
No, I don't think we should compare apple to orange.
No. We still want to make it clear. We're not comparing.
Quick, I don't think we want to go back into that.
No, we're not going back. She said we'll make it clear because the way we make it sound as though it's the equivalent.
Yes. The reason why everybody, I didn't say the reason why even when people came before I came and joined, he said there was no time that Trump didn't came into anything or any of his children.
Drug selling, drug dealing.
There were some issues that unfolded in France, Paris.
What was it?
There was a letter have been reported that.
Now we're going away from.
Go ahead.
There were a letter have been reported that they were going into some issues about party and some illegal activities unfolding, and the police illegal activities unfolding, and I mean the police have to move in, but it was a little settled. Basically, I'm told. But there was a debate about that. So you cannot outrightly come out
thank you for correcting me because I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
but like I said, also where there is smoke, there is fire. So if Joseph Boakai is involved in anything of such, I think he needs of his name. If his name is because even most of the things we've been hearing about him, even the 18, all of these different concession deals, we've been hearing his name in there. Allegedly, he's involved. So now that this drug deal stuff has come out, this is something that threatens the whole country. This is not a small thing. So he needs to come out and clarify the air. I heard that Mr. Gilman saying that Mr. Nangwe saying that he did make some, clarification. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't speak to that. But if it is not substantial enough, or if it doesn't hold any weight or water, I think he needs to do better than that because this is something, frankly, to tell you the truth, I'm afraid for his life, to tell you the truth. He's a young man. I know him from way down the line, even at that time his father was not president, But I admire him as a young man. And for something like that to come out concerning him, he needs to be very careful and he needs to clear the air. I'm scared for him. Let poor joke aside. Joseph Boakai might be president today, tomorrow he might not be, but he a young man, and God forbid something happened to him, it's not going to be good. So he needs to clear the air, and I think he needs to stay away from these bad guys. Thank you.
Great. And for the record, let me pull up the record. It said President Weah's son, George Weah Champ Jr., was arrested in Paris during the night of February 1, 2021 for contempt and rebellion. Police intervened over a noise complaint regarding a clandestine party that violated COVID-19 curfew. And Weah Jr. was taken into custody after verbally abusing a police officer. He was subsequently fined for violating health restrictions, and the French court later handed him a suspension prison sentence, fined him $20,000 for reckless party and continual noise disturbances at the unmarked Paris suburb home. So
Okay.
yeah, that's what.
Okay. So thank you for that correction. I mean, obviously, it was not related to drugs. So
No, not at all.
Right.
So let's go back to this other topic of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf have taken shot at two people at once. Once at President Joseph Boakai, and she decided to not even comment on the Miata family thing. She said, "Well, I like the T-shirt they are printing at Agora." What she said, I don't even want to answer herself, something of that nature. So, Tommy, she in her message to the women today, she said that the president should concentrate on making Liberia a destination for investment and not necessarily the drug allegations and reputation that the country has. I thought the president the former president hit two people with one shot. Tommy?
Yeah, the one for.
Madam Famula say you dodge George, we are on Liberian people. That would be a response to Madam Famula.
Let me say this. When presidents, prior to her leaving office, during her last term, I think she mentioned that she and the president now have planned to retire together and give her the country to the younger generation. If you listen to her last speech at the United Nations General Assembly, you would have known that she was looking different. She was also looking at her vice president to be the one to succeed her. But like for Madam Famula to say that she handed the country she gave George Weah is a slap in the face of the 61% of Liberian people that voted for George Weah. Because she telling me that man started to say you vote for him. But if you look at the records, the 1% of the people voted for him in the second round. His victory over then Vice President Boakai was convincing. He convincingly with Boakai in 14 counties. Only one county that Boakai won. So, I mean, we did not see Madam Sirleaf campaigning on the campaign trail for him. Okay, wherever the case, wherever happened, but in reality, when the votes were counted, we have he convincingly with Boakai. So, but people believe that because she wasn't campaigning with her vice president and everything, she wasn't visible with him. So they felt that she was against him and she was favoring Weah. But at the end of the day, if she had done all that, if the Liberian people would have still voted for Boakai, they wanted him to be the president at the time. But instead, they gave President Weah the mandate. So that was a job to throw at her. Then concerning the investment forum today, she was clear that there's a woman who has an international contact. During her presidency, we saw several companies came to Liberia to invest. Some of them still there. They were doing we saw all the companies coming there and invest in Liberia at the time when she was president, because it was not
legitimate company.
Yeah. So she went out there and make sure that she had people in government that could do it. She had a seasoned a national investment team that would go and knock on those people who come and invest in the country. She had a very great economic management team. Okay. And so people can invest. And she made sure that the opposition, which was the main opposition was CDC, she made sure she had her in check. She had a good rapport with President Weah. In fact, what she did, the woman was smart. The woman made President Weah peace ambassador. So okay, again, there's something now. So now I know he will keep the peace in the country. Then Mieta's brother, who was one of those who were very tough on the woman, the most happy. I bring you right to my office here. I make you security advisor. I open my door, I can see you. She brought all the tough boy around, brought them close to her. She's very smart. So as a result, she's telling Bogart, I said, look, you cannot get no investors coming to this country with any kind of news we're hearing. She's not lying. Everybody, you turn on the news, you see Liberia, they will drop. And then the people telling you that the justice system is compromised. Who will really put the money into Liberia? They must have declared it. Nobody will put the money in Liberia if they talk about drug cartel in the country. She was clear. So she didn't miss a word. She wasn't throwing jab at them. She was just being realistic. She said, look, with the things going in the country, you can't get investors to come in the country. So, and I think she said the right thing. And it's about time that President Bogart put his house in order. But, I mean, you cannot be in a government going to the fourth year. You are not done. No cabinet reshuffle. There's some people who are not performing. You know that. Some people should not be in that position. The question is, as well, he get control over his government. Look at his whole investigation with the drug issue. President only spoke to the country once through a recorded version. So, Madam Salif, I think she was. I'm now a big fan of Madam Salif. Let me make it clear, but she was right. She spoke right, and she threw it out there. And when I formula, she's not going to get into trust or words with her. She just said, what she says again? I forgot.
They said the former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf urged the administration of Joseph Newman Boakai to strengthen the country's credibility and integrity, warning that failing to do will deter legitimate foreign investment and leave Liberia vulnerable to illicit operations like the drug trade. Speaking at the National Conference on Women's Financial Inclusion in Olius, Congo Town, Sirleaf stressed that the government must foster a trustworthy environment to attract reputable banks and genuine investors. She cautioned that without good governance, Liberia risks losing serious investors and inadvertently attract criminal networks.
That's why I would say, Utoya, by 2027, y'all be laughing at us. The tailing will be launched. They're coming.
Obviously, we need a new political dispensation.
Let me go to Toure, man. Every day they tell him, we don't know where the tailing is. Watch this, man. Traveling try to do the tailing terror thing. He just scaring people every day. I've been scared. So that made me talk about the tailing. I've been scared ever since. It's a terror.
I told you. I think 2027 you have a tailing.
Okay. Toure, we got 5 more months, and they tell that telling you can't January 2nd after I finish having my party. You and I are gonna have. But Toure, this is what the former president is saying. Either we take it as a positive, constructive criticism. If I was in the president's orbit, I would have put a committee together now to say, you know what, let's bring a coalition of the willing mind. We talk about former leaders, the Samuel Tours of the world, the how they call it, other men, Mill Jones, go all the way back to Money Captain, all these guys and girls. What the other guy is say, what is Saye, right? The former, and bring all of these people together and say, you know what, we are not asking you to dictate or tell us how to run our government, but what are you guys thinking? What other people are thinking out there? What do you think? And just give us an idea. But is this positive criticism, or is this something that Boakai should take seriously, or should take it as a swap?
I personally think it's in multiple pool, right? Boakai could take it like, you know what, I'm not going to listen to her, but I'm just going to use the information because I want to succeed. As a person who grew up in Liberia, experienced President Sirleaf's administration, left from Liberia 2015, maybe 2 years before she left, a year before she left. the one President Salih, by the time she took over between 2006 to 2018, the foreign direct investment to Liberia was about maybe $16 billion thereabout, and this was going to the mining sector, ArcelorMittal, China Union, BHP, BHP's Billiton, and then to agriculture, you have something like you have Firestone, you have Sam Darby, you have Golden Verulum, and then forestry. So the reason this money was coming in because Liberia had a sense, a facade of accountability during the period. When she came in, she established the GSC, she established the Anti-Corruption Commission, which those information, the institution I personally considered to date was toothless bulldogs. It was just there, but to where when corruption came out, she started defending corrupt officials whose name came up in the indictment, like Gazan. So President Salih, she did what she had to do. She maintained the peace for her because UN was there. UN maintained that peace, to be honest, because nobody would have brought war to Liberia. Why UN president was there. They know that it would have happened easily to win at that time around. I think President Salih had done what she did. She should keep quiet and let the Liberian people lead the way they can lead. What we can take from her suggestion is, okay, we hear what you say, the flower my ear. Let me take the flower, just keep on going. That's who she is, right? Her administration stole from that country, prevented a lot of development, way more than we should have experienced than we did. She fixed feeder roads, money that was pumped into the country. If you combine the total money that was spent between Liberia's own budget, direct investment, and how much UN was put in that country, you look at up to $35 to $45 billion. When she left, how many millions she left in the country's coffers? I think President Salih, with all due respect, she's old enough to be my grandmother. She just keep quiet, and when she goes speak on things, I'll discuss women concerned issues. Hopefully, she can do good in that job, and she start criticizing other people here because she had a golden opportunity to do everything and left at least $2 billion in Liberia cover. If you have up to 16 to over 35 to $45 billion to invest in that country during a period of time, and you maybe 500 million, whatever it is, in your cover as what you left for government, do you think you did well? And when you left, because you are leaving, you signed a deal because you were there, you extended a deal for another term. After you're leaving, you signed a deal that it should not be continued, that UN left. And a lot of things that are happening, economic struggles that are happening, COVID came, Georgia to have to suffer or get strangled, other stuff like that, even though you have some inept people in certain key positions. President Salih is not good at this country. She destroyed that country. And it was time for her to come and govern. She brought her securities from around the world, the UN, to come and secure her administration. When she left, she took them out. She destroyed that country. I don't respect President Salih. I don't respect Charles Taylor. In almost like the voice of metaphor, but without the disrespect to the president, she should keep quiet. That's my opinion on that.
That is Abraham Toure, host Straight Talk Liberia. Yes, Pee-wee.
Yeah, let me categorically and
I hope you go around the table.
Disagree.
Thank you. Sometimes I think it's okay and go to
with the thought process.
Likewise, myself, I thought it was going to be me, but anyway.
You have been accused.
I want to see.
I have sat quietly here today. They said that people have to be the one to advocate for me.
That's right.
Some Nambe and other people back to back. They're speaking, and I was very disciplined.
Yeah, very disciplined.
I was disciplined as when normally when I was coming as a picking, my woman will be from distance when she do something. And
she just look at
so that do it to me, and I know what my mother.
You know what coming.
I know what coming. So I will be quiet and they do this. So that how one of the things I'm very reminded of that. And I was very disappointed with Mr. Nambe. I mean, Mr. Dr. Peabody did an advocate on my behalf, and that's something that I would cherish and never forget
for the rest of your life.
Yes. But let me categorically and vehemently disagree with my dear brother AB here on the thought process about Madam Salih. Now, there may be some personal reason probably that he may attribute to the kind of a way he spoke in the condescending way just now. He just concluded monologue. While I distance myself from it, that may categorically also try to put some things here to him that Madam Salih was a privileged president of the Republic. She did a lot of things for the country. The country was a fragile, not only a fragile country, it was a broken and isolated
failed state.
It was a pariah state. It was failed. Nothing existed in the Republic of Liberia when the woman took the hand of authority. When she started steering the affairs of that, what she did first was to restore the confidence. Can we?
Jackson, are you again? There you go.
She restored the pride and dignity to restore us to the Committee of Nations. She did that. Let me remind you, my dear brother, when Manasari took over as president of the Republic, the structural bureaucracy was totally broken and disintegrated. She came back to the international community, brought the whole GMAT process to ensure that our structure of governance is restored. The entire infrastructure of the country was broken. The hydro, the Marcoffin hydro, was totally broken apart, completely shattered.
So give me everybody for talking because we can talk. We should talk in 3 minutes. I beg you, please.
Yeah, and I respect that.
Yeah,
I respect. Now, quickly go.
Tomorrow I'm going to buy my 10 o'clock. I'm going to do. I'm going to buy that.
Because it's gonna let me to hit or hide me because Boga says it's corner opportunities.
No, leave that. Squandering opportunities is in some definition. I don't know what he meant.
That was a political statement.
Yes, squandering opportunities. He used that 3 minutes.
And she took blame for her son for bankrupting.
There's no.
That's a different story.
Why you going to do that? You're going to take the part of the story you like and leave the other one.
You see that problem. And one thing I know, only God is God. There's no perfect human being on earth.
Okay.
Only God is God. So there will be some mistake. A leader will say, "I'll take this," and kind of look at the greater. Madam Sadi took strength. She maximized on the strength of exposing the country to a lot of international issues that brought prior to the Republic. You will never know her strength until if you had the opportunity to engage round-up international partners, you will have gotten the appreciation of what she did in the Republic of Liberia, and something that I observed the war is over. So Madam Salif brought pride and dignity. The reason why she did the issue of almost being in the country for the 12 years was then to go. There was a sector review process that went through the national security sector review. The national security sector review was a combination of all of the UN forces, the police sector. The security sector review came from a comprehensive perspective to ensure that we have, and that's what they did. What we did, the military was also factionalized. To defactionalize the military, you need to bring someone neutral. We brought Ibrahim Mohammed from Nigeria. The late general came to reconstruct the military. We brought the army forces to reconstruct our police. The integration of new forces, geographically balanced, was a structure that reflected the international community's own sight about the security sector reform. She did that to bring pride and dignity back. That's the reason why when she left power, our security people took over and security is now maintained in the country. She brought the issue about all of the infrastructure was all broken. There was no road from Broad Street to Red Light. She engaged the World Bank. There was no road from Buchanan. Those are from Grand Bassa County. It used to take up more than 10 hours from Monrovia to Buchanan City.
I don't destroy those roads.
And the World Banking did this and reconstructed it. Manasadi brought pride to the Republic. And as President Bush said in 2007, when he visited the executive marshal at the time, when the president of the United States of America came, he said, this woman exposed this country, brought this country, but the country was broken and isolated. She brought the country up. So listen, I will end on this one because we don't have the time. Manasali is the beacon of pride and the beacon of international connectivity of the Republic of Liberia. No Liberian president will ever get kind of an admiration and international connection in the new dispensation we have.
You said
in the new dispensation for now, for this point. In the new dispensation, no Liberian leader got the connections, got the charisma. From the time she left, no president have taken, and I don't see it. Probably when I take over 2035, I may change and close that gap in and moving forward. But up to current, I haven't seen that.
Thank you. The telling right. Let me welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Jerome. It's great to be on.
Thank you. Sarah, let me go to you. You know, when I look at what Sarah had, it's a male. The silhouette is a man. So I get scared.
What you say?
Besides that, making our dashboard looking very funny. We can see the whole place
You
just
say what
dark.
happened?
Yeah, come out. Let's see
Maybe
you.
he sees some
Come
kind
on.
of man behind there. I know what he
You are next, Sarah. Come on, let's talk.
Vector, you'll be fine.
Very low.
Sarah, so
Hey,
sure.
Jamal, yeah, long time she jumped from behind that.
Yeah, oh
that
yeah,
pillar.
she will be sitting there and looking pretty with her red hair.
I am
Hey,
very
Sarah,
tired. I'm
Sarah,
not.
should President Joseph Boakai take Ellen's speech as an advice or as somebody with adversary?
I think he should take her speech as an advice, and Ellen chose him to be the vice president to her for 12 years. I don't think she has any ill feelings for him other than try to advise him to put the country on the right track. But as we all know, the propaganda in our country, he felt like the woman didn't want him to be president from the beginning anyway. So that old man can keep grudge. So you never know. He still got some kind of little thing under his sleeves for Ellen. So if Ellen tried to advise him, whether it is good or not, the fact that he has arrived and he's sitting there at that level of power, he don't care. He doesn't care. But I think he should take her advice. It's not a bad thing. I mean, the country is on a very bad trajectory. Even though the people they're making it seem like he's doing the best for the country or he's doing everything good, but still we still have over maybe 90% of our young people who don't have job, and we have people graduating every day. There's no job. The time is the city is high, the country is high. They're walking in the footsteps of we are with all the roads.
They put bringing investors, or they bringing the drug cartel in as investors.
The woman got only 2 minutes. Don't eat her
So
time.
they're walking in the footsteps of we are with all this road connectivity, and they're not giving him credit or even giving the previous government before him credit. So he needs to do better. I mean, especially with the drugs thing now, the cartel all over the place, and his security forces dressing like they're going to fight guerrilla war. All that kind of thing is embarrassing for our country. So as a former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf advising him, she been there, done that. She know what it is. So if she advising, I think he should listen. He shouldn't look at it like, because, what her name, Miada family said nonsense about her. So I don't know what the connection is, but I think he should listen to her. That would be my take.
Robert Gagwa.
Oh, Mama, are you a gentleman, Rabbo, who just come in? Really?
But we cannot work on the man again. We need
But
to
you work on the man already?
Yeah.
Listen,
wow.
Listen, Victor Nami started something and gone viral. It's a virus that spread away. You see,
No,
tourists.
like Brent Post said, it
Tourists
goes viral. No.
doesn't
Say it right. Say
How
it
do
right.
tourists
It goes
behave?
viral.
But y'all said that and you're complaining all the and you're all Southeast people. All the people from the
Hey,
Southeast.
those are all Delawarean. I'm not part of them.
Robert Sally, this is what the former president said, and she said,
They dominated the show.
yeah, Robert, the Southeast people dominated the show. The former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf urged the administration of President Joseph Boakai to strengthen the country's credibility and integrity, warning that failing to do so will deter legitimate foreign investors and bring vulnerable illicit drug dealers. What do you say?
I mean, I concur. I 100% agree with her. Listen, I don't often agree with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and just to be fair, I think I have a bias when it comes to my opinion of her. And when you listen to Sylvester enthusiastically talked about her leadership, listen, a lot of what he said could possibly be true, but we can,
true, not possibly.
yeah.
Yeah, all true.
But you left out a lot of other things as well, right? And from that perspective, you looked at Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration and everything that was wrong. You talk about structural bureaucracy broken, infrastructure broken, the hydro, everything that you talk about. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf understood what she signed up for, right? And many will argue, and I think this is debatable, that she also played an integral part in the broken country that was Liberia when she took over in 2025. And I think this is the
100%.
argument This is the argument that folks are making. This was not Alice Cummings, right? This was not Alice Cummings. This was not George Weah. This was not someone who was independent of the destruction that is Liberia even up to this day, right? She played an integral role in the Charles Taylor that we know today, the one that's behind bars today, and everything that he supports. Her ability to network and raise funds and support the NPFL and all of the different groups. You cannot negate that fact. I think that's very, very important. So 1997, when Charles Taylor was elected, people did not elect Charles Taylor because they thought he was the best person to get Liberia back to where Liberia needed to. It was done out of fear and tiredness of war and bullets and guns, and people just got sick and tired of being sick and tired. And they said, you know what? Who else should we give the country leadership to if this was going to end this war? But beyond that, if this man broke this country to pieces, then he understands what it takes to build the pieces back up. And I think you can say the same thing for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She was the most involved in the destruction that she inherited. And a lot of people felt like the rebuilding of Liberia could have been done under her because she understood the dynamics. But let me close on this note. The IMF, the United Nations, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf had a lot. She brought close to $16 billion in foreign investment to the country. Her government got the most, and she was able to mobilize her friends, her connection back home. They loved Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The international community adored her, and she got the most support. Billions and billions of dollars. Now, if we put that into context and looked at what was achieved, we understand the country was broken. But given the enormous resources and the support that government got, Liberia still lacked decent healthcare. The infrastructure was still scarred even today. Education remained a total mess in our country. She neglected this whole idea of unification and reconciliation. She ignored some very serious thing for a country emerging from civil crisis, right? And so what was done with the money? We know what was done with the money because massive. Her administration, as good as she was, and as adored, the darling girl of the international community, her administration was called by massive corruption, nepotism, and I can go on and go on. And so when we talk about the legacy of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I think it's important for us to just go beyond what she was able to rebuild. Building back the bureaucracy and the country. But what did she do with the opportunities that was afforded her? I mean, could it have been possible that we still could have had the UN, for instance, remain in Liberia? The peace in Liberia remains fragile even today after all of these decades of non-crisis. So there's still some things that she did not do. She did not do these things because she did not follow up on her commitment to fight corruption. And that hurt her administration. She put her sons and her family in strategic key areas and a lot of money. I mean, we can go on and go on and go on. So are we going to define Ellen Johnson Sirleaf based on the fact that she inherited a broken country, one that she helped destroy, or should we define her legacy about what she did and what was left on? And I think that's a difficult conversation.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let me welcome Mr. Alfred Johnson.
That would be a debate that we can.
Yeah,
thank you. Rapidly.
Listen, guys. I didn't call your name. You're trying to fill it. You're trying to filibuster the show here. What's wrong here? Mr. Johnson, welcome. And no money criminal. Excuse me. We're talking about. We'll go back to the criminal thing here because at least we get somebody.
Man, you keep calling her name, will make you go virus.
Yeah, right. Welcome to the show.
Coronavirus. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope everybody is doing well.
Yes. And we don't have much time, and I'm glad that you came on. But let's go back to the cocaine thing. Let's go back to the investigation. Let's go back to the accusation.
I don't understand this guy.
You can't understand me because you got all the kids talking that your grandkids tell them to go to bed after 8. Mr. Johnson, talk to
Yes,
us.
sir.
Give us a brief, let's say, a class or a synopsis of what you think is going on with the drug, our handling of it, the legal part of it, the policing part of it. Talk to us. We are, we're coming from everywhere, but it just doesn't look good.
So, first of all, let me say thank you for the opportunity. It's always a pleasure. I reached out to Rob, and he said it's always a pleasure to be invited at a moment's notice. I mean, for my invitation to be accepted at a moment's notice. So I appreciate that. When it comes to are you guys getting me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, when it comes to the overall drug situation, I have to first commend the joint investigation. They have at least put pen to paper, give us some sort of perspective, because most of the things we had it from news articles, from press conferences and things like that. And in law enforcement, we say once it is not written, it didn't happen. So at least now we have a sense of understanding as far as the charges are concerned. We have the full content. Something is on paper that shows this is how the operation started. This is where we are, and this is how we want to proceed in terms of prosecution. So in that sense, it's good. But there are a couple of concerns I have. One thing, as like I said today to a kid from one of this radio station, I think one of the issue I think that would be best for this investigation is given the fact that you have law enforcement body whose officers are being investigated or are being arrested for this incident, in relation to this thing. I think to ensure integrity and to ensure smooth prosecution in the future, I think it's best that some of these agencies recuse themselves from the investigation. I think the best thing is NSA may have one or two compromising things, but I think NSA has a much more credibility in terms of turning the investigation than LMP. Because you have to understand, it is not just the arrest, it is the prosecution. And if in the prosecution, the defense can punch holes in your argument as far as credibility is concerned, and you have to create reasonable doubt, they will walk. So in order to avoid that, you have to at least recuse yourself. That's the first thing. Secondly, I understand it comes in phases. The charges come in phases. You charge this group today, you do your investigation, you charge this next group. That's fine, but there are certain things that are not making sense to me, and it's giving me concern when it comes to the credibility of the investigation. Let's go back to the LMP. The claim as it relates to the 106 and the 10,000 claim. That whole situation, we have something in law enforcement. We have an arrest based on warrant and arrest based on view evidence. So take for example, if I go on the scene, somebody stops somebody, and I see that person right there with a knife in their hand, that's considered on view. The evidence is glaring. I execute an on view arrest, write my statement of probable cause, submit it to the commissioner or the judge, and they give me probable cause. Some other arrests, you may not have all the facts, so you have to investigate. When you investigate, you develop evidence, and then you write your statement of probable cause, you develop suspect, you charge the suspect. In the case of the 106, I believe the way the 106 situation is going does not reflect well on the investigation and the LMP, because the chief said that the 106 received the money and he admitted to receiving the money, which constitute bribery. That's bribery and that's criminal attempt. Those are two things that don't need to be further investigated in terms of probable cause. So why is it now that the 106 is still being investigated from an administrative perspective as opposed to being arrested for bribery and criminal attempt? So those things, if not happening, create the impression that the people are not performing the job. They're doing well with the investigation with the limited resources they had. They're doing well. The third point I want to make when it comes to this is the financial aspect. You know how for the fire people, they said there are three things have to come together: the oxygen, the source, or something like that for the fire to happen. In law enforcement, when it comes to drug situation, where there is drugs, there is money, and there is gun. And the amount of drug that was seized, I think the LMP or the joint security need to investigate, because the amount of drugs that was seized, we saw people were speculating. I didn't want to speculate until I saw the paperwork, and it says the amount of money that was taken from there was 7,000. there is a lack of reconciliation between the amount of drugs that was seized and the amount of money taken. Now, somebody will say, why is that so? When you have that kind of drug, you need enough cash to be able to facilitate movements. Because people in Liberia and the drugs in Liberia are not being stored in Liberia. People don't really consume cocaine. The market is not there. So you're not going to pay somebody in drugs. You're going to pay somebody in cash. So to be able to facilitate a movement of 300, the truth is the value of that drug is almost $500 million. To facilitate the movement of that, you need more money. There is no. I have difficulty believing that the guys had only 7,000 there. Maybe the person who escaped, according to the affidavit, may have taken the other money, or then something happened. But it's difficult to believe that only 7,000 was there among with drugs that are close to $500 million. You cannot have $500 million worth of drugs and use 7,000 to facilitate the movement. So they have to be able to investigate that. The other one is the fact that some of the people who are being mentioned, the way they are structuring it, it gives the impression that the people who are at the higher level are being considered witnesses and the people at the regular level are being charged. And that shouldn't be the case. I hope I hope the investigation is step by step so that the next one, they will have these people being charged. But if you are creating an impression where certain group of people are going to be witnesses, I've never seen that where the honor man is charged and the higher man is the state witness. Usually the honor man turns into state witness because we want to go for the head of the fish, not the body of the fish. So if you are going to go for the head, then there is no way you should be charged. I shouldn't say no, you should be charging the honor man. You cannot be creating the impression that.
Let me ask you something. Yeah? And thanks again for your input. Welcome. If you were investigating this matter, where would you place Jojo Jr. relative to the investigation and his involvement?
So again, everything I have seen about Jojo is I like to speak based on my experience and my background. I like to speak based on facts. Every connection Jojo that has been mentioned about Jojo is not within it's not on in line with the investigative evidence that has been produced so far. So I wouldn't put him in anything. But what I would also do is I would not ignore the little connections here and there. Every one of these guys being accused are somehow connected to Jojo in one way or the other. You know, those things, there's a pattern right here. You know, if this guy is being mentioning every other thing, okay, so why is he being mentioned? I will try to investigate further and find out what's going on with Jojo's involvement. You know, another thing I want to make mention on is when you look at, we get it. Everybody take pictures with everybody, right? But then I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody take pictures with everybody. But then when you look at the fact that the person who took the money to the 106, he's in a picture with her, and then
can you mute? There you go.
The fact that the individual who took the money to 106, he has a picture with her from previous occasion, and then the chief said that the 106 involvement did not start before it started 2 days after the arrest. It is difficult to reconcile that fact. The fact that the person who brought the money is in a picture with the 106 with the claim that his involvement started right after the arrest is difficult, because for somebody to just come and give you 10,000 post-arrest for you to make that person quote unquote feel comfortable, it's difficult for me to accept that is the truth. So that's something that you have to investigate. So when it comes to the Jojo situation, I don't have everything that have been said about Jojo. I've more speculative than there is no evidence. I've not seen any evidence. It's not to suggest that he's not involved. But for me professionally, I will look at him, I will assess it, I will understand that, hey, this guy's been mentioning all these things. Obviously, he's going to come in for interview because he's connected to the people who are being arrested. So he will come in for interview. And then if we can build a case, fine. If we cannot build a case, that's fine.
Excellent. Honorable Pee-wee, it's just an honor to have somebody whose specialist is within some of the things we were talking about. So any question before I go to Honorable Sito if he kills me?
Basically, not much. The only thing I'm a little just concerned, I'm a little confused here from the on-site. He said they are doing pretty well, and the next point again, they should recuse themselves. So I want him to really just suppose if someone is doing well with the investigation, you ask again for the person to recuse themselves. further push for me that's also inclined in cell area. I'm a little confused here.
So,
But
the joint investigative team. Remember, it's a joint investigation. You have NSA, you have LDA, you have LMP, and you have Ministry of Justice and all these people. The overall investigative thing is producing results. No matter how thin the result is, producing results. What I'm saying is, I think given the fact that LMPs, the level of accusation level, the accusation level against the 106, and the fact that other people from LMP are being investigated, the extent of LMP's involvement in terms of investigation is concerning enough for me to believe that it will almost appear like they are investigating themselves. So the best thing is to ensure the integrity of the investigation. I think LMP should step aside and NSA or the LDA assume full investigative responsibility of the investigation and go from there. That's
Okay.
that's the recruitment I'm talking about.
Fair enough. But let me push you back a little bit. Let's agree that you live in the U.S. Let's agree here. Say you work with the Maryland Department of Police, and there's some hierarchy in the Maryland Department of Police that have been accused. The state police of Maryland at that level have been accused of some malfeasance, if you will. Will you call now? Will you call in this kind of capacity for the entire Maryland Department of Police to recuse themselves when they got the statutory responsibility to do the investigation, or you call for those elements that are linked to the particular issue to get out? Will you call on the entire Maryland Security Police Department to recuse themselves from the investigation?
From a particular investigation, if this is not about me calling upon, that's the structure we have in
Will it
place
be
here.
prudent for them to do that?
No, but what I'm telling you is the structure we have in place. Take, for example, an officer involved shooting. We don't investigate our own officers involved shooting. The Attorney General's office of the state of Maryland investigates that. We don't investigate criminal accusation against our officers. The assistant state attorney office for PG County investigates that. We don't do that. So our investigation of officers are all administrative. They are not criminal.
But do you
So
also
what
know
I-
that?
what- so let me make another point. Let me make another point.
I got the point quickly. Let me just push you a little bit. Do you also know that the Attorney General of the Republic got oversight over the Liberia National Police?
Yes, the Attorney General of the Republic has oversight. This is a joint investigation. So the Attorney General has oversight with the Liberia National Police and the LDA. So he has oversight over two agencies that are involved in that. They're also on the national security team. What I'm saying is you have one of the agencies that is involved in this investigation that several of our officers have been linked with criminal activities to this. So I'm not trying to disrespect the LMP. What I'm saying is you have to be very careful in cases like this, because one of the things drug dealers go for is your integrity. Their defense lawyer will go for your integrity, the integrity of the investigation. There are times cases have been lost based on the integrity of the officer. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is, if this is the case, if this is what's happening, the best thing for LMP to do to ensure this investigation is tight, airtight, and integrity driven, so that tomorrow when they go to the court, when they are making an argument, the defense cannot make an argument on credibility issue. So the best thing you do, withdraw yourself from it, step out of if the job investigation needs you in some other way, they can ask you. But what you need to do, step out here. There's few of my officers involved in it. I think the best way we can do is to be able to step out of this and allow you guys to take lead and handle it to ensure the integrity of the investigation. So that tomorrow when we go to court, the defense cannot come and make a case that, oh, how can the people know whose officer were accused were involved in the investigation, were fully involved in the investigation to the extent. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, quickly, I'll end on this note. You said the police chief admitted that Johnny Dean admitted that he received this 10,000, and it should be considered directly, Rob, that there should be that's the probable cost right away. But again, they have the police-owned manual of the system of investigation to what the Ministry of Justice structure. We have the Professional Standard Division of the Liberia National Police. It's a pattern before going to court, because the police chief statement alone and what Johnny said, that have to be corroborated by the professional standards. I want to believe, as the police inside, some are saying the professional standard will have to conduct that. CSD will have to confirm all those things before they put the documentation and charge in. I think It's part of the reason I'm told. If you were in the system, were you going to basically follow said procedure in terms of the professional standard division and that of the CSD to ensure that these things are well documented? Why, if you are just to move with that, we have probable a very brilliant investigation and well documented evidentiary and move to court, then Johnny did that and said, no, I didn't say this. So do you think it's proper for them to use the professional standard and the CSD own investigative pattern to exhaust that means before moving to charging? It should be fair for you to get the time to do that before moving to charge.
So is that wrong?
You just said that, yeah.
So it is not wrong to give them the chance to do certain things. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is this. Just give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, what he's talking to?
Yes, and just thought to bring that point because
it's fair
CSD and the professional standards. We just go by the statement from the police IG because you're talking about.
Because the IG,
so let me come in.
IG have presented himself as the demigod.
Yes,
so
and
let me say this, right? So I get your point where you're making. I get the point where you're making, right? But what I want you to understand, like I give the example, there are certain crimes where when it happen, we're not sure if we have to investigate more, get more. But in this situation, the IG himself said that Johnny admitted to getting the 10,000, and from the narrative, Johnny was talked to by the NSA. Johnny was called in by NSA because NSA tracked the lady, and then she got in contact with Johnny. So there are too many probable. I'm sorry. He's talking to me.
No.
Sorry. You think he was reckless, the IG? A little bit.
Well, I wouldn't say if he's confident enough. Listen, that's what I'm saying. I have to. When it comes to the IG, I've always said you have to be very careful with your utterances because as an inspector general, you carry weight. You carry weight, so you have to operate with care. Because the reason why I'm saying there is enough evidence to charge Johnny is because of what the IG said. Exactly. The IG said Johnny admitted to taking the Johnny got the money. Johnny admitted to taking the money. And when you look at the offense of criminal attempt, it says the person engaged of criminal attempt, if acting with the kind of culpability otherwise required for commission of an offense, he purposely engages in conduct constituting a substantial step towards commission of the offense. So the conduct Johnny engaged in was to take $10,000 for the purpose of receiving bribe. So that's criminal attempt right there. So the probable cause, based on what the IG said, that Johnny said, based on that, the probable cause that unless they are trying to tell us now that Johnny, maybe when he was interviewed, his rights were not read to him, so now they have to go back to the investigation and things like that. But based on what they told us, based on the public utterances of the chief, I believe there were enough probable cause to charge Johnny with bribery and criminal attempt. Now, maybe they're going back and saying Johnny did not say that, whatever it is. But you have to understand one more thing. The Professional Standard Division does not investigate criminal matter. They investigate administrative matter, misconduct. If when it comes to the criminal aspect, it will be the CID or the justice.
Yeah, the CSD. That was said CSD. The CSD from the Professional Standard will move to CSD. Then a CSD is what you cover with
I think there was a little misunderstanding here. You kept mentioning Professional Standard and CSD. Those are two different entities.
Yeah,
they investigate two.
Let me quickly say this quickly, and to clarify myself, you didn't get me. So what I meant by professional standard is going to see if you apply the professional law of the police manual, if you breach anything. The CSD is looking at the criminal aspect of it.
Yes.
If the CSD were to hold you culpable, then they would disrobe you from the police and charge you to court. And I agree with you. I agree with most of your investigative judgment on most of it. I respect that. And I believe sufficiently from my own reading and my understanding of this thing, my own inclination, the police chief slipped big time. He shouldn't have. If I were the police chief at the time, I would have said, okay, we got some information about Johnny. We are investigating him. We want to get the facts. But to come on and say, oh, the man admitted, that is
that's what I'm saying. Based on that, you see, the problem is based on the way the police IG spoke.
Yes.
It's clear based on his utterance that there were enough probable cause to charge Johnny. So now
my suspicion is that Johnny is probably telling them now, and that it's personally my suspicion here. The reason why they're not charging Johnny now, probably Johnny said, "You're charging me, I will talk."
So now, Johnny now is not being charged now. So the public that, okay, you told us this thing. You were very definitive in your utterances. So now we're supposed to charge him criminally. Why is he not being charged criminally? It creates the impression that the police is hiding things. So that's why, like you said, when you speak, you gotta speak with care. When we speaking here, we say the matter is under investigation. The relevant agency will speak. The put it will not just speak outright like that. But again, the IG speaks with that kind of conversation. Like, let's look at bribery, right? Listen to the offense bribery on the penal law. A person has committed bribery, a second-degree felony, if he knowingly offers, gives or agrees to another, or solicits, accept or agrees to accept from another a thing of value as consideration for A, the recipient's official action as a public servant, or B, the recipient's violation of a new duty as a public servant. Based on what the IG said Johnny did, Johnny committed bribery. So why is Johnny not being charged? This is where people have issue. Like, okay, if you say this, you're supposed to be charged with it. Why are you going through all of this long process when the probable cause exists for you to charge it immediately?
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom. Then we'll go to Stephen. Then we'll go to Sarah.
Senator Johnson. As I was saying to my colleagues earlier, okay, you know, there are a lot of leaks coming from all of the investigation now. Maybe you ask this question, but you talk about NSA. Okay. I sent a question to the NSA director today. I'm not getting a response yet. Okay. This question was, is it true that 2 of your deputies are at the center of the 317 million drugs investigation? We've been told that you have refused to take order from the Justice Minister. What is the and then also Mike Kua is the deputy director at Rousfield. I was informed that the Justice Minister ordered his arrest because he's been linked to this thing. So, but they are refused to arrest him. I don't know why. Okay, and so because they said that his boat was used in this whole dealing with the drug issue. So it appears from my source that leaked information means that the Justice Minister and the NSA director, they all have some issues. So that when people ask the question, you're saying that that the NSA should handle the investigation, but then they are also apparently linked to the investigation too. So who
I think we lost him for a second.
Yeah, I think he's.
Yeah. So why he waiting? So your thing now? Who if the Justice Minister is calling for this guy to be arrested, and the NSA boss is not doing it, and also they are being accused that 2 of his deputies are involved in the investigation too. So who investigate who?
But quickly before Mr. Johnson can come back, before he can come back on the NSA chief does not report to the Minister of Justice.
He report to the President.
He report directly to the office of the President. And that's right. There where the problem is. There where the catch is. Okay. So the chief of NSA does not. But all the other security apparatus report to the Minister of Justice. But
they are honored now. The John Security.
That's some feedback from some other. Maybe it's coming from.
I think it's Afro.
Okay.
It's a Johnson.
Yeah.
So the John Security, when I'm meeting in John Security, John Security session, the Justice Minister is
he's the chair. He's the chair of the John Security.
So at that moment, so the John Security investigation. So why NSA boss not related to him?
Because NSA is structured as the premier spy institution in the republic, and the reason why NSA is structured that way is to give the president is the commander in chief.
Yeah.
So the NSA is structured in a way that, according to our laws, that the only person the NSA reporter will be the president, not to the Minister of Justice.
The question is, this investigation has been held by the John Security.
Yes.
So it's not like so now. So at this moment now, the Attorney General is the one who's heading the investigation.
He's heading the money, but any report he want to if you request any report, you have to be mindful. Anything he wants from the NSA, he need to get the presidential approval. So the NSA chief is not obliged.
Yeah, but Pee Wee, the president made the public announcement that he had elevated this thing and given the authority to the NSA, right?
Yes.
With that being, the president had released him now to go and work with the NSA because the president had made a public pronouncement that everything is now with the NSA. Perfect. So now I think they have to report to the NSA.
So that's the point again. So despite the Attorney General as the chair of the John Security, the responsibility of the security of the Constitution said, Article 50 of the Constitution said the president got the executive power. Nobody. So the president can give responsibility in terms of that. That's why the Constitution even say the responsibility, the power of the president commandeers. The vice president second share.
Yeah, but now but
So
he
what
did
you
not.
said, Mr. Gamer is right. So he said now you're the chairman of the Joint Security, but this issue will be headed by because the president believes he trusted this group of people also. The president can say take that responsibility also and give it to a particular independent panel.
He believes that he believes that the deputy RIA and others who have been linked to it, they have been shooted by NSA and NSA shooting them. They're shooting the people.
If that's the case, then he can make that representation of the office of the president that, Mr. President, I think the very people you're giving extra power to, they are shooting. Then if the presidency is open to this investigation, then the president can also use another power that's given to him. He can call Mr. Gimman and say, Mr. Gimman, when you come down from Florida, man, and we're going to have an independent investigation.
Yeah, but he did that already. He said he had elevated everything to the national security. So now, in the chair of the national security, if it is the justice minister, then the justice minister is in charge now.
Yeah, he should be in charge of it.
So what Mr. Johnson is saying, what Truman is saying, the police department is already under investigation because of the involvement. The NSA too, right?
Yeah.
Their own people, two other officers are Touré coming here. The police is indicted. The NSA is indicted. So then who is now?
No, before you go to Touré, the justice minister said the police, one person in the police got problem.
But even if the one person, but the NSA got two people there. So go ahead, Touré, what you think?
Remember yesterday when we were talking, I talked about ethical leadership in Liberia would like that.
Right.
I have one person who I admire. What's his name? The IG so well. I think he's a good brother. I mean, I respect him. I admire him as a big brother. The fact that he's still even on this case, making decisions, making runs when one of the direct subordinates of somebody under him or deputies was involved in this thing here, it baffles me, right? As a matter of fact, I think he should have. I just think that he should, for the sake of transparency and clear judgment, you never say fire yourself. You can still be the police director, but you're not in that investigation and submit yourself for investigation. So listen, I'm not going to be on this here. I can submit my, I can still be on it, but you're investigating to the largest extent, right? So it goes now. I agree with you guys. Now in this point where you guys talk about the leadership, right? Because if the police people have probable cause to say, okay, this Johnny Dean got committed a crime by taking bribe, that's a crime. There's no reason why now Johnny Dean not being charged. Like my brother Alfred said here, what Johnny Dean did for what he alleged or what he said to us on our, to bring people that he accepted $10,000 is a crime. So by now he should be charged. But again, like Alfred said, the Office of Professional Compliance. That's not they call it like they call it something. But for where I work, is Office of Professional Compliance. They deal with administrative investigation, and if there's a funding, right, they take it back. Now, whoever is the head of investigation in Liberia should have now stepped in this thing here and being the full investigator of this thing. Now, if somebody from that investigative arm is also into the situation, then also that one goes to their own administrative, investigate. Because at the end of the day, the chain has to end somewhere, right? So even if they're going to do their own internal investigation and still indict that person, it still happens. But Liberia, as they did with this drug issue, man, there's not. I think the ones that are being cut should be dealt with per what they cut, and then it follow behind a big thing. Like Afro said, there is a big thing beyond just $10,000 bribe for easy access or easy, whatever it is, or treatment in the police. How did they get to know you that you provide that? What kind of connection? Who gave that person that money to come to you and give that easy treatment? How does that person that gave you the money know the person that's in jail? So it's like hard booch. There's supposed to be a somehow easy investigation just for the fact that Johnny Dean was caught because somebody wanted Johnny Dean to provide some kind of easy treatment to the suspects, right? So that means that somebody who gave Johnny Dean that money, that somebody also knows something close to the guys. So you got to follow that lady, and the lady will take you to exactly where she took the money from, and they're going to get to it.
If it's true, Sarah, welcome. Come to the show, Sarah. Come from behind our shield.
I know, Sarah.
Sarah, I see. I hear phone knocking. Maybe Sarah having dinner. Victor, Mr. Johnson is here. We're talking about the security issue. Somebody eating in the back. Gotta let everybody mute while Victor talks.
Who eating? Yes. Nobody eating.
I didn't catch you. I think somebody was asking a question. I think it was my phone was grinding, so I had to switch phone. But he was asking a question. I didn't understand his question.
Yeah, what he was saying is we agree that the police, one of the police officers, Dean, is involved. So the police department is involved, and they shouldn't investigate themselves. We also found out that 2 NSA personnel were also involved. So, like you said, like Rodney here was saying, if we talk all these things, the whole thing will collapse. So the NSA now and the police, shouldn't they all recuse themselves? And if they do, then who investigating whom?
No, not necessarily. So when it comes to the NSA involvement, you have to understand that Johnny Dean's involvement with the LMP is high. The individuals who Christian Yanti is a way. As a matter of fact, Christian Yanti rank is lower comparatively. Christian Yanti is on the lower end of the totem pole than even the traffic. The director of traffic for LMP, how you call him, said the guy who they said Yanti used to do some escort. He and another guy were used to do some escort. Yanti is higher. Yanti is lower than them. So my point is, when it comes to NSA, so far, the individuals involved with the NSA who are being accused of involvement with the drug, they are very low on the totem pole. You understand me? So their level of involvement, the NSA's involvement with the investigation, I don't think it's going to be that tinted compared to the LMP. Nobody, it will be difficult for you to make a stronger argument against the NSA. Now, so far, so good what we know. If there's somebody involved in a much higher position than the NSA, then we will call for maybe their recusal. But so far, the NSA's people that are involved are on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of the leadership structure. When it comes to the LMP, this is, I think, the number 6 man in charge of the LMP 106. This is the guy that has been accused. You know, so that's a bit different. And the NSA also is that they are investigative to the resources they have. The LMP does not have it like that. NSA, most of the things we're finding out for this drug thing is coming from NSA, from people who are close to the investigation. So while it's true that a couple of people from NSA are being accused, have been arrested, I think those people's level of engagement with the NSA makes, compared to LMP, makes NSA a much better party to investigate. That's assuming because the Liberian government may not want to go for an international body to do an investigation. If they want to stick with the government body, I think the NSA is in a much better position to investigate this than the LMP.
Okay. Sarah, are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. We got Mr. Johnson. We talk about the cocaine, the criminality.
I got a question for Mr. Johnson.
Huh?
I got a question for Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to all of the things he has, explained with regards to the investigation. My question is, don't you think that the government, as compared to previous government that have invited international people to do investigation, we saw them invite international people to do the Capitol building investigation. Don't you think they are afraid to bring people in because for some reason, because the investigation might, expose them to being somehow culpable? Don't you think that's why that this is what is preventing them from inviting international folks to help with the investigation?
So here is what I'm going to say to that. When this drug thing happened, every individual I have spoken to who is involved in, I know a couple of Liberians who are deeply involved in the DEA. They are on DEA task force. There's a Liberian guy on our department who been on the department for well over 20 years, and he's still, I think, only 4 years in patrol. And the rest of his time, he's been in the NED. He's been in the drug issue. everything, there is a consensus that no cartel is bringing in $500 million worth of drug to a country without some serious high-level connection. That is not possible. So, with that said, is there a possibility that maybe the investigation is being slow-rolling, is being moving in a direction that is moving up, that will be pushing away from other people because they don't want to bring the government down, they don't want to bring disgrace on certain people? It's possible. But again, we won't know it because if the people who are involved are the ones involved in the investigation, how will we know? Again, I'm not accusing anybody, but what I'm saying is it is not a far-fetched possibility that people at a higher level of government may be involved because cartels are not bringing $500 million worth of drug to a country and counting on mere airport security staff. Let's look at the timeline. The timeline track 2020. The first thing, you have to be strategic. The guy at the airport, what's his name? The deputy manager for operation, I think Mark something. He's there. He has some sort of connection. You have people with LMP, possibly NSA, and other different strategic level. It started in 2024. Remember the plane that came and they said the plane came for business and things like that. There are so many things. So this guy put in place that network. You put in place that network, and this network was established by people at a much higher level than regular people. So Mark, the deputy guy, did not just go there because somebody is qualified. I think he went there because somebody trusts him enough to ensure that whatever business they want to engage in, he will be capable of falling in line. So is it possible? Yes, but I don't want to speculate without evidence. All I'm going to say is it is not possible for a drug cartel to send $500 million worth of drug to Liberia, depending on low-level NSA staff and LMP people or government official.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one minute, I'm coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we usually say here, if there is a pronouncement or something that has to do with the policy of this platform, it will be officially made. We just getting a breaking news from the central office that at the end of this show, the closing argument is going to officially spill the beans. At the close of this show, stay tuned when we are done. Information that was leaked to us will be officially, not by me or anybody else, but by the closing argument. We're going to spill the beans. Stay tuned. Yes, Sarah, you were still in flight.
I was just agreeing with Mr. Johnson with regards to what he just explained, that for that level of drugs to get into the country, it has to be some high-level officials connected to that, not just the undermen. So I agree with his explanation, and I encourage this government, regardless of who it is, that they should extend the investigation to an international body, because we want to know. They have been accusing other people that I see more Ali posting 24/7 around the clock that the drugs brought into the country was done by CDC. So let it get international body. Let it get international body to expose CDC. To expose CDC, if CDC is the one who brought the drugs into the country, let it get international body to do the investigation and expose the hands behind this drugs. Because frankly, this is very, very important and is very, very life-threatening for a lot of our folks in Liberia, even those of us that live in the diaspora. I mean, they can cause any kind of way they want to cause us, but that's the fact. And we are encouraging them to do just that. Thank you.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this show, we got about another maybe 20 minutes or so here. You will be hearing some big news from the closing argument, not from me as an individual, not from a panelist, but from the official platform, the closing argument. Robert Gagwa, Mr. Nangbe, our guest, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I was muted. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Thank you again for coming back. I admire, your understanding of this matter and your input. I want to thank you very much. I agree with you and others who have said that far too often the weakest among us, get punished, and the well-to-do people, continue to walk around. Some of these people we're talking about, we understand, even after the allegations have been levied against them, some of them still go to work. They're still enjoying life. Only the Babla dance so far, so to speak, are being incarcerated. So I want to thank you. This is my cousin Jerome. I want to thank the network tonight for the opportunity to make our contribution. I will reiterate. The CMC has sounded a call. We're going to come out in the streets if this matter is not handled like it should be. And I think we've given enough pieces of advice to the government. We do recognize this is not a political matter. We don't want to politicize it because it is not to be politicized. It's just really a national urgency that requires the input of every one of us. But we think the government is attacking this in a slow motion, and it is selective enforcement. We think that this needs to cut across the board. Wherever the dots connect, we think those people should be investigated. This is not what we're saying. And so we're going to plan it and bring our people out, and we will continue to make noise until the government does what they're supposed to do. But thank you very much for the opportunity. That was my closing. I hope to be with you guys back tomorrow.
Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Calabo Bongo.
Calabo, welcome back. Welcome.
I asked Mr. Johnson this.
Yes.
I know Mr. Johnson is a distinguished law enforcement officer. Are you hearing me or I'm talking too low?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Oh, okay. So I know Mr. Johnson is a distinguished law enforcement officer. So, but I want to ask a question that is very opinionated, not based on facts, but based on experience. If I make a conclusion that in this particular cocaine situation, because there are two different cocaine situations we're dealing with, the 19.2 million and the 317 million, which personally I believe that the value is understated because I do not believe that there is an economic valuation expert within the Liberia National Police to really determine the actual value of cocaine. Because cocaine is now one of the drugs that is sold in the market in Liberia. So they really have less experience with that. But based on that, what I've seen today, and I've heard and I've spoken to different actors, if I come to a conclusion that just like the $100 million drugs, the 19 million and the 17 and the 317 million, all the suspects will be set free and will go. What will you say about that?
Well, before I answer your question, let me agree with you that the amount that is being placed, the 317 million is not the actual value. It's a conservative estimate, and I think they estimated based on the conservative value. But from what I gather, the drugs is still in its purest form. So when you mix it with other things, the quantity will increase, thereby increasing the value. So that's why I keep saying it's worth $500 million or something like that. So when it comes to your question that based on what has happened in other cases like the 100 million, you believe that these guys will eventually walk. I mean, I cannot see far ahead like that, but there are things that are a bit concerning the way certain things are going, a bit concerning that I shouldn't say raise that possibility, but that make it possible that if people thinking in that direction, it is not wrong for people to think in that direction because there are aspects of the investigation that are not being handled in ways that are consistent with people who want to win a case. So, but I can't say it's going to happen. Can they correct? Yeah, and this is why one of the ways I think they can correct is to recuse agents who have serious conflict of interest in terms of the investigation. That's one way you can correct the situation. You can also correct this. One of the problems LMP has always had, not just LMP, but investigative bodies, law enforcement bodies have always had in Liberia, is the issue of evidence gathering. The way people tamper with evidence, the way people play around with evidence. You have to also understand these drug guys, they have money, they're going to fight. Not just legally, but in terms of bribing and things like that, they will fight their best to get out. So that's why it's important that government make sure they cross their T's and dot their I's. Is it possible for the guys to walk? It's possible. It's possible for them to be found guilty. It's possible for them to walk. But I don't want to speculate that far ahead. But again, it's concerning some of the things that have happened in the other cases. I seem seem to be happening here that raises cause for concern as it relates to possible exoneration.
Excellent, excellent. Let me go back to, is Seaton here? Because I don't want anybody accusing me of nepotism. If not, let me go to Tomalin George. Tomalin, we are 10 minutes away from 9, which is our cutoff line. Do you want to make the pronouncement? You are muted.
Say that as long as the people continue to hold information, people from within the system will send leaks to us. Now, information we just got is that the guy this fellow who is in Sierra Leone, the person who was in Sierra Leone, he infiltrated the Liberian government. He infiltrated the government. He infiltrated high ups within the government. Okay, and the drugs that was brought in the country came through sea. They use the sea. It came by way of sea, and what they did when they brought it on shore, they put it in strategic areas in the country, in Monrovia area there. And the authorities told them, say, well, once we can allow you guys to just translate it, but not to be distributed in Liberia. Don't let it stay in Liberia to do anything in Liberia. You can take it from, we can use Liberia as a transit point to take it out of the country, but not to use it to distribute it in Liberia. Okay? Now, and also, the NSA have been working with the U.S. government for the last 14 months. Now, apparently, the problem what I'm noticing now, the NSA working with the U.S. government for 14 months based on intelligence, but the other security apparatus they were unaware that NSA working with the U.S. government, and so by the time the thing hit there, that's when they rushed on the scene to make sure that it can seal up to do whatever they need to do. Okay, and so based on that. The guy that somebody said, the guy you talking about, that you arrest this guy at the Freeport at the airport, don't waste your time. He won't be arrested. This guy, he won't be arrested. Don't waste your time. The guy where you're the guy you talking about, you arrest him. He's not going to be arrested. I said, well, okay, let's see what happened. And then they said some press people. They are being sought down. They got damaging information, and the press guys they are talking about if they release it, it may bring trouble in the country. So they are being pursued. I don't know who are the press people, but they have been pursued. So there's the information. So we as long as they hold information, they want to tell the public what's happening. People from amongst them will leak the information to the media outlets. So this is what we're getting from the leaks that are coming from within the cycle. Now, this is the reason why you see NSA and the Justice Ministry now, they are going back and forth with this thing. So the drugs came through by way of sea, and they believe that the Coast Guard was somehow involved a little bit. They're not too sure about that, but most of the drugs came on the show through the sea. So there's the information, and the fellow in Sierra Leone they talk about, he's the man who really infiltrated our system. That's the guy. So that's it. As long as y'all can keep sending the news to us, we'll talk it. If the government gets serious, they will have press conferences and try to give the country the briefing. But as long as they keep it, people in the system will send it to the media, and the media will let it go. So we all should be aware. And just what they keep us saying, that there's no reason why this guy who at the robbers view, why he should not be in custody by now. All what they have been saying. And lastly, so those who got in custody now, some of them, if they continue to hold them, they may start talking, and if they talk, it will come up too. So the last caller, Calabo, just said, I won't be surprised if people are getting free, and this case just go down because of the involvement of those who are part of it. So we all got to be on the alert, and let's see what happens. But we are going to keep on digging until we get to find out what's happening in our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few days ago, I think it was on Monday, I told you this from the beginning. I told you everybody that taking credit for the arrest of this drug were, what do people say? They were actually fronting.
Imposters.
Yes, they were fronting. I know for the fact, and I've been talking to Tomalin and sometimes some of the other guys behind the scene because we got inside sources, told them that the police and all that stuff they had nothing to do with this case. If that embassy did not put the pressure on these folks, you have never seen what you saw. So Gregory Cuomo can run all he wants to run and beat his chest. LTA can do it. They have absolutely nothing. And if it was just them, this thing would have festered. It would have festered, but the heat was on. And I won't call the guy named who is the Deputy Secretary of State to Marco Rubio. I called his name here once. I won't call it anymore.
Oh, we have found out. We can check the guy.
That's secret, eh?
No, it's not secret. It's not secret, but I can tell you because I told you guys several months ago. There's a gentleman in this government called Chris Landau, Landau. He is. Sarah, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
No, I'm talking about Sarah. Is Sarah still here? Okay, Sarah might have left. But Christopher, Lord, Christopher is no joke. Christopher is no joke. And I can say, I will talk to the guys behind the scene, but Christopher is no joke.
Local life.
Guys, let us mute when we're not talking. Christopher is no joke. As long as Christopher is here in Washington, this thing they're doing, you remember what Rodney C. said? I have all the information have been leaked, and I got it from high sources that if I decide to spill the beans, we will not have any government to go for election 2029. That's what he said here.
So what about Chris now?
No, I will leave it there.
Because we know him to be the principal advisor to the Secretary of State.
Yeah.
He played a role before he been around. He's a seasoned person. So what? Yeah. So what about him?
No, I will leave it there. I will talk to you behind the scene, but I will leave it there. Okay. But yes, Christopher Landau is a serious guy. When it comes to Liberia, I will talk to you behind the scene, but he takes Liberia personally.
Well, yes, but the role of the Deputy Secretary of State before he came. This Japanese American Yamamoto used to play the role. I think I met with him at the time when we visited the State Department. We met Anthony Blinken at the time. But this role, you oversee the operational activity of the State Department. It's a critical role.
But let me tell you the fun.
It's a critical role.
I was there when a top Liberian official was trying to make, when he got confirmed and he was making his round, they called to make an appointment to go and see Chris. And Chris said, hell no. In fact, he said, I won't use the word that he used. What other hell corruption is going on now that he wants to come and see me? He said, hell no. I will talk to you guys behind the scene, but yes, he is not.
It is. And
he is not fond of the Republic of Liberia and the operation that this is why we say, when they were running around doing all this, Akima had told us those guys had nothing to do with this arrest. Can you imagine that the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia is telling us in a news conference that we should fight drug by auditing our family lifestyle? If you have a family member and he's living beyond his means, call the authority. Can you imagine that the Attorney General of a nation will say this? If you are old enough and you are not old enough, Pee-wee, your parents will have told you, President Tubman, that was his modus operandi. He used to say, there's something called PRO. Everybody spy on everybody. And if they say anything negative about President Tubman, just pick up the phone and call Wellington Campbell or call this person, and we will deal with that. This man had gone back into the playbook and saying, Liberians, if you find a man, if Toure comes to town and he's driving his SUV and Toure doesn't look like a man who's supposed to drive SUV, pick up the phone and call and we'll come and pick him. I mean, that's terrible. But this is what is coming out of the Attorney General Mr. Twet. I have the interview here. I wanted the young man to play the clip of it, but he just couldn't get to it. Hopefully tomorrow we'll play it. But it is scary. It is concerning that from the top level of governance in Liberia, they are telling us to spy on each other, tell on each other. Do you know how Pee Wee got his car? How hard he worked to transport a car from here to Liberia. You see tomorrow when I met him, he didn't have no car. Now he got his car. Your car. It is terrible, but that's the nation we're in. Mr. Johnson, I don't know if that's how the police think how it's supposed to work. And we're not here to indict. We're not here to spare anybody. But that interview from the Attorney General scares me. And I have to say it to folks.
So, I mean, it is not sometimes, it is not, sometimes the way that people phrase things in Liberia can make them sound suspect, to make them sound unprofessional. Some of these things, I mean, maybe you're asking them to be able to not necessarily snitch on their family members, but to just assess their lifestyle, advise them and things like that. So some of the way to say it just comes out wrong. But to go back to what Tomali said, I mean, it is difficult. Again, I keep emphasizing, it is difficult for me to believe that cartel came to Liberia with half a billion dollar worth of drugs by dealing with mid-level people. It is difficult to believe that. But the problem with that also is the fact that because if this thing runs deep as we are being made to believe based on everything, if the things run deep, I'm afraid that all that's going to happen is that few people are going to take the fall and everything going to close. Because the objective will not be to be able to arrest everybody. The objective will be to preserve the current government for 2029. I think the objective will be more political. The objective of not going further with investigation in ways that will be able to stem the cartel out of Liberia will be more political. And also, one more thing I have to make a point here. We're talking about the financial aspect, but what we're not understanding is bodies drop when cartel lose money. Bodies drop. People get killed. So I'm looking at that in the other mysterious deaths that have been happening in Liberia now. I'm looking back at it and I'm wondering, okay, is there something about them that was drug related that we don't know, but now that these other things are happening, now we're seeing that, okay, could they have been this? Could they have been that? We got to be able to be very careful because the people in power, they have a response, they have an incentive to protect the cartel because they're losing money, they have to protect them. So that's what I'm saying. If you cannot investigate a thing in ways that reflect well for the Liberian people, then just step out of it. But if you are going to convolute the investigation to create more reasonable doubt for the people when they go to court, then there's no need for investigation. You might as well just burn the drug and leave.
Well,
yeah, and I think what Alfred says is true. I agree with him on almost everything Alfred just said. I mean, been saying today. But there are a couple of things I as well want to also say while we're on here. We in the kind of forum or on the kind of space where we are talking to more than 50 persons at a time, 1,000, 2,000 sometimes, whatever it is. It depends when we're watching and when they're watching. We also have a huge responsibility of being careful of disseminating the information, right? If we all have the ability, we all have the responsibility to save the nation, or have that national security responsibility to every extent, even as an individual citizen of Liberia. As we go, again, I hope I don't come off like I'm saying too much or like my big brother accused being treated I know too much. Even though some news might be breaking, but we should not. I just admonish us that we don't be the one that break the news that destroy our country. Examples in Rwanda, it was a false information. What happened in Rwanda and stuff like that. Now, if those guys who are experts in this area are withholding certain information, I think it's still reasonably okay to let them hold certain information while we push on the investigate versus spilling some news out here where in the next maybe 2-3 months, then we'll know we don't have a government, things are head of scatter, and Liberia goes back to what we used to be. We gotta be very careful with that. That's number one thing. Another thing I want to say as well is this. The person who spoke, I think the Attorney General who spoke about pretty much security, or your permanent member address, some kind of weirder than that. I think is the channel in which he spoke that is that's what he was careful in my experience. I think he was just a little careful with that. But almost every high profile security agency, when they watch a person who knows to live a certain life before starting a certain thing, and there are certain things they're investigating, yes, for sure, they will say, "Oh, well, they may not to drive the car before." But it happens most of the when it's a crime, there's a suspicion of, maybe a drug, embezzlement, stuff like that. So it happens that way, right? So they will say, "Okay, you know what? Because of this here, let's check the could this be," and start pointing the doubts, right? But I would not be an attorney general of the nation that would just come online and say, "Oh," and just give a open warning to the nation if you start up then dressing like they know how to before, investigate over that. Now, because every country has the way of doing things differently, if that's a new thing you want to introduce, I think it should be more from a secretive standpoint. For example, a young man just got a time driving baby cars, guess what's going on? He's not working, you don't have a business that could bring that money in. And I'm a security personnel and makes decision on policy. Yeah, it would be good as alcohol. Well, we're not arresting him, we're not tapping his phone because of being illegal, but let's observe because this could lead us to something. And that's something I want to say. Just a few things I want to say.
Well, before I go to Robert, it is, in this country during national security, when you go into the airport, they say, if you see something, say something, right? And that's a warning to everybody, but they have never gone specific and say, if you see Touré brother walking with backpack on him, you better call us. They don't say that. Say, when you're at airport, do not leave or do not take any package from anybody you don't know. You see something, say something. They say that's what the professional folks do. Robert, this is where we are at this point with this particular one. And listen, we have to, if you are asking us, the ordinary people, to be very cautious and patriotic, then if you are doing an investigation, you too supposed to be patriotic enough to say, I will come clean with the people so we can address this together. Robert.
Yeah, but I think that's nonsense. This is not how you fight the battle on drugs. And this is profiling, by the way. This is another form of profiling. It's almost like saying if you see a black man in a predominantly white neighborhood and it's a multi-million dollar neighborhood, you should call the police. That's not how we fight drugs. There are people in Liberia that are earnestly earning and they're doing businesses. They are allowed to drive nice cars. They are allowed to look good. And then there are people who are involved into BM and they're going out stealing money and coming back home. This is not how you fight drugs. I think it's complete nonsense, and I think we should condemn that. I'm not calling the cops because I saw someone drive a Mercedes Benz who was living in the hood a few months ago, and all of a sudden I assume that he must be involved in some sort of nefarious act. That's not. I don't think that's the job of the citizens. That's not how you fight drugs, and this have got nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. What we're talking about right now is the hovering of drug cocktails in the country by very powerful people. And I think that anything other than that, anything that does not focus on that does not address the names of those who helped or assisted with the importation of drugs in the country, then I don't want to hear it, right? I also want to say this though. I think I agreed to some extent with Sylvester when he questioned my dear brother. Alfred is my brother. He's a very smart man, and he knows his craft. But I too is a bit confused, and I think I'll probably talk to him off the record so he can expand on this. Is he also said in one of his statements, the investigators are not acting as though their actions are not consistent with folks who want to win a case. Well, obviously, this is the reason why we all have questions, right? Who are they protecting? Then go Africa is on. Who are they protecting? And so if their behavior or their deportment, if they're acting as though they don't want to win the kids, then that means that they're not interested in exposing those behind the drug kids. So my question is, if they are so quick to bring in private investigators that are skilled in particular areas, like they did with the fire thing at the Capitol, why are they hesitant to solicit outside help to really have an independent body investigate this matter? They can do that. The government of Liberia can request assistance from our partners to independently investigate. In fact, they demanded this independent investigation when they did the map up under the last administration. So my question is, I don't think I trust, whether it's the NSA or the police, I don't think I trust any of these guys. I don't think I trust any of them. I think that there are people who are protecting powerful people across the board. And so my question is, if all of these guys are compromised to some extent, if not all of them, if most of them are compromised, why is it that we can't just go and get an independent body from any part of the world that have the expertise to do it? They don't have to be white folks. They can be Liberian. You can be a part of that independent investigation. There are other professional Liberian who could go and say, listen, just pay our way to come, give us accommodation, give us transportation, and we'll do an investigation within a month or two or whatever the case is. We will do an independent investigation. Why won't they do that?
So, Robert. Hello?
I'm listening.
Yeah, so let me say that.
Hold on 1 minute. Mr. Johnson, 1 minute. Let's listen to this short clip here, and then you will follow after that.
Look at riots of community and workplaces. And start conducting lifestyle audits for their relatives, friends, acquaintances, co-workers, and questioning the source of their wealth that is enabling them to live above their incomes. Anyone with credible information that may assist the investigation is encouraged to provide such information to the appropriate security authorities.
Okay, that is.
But before Alfred come in though, let Alfred chime in on that. It's up to him.
Yeah, first of all, he said
Alfred, 1 second. The government is saying we should question people and how they attain that whatever the case is.
And that's what I was about to come to.
This very government, there are people that they're dealing with currently that they know very well that they have acquired wealth in some sort of way, and they continue to. One of the most criminal-minded Liberian in Liberian period is Stanton. They knew Stanton was selling fake degrees. They knew he had no real jobs, but they were accepting campaign funds from him.
And
they continue a relationship, a politically beneficial relationship with him. So how the hell this government can't tell us to talk to our friends and question where they got the money from? What about the people? One of the criminals that was arrested recently in Japan, he was a buddy of the Unity Party. He was arrested. Did they question where he got his money from? So how the hell they come and tell us to question people when they know very well that the people that are dealing with that they know don't have real jobs, never have real jobs, and they're involved in some scam, and they accept them. But they want ordinary people to question other people who drive a nice car. Are they crazy? But go ahead.
So like, you remember when I said the way people say things in Liberia can get them jammed up? That's the problem right there. It's one thing to see something, say something. If you see something, you suspect something, you go to the relevant law enforcement authority, because the law enforcement body is clothed with the investigative responsibility. You cannot ask one citizen to go to another citizen to infringe on their constitutional rights. So let's assume that citizen you're telling them, if you tell Robert, and Robert, if you say that thing, Robert sees somebody in Sony when that person bring a Bentley. That person doesn't have the person brings a Bentley. Robert start going to get the person. Robert uncovered. will not be admitted because you probably more likely than not in violation of a person's constitutional right. Also, you are putting citizens in danger by telling them to confront or ask other citizens about the source of their wealth. You are putting people in danger. That is unsafe. So this is what I'm saying. It's one thing to say, see something, say something. This is a hotline. When you see something, suspect something, call the hotline, give us this tip, and we will take it from there. But don't ask citizens to go individually to be able to talk to their friend and demand whether to know the source of their wealth. That is unsafe. That is in violation of the Constitution, and that is almost a dereliction of duty as a law enforcement body. Now, to go to Robert's question, as it relates to proper investigation, we know that we saw the fire investigators came for the incident. Obviously, they came with an agenda and they provided an explanation consistent with government narrative. So my perspective is this: there is no indication that they are inclined to invite independent investigators to do this. So if they're not inclined to invite independent investigators, this thing has to be an investigative state. So amongst the three agencies, LDA, LMP, and NSA, who has better credibility in dealing with this than the other? We know NSA is the one that has been going on consistent investigation, like the brother said. NSA is the one that did all of these things, and then they call LMP in the 11th hour because they didn't want any sort of exposure. They call LMP in the 11th hour, LMP PL like, oh, they didn't want all these things, but NSA was the one that did all the groundwork. So NSA, almost every major lead, the situation with Johnny Dean, that NSA uncovered it because NSA was tracking this girl. And this girl ended up at Johnny Dean, and they got the girl, and the girl said this, and that's how they got Johnny Dean. So NSA has been put in the work compared to other agencies. So my point here is, if the government refuses, from all indication, there is no indication that, from all indication, it does not appear like they are going to invite foreign investigators. So if that's the case, who do we have amongst the three that you think has any form of credibility to conduct a fairly impartial investigation and bring some sort of closure to the Liberian people? In my view, is the NSA. So that's what I'm saying. The NSA is the body better suited to be able to investigate a situation outside of any international independent investigative body.
Yeah, but the government cannot cherry pick on serious matter, because if we do know for a fact that if this government was in the opposition, they will be demanding an independent investigation like they did with the so-called billions of Liberian dollars that got missing. Because regardless of the founding of that, they won't believe it, right? They won't believe it if it was done by a Liberian or by the government that they don't trust. So the fact that they're not open to invite, they've asked for international help, but the fact that they're not open to invite an independent body to investigate this drug issue and put out its findings is indicative from our perspective that they're hiding something and that they're still trying to protect individuals within. Listen, people can question the kids of the president. I'm not sure what kind of job they're doing, but we know since Joseph Boakai became president, they're looking very good. They're driving cars that they didn't drive before. They're living a lifestyle that they didn't live before, and I think these perks comes with the presidency. But one would question, who will go and ask his son, they're grown men, what are they doing for a living, and how do they earn their money? So and again, if we're going to be asking these questions, I think we can be selective about it, because we don't.
Robert, we don't have to be selective about it.
Should we ask the president's sons how they can afford the nice glasses, the nice cars, and the lifestyle they can afford right now if they're not working?
Mr. Johnson, right? Mr. Johnson, 1 minute. Mr. Toure and I have been here forever. Mr. Toure, I know you want to go. Come on, let Toure close now. He better longest. Toure, go ahead with your closing. You are muted.
I'll get him on people up to one of the cross.
Okay,
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, Mr. Gamer, look, let me tell you, this government, in closing, look, when you have a major investigation that affects the nation, you can't be holding information. They don't even have press conferences. You all know. If Mr. Johnson, the minute you get any kind of case, you're briefing the press about that case until that case go to court. But it's
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, we keep and guess what happening now? People were in a system who not happy. They don't want to leaking, and it's good that we're modern technology. We're in a modern age now where technology have advanced. People will give information and they want you to say it. And mind you, you won't believe it. The people that watch these shows, that for instance, the Attorney General, he watched this show because they don't let them fool you. They want to make sure that they're hearing all these platforms to hear what people are saying. They watch it and they tell you that, well, these guys don't already know the information. So it better send the whole information, you spell it out. When they give information, you say it out. Let them counter it. Okay? The same day they challenged my friend Rodney. Rodney told them say there was a big cartel somewhere, and what happened? So they didn't disprove it, they didn't debunk it. But if they continue to hold this information, people will give it to us. Don't be surprised. You on a platform now. Somebody will call you, will start calling and say, look, this information, and they want you to come and say, let the government. Do you think had the party platform not me talking? You think Julio Barra would have given a long statement today? He said to me, he said he had no choice but to break his silence. He said, I had to get that statement. I let this statement. He told me today, he said, I had to get that statement because of all what's been happening. But if you don't say these things, people will hold it. Okay, one thing we'll not do. If anybody is planning to somebody to come and bring destruction to our country, yeah, we know. We're come on, we'll not let it happen. We'll protect it. But when it comes to the state of the Liberian people and people are holding information, no, let them. And mind you, when you're on the platform, they're texting you. Somebody tell you, say, oh no, they're not true. They're texting you. Okay? We can't call in the people there. You'll be surprised. The people that text us here, the people who are top people that text us involved in investigation, but they tell you, say, Jackie, when you hear some people go off phone, on call, that people here, you will get information to them from people in there, government way, he'll get offset, get information, and you bring it. And how you do it? So that the government people know that we are aware, the public is aware. And now let them come on and find out and tell you, say, whatever you hear the fun. These drugs came through the sea, not through the airport. It came through sea. And they say our boss brought it, and the guy said, "Oh, he the one who been doing the whole infiltration." We gotta say this thing because we can't hold them. They don't have press conference. They go to MICAT and just sit down there and talk. And they ask the question what they want to hear. They had to go in their own show club. We know that they had to go there. So and they won't come forward. They'll be hiding. So the people get information. So let me. And also, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And Toure, I think you bring some good vibe to the show. Keep coming. And Mr. Johnson, thank you for always coming to us too. And maybe by the time the dean of the cabinet was so grant you permission in the chat room, I don't know yet. You're reviewing it yet.
But let me make a point, right? You know, as Tomani was speaking, a couple of things came to mind. Robert, if you guys noted the charges that have been placed forward, this is how you know the government needs the necessary assistance, but they're not asking for it. This drugs investigation is complicated because it is not just about the criminal aspect in terms of smuggling, possession, and all these things. It's also the financial aspect. If you look at all the charges that have been coming forward, all criminal, it had nothing to do with the financing, the money laundering aspect of it, the fact that people building these big houses and things like that, because they don't have the depth, the width, the investigative resources and things to be able to come up with charges. So everything is criminal. So why am I saying this? Because if you refuse to follow the money, you will only stop at the point where the physical drugs, you're not going to follow the proceeds from the drugs. You're not going to follow the other aspect of the drug, the money laundering, the way the money is going. Those things are not going to be followed if you refuse to follow the proceeds of the drugs. And the only way you can do that, you need the resources there. Because Robert was talking about people buying flashy cars. You're doing this one. If I come to you and say, Robert, there's a big house, Liberian government, can you investigate how Robert got that house? You don't have the resources. You don't have the ability to do that. So those are things that we have to consider. And those are things that I've been thinking about, that they are just charging you for the drugs. When it comes to money laundering aspect, nobody is being charged, nothing like that. We hope people can be charged. But the one last thing, When it comes to the guy at the airport, it is baffling that up to now they don't have, according to the investigator, but according to people I've spoken with, they don't have enough evidence here, quote unquote, to charge him. It is baffling. It is baffling how you don't have enough evidence to charge the guy when he's named in an indictment as somebody who is connected to these people. So again, those are things we have to look at. Those are things that raise concern. And if you're not providing information to the public, it creates a vacuum and misinformation and disinformation gets there. And as Tomani said, if you are not providing information and other people in the investigation feel like you're covering for people, they will funnel that information to you. So if you want the country to be safe, it is your responsibility to update the public and provide the public the necessary information. If you cannot, other people will provide that information. And if the country disintegrates, you cannot blame those people, but blame yourself for the refusal to inform the public in a timely and efficient manner.
Yeah, and one 30 seconds. Okay, I want to know the irony in this, right? When they found the 100 million cocaine bust, okay, 200,000 was found, right? But they still 100 million, they found 7,000. So it makes
there is no drug price. I have, before I come on air, before I engage this conversation, every people involved in narcotics tell you there are three things: guns, drugs, and money. And the amount of drugs in there cannot be, you have to understand, to facilitate the movement of that amount of drugs, you need cash. So you want to tell me that people only have 17,000, they took out 10,000 to get to Johnny Bay and they get another 7,000? That'd be realistic, man.
No, but that is obvious in terms of the psychology of those guys that move the drugs. You expect, even at the time when the $100 million situation came about, reliably informed that the 200,000 we administration security folks said the cut with those guys said were far more than that. It was far, far more than that. I'm told those guys were caught with the amount of almost $2.9 million in cash. Wow. And I've spent time researching on cartels and watching some espionage movie to get, because sometimes you get those things. If even you study the security science, you need to do some of those things to get the practical understanding of how the guys, the psychology of them, the psyche. Nobody, even in terms of the very that's exposed on is that the CIA operative, CIA operative that they arrested the last time that you're all on the news in his home in Virginia, they found almost how many $1 million and expensive watches. Those were money meant for operations. He took it and diverted it, took it to his home.
Yep.
Imagine people in the CIA, they would give those operation guys sometimes millions of dollars to travel with their person to
not on credit card, but physical cash.
Physical cash. Yes. They do that because this country want to get some major information. Sometimes they will look at people like me and get you roll that watch that was 300,000 say for you. You'll be shocked. The country want information. So the guys that are punching those jobs, they know very well. Listen, and Johnson, Alfred something that's very critical and profound here. The man is moving almost $500 million. Who would be stupid to be carrying $500 million? That's going to make him more richer. Then he go carry 7,000 out there. Nowhere you ever think about those things.
It's not possible.
Even if the country is poor, the guys that can go for anything, the least money will be operating with what will be in the million, couple of $1 million.
So
because
it's either that the person
they can read the psychology of the country.
Man,
It just makes sense, man. In one security science study you do they call it the evaluative concept of psyche of individuals. You look at a society. Like the brother was saying, the folks are not how to deal with the way you would deal with cartel in some major European country. If you try to do that amount of jobs, then you need to have, if that $500 million, you need to have close to $200 million to be you in the case, because this guy will go for big thing. But Lebrage, you have a couple of it. So say $7,000.
You learn something here.
If that thing was going to be president in Nigeria, yes, if that thing was going to be president in Nigeria or some rough country that I know, there were going to be gunfire at that time because the minute all social media going live. 400 million that you going live? Trust me, the minute will come with gun somewhere.
So let me just make my last point so I can get up here. I agree with you on all of the point when it comes to the money aspect. There is no way So they said in the indictment, they said one person escaped. So there is a
Yes.
possibility that one person probably got a tip early
He
and
carried him out. Yeah.
he carried all the money. But again, not just that, right? Look at the bag. When you look at the picture, look at the bag. The bag is too big for only 7,000, and the money is. Come on, man. Let's be realistic here, man. Anyway. Let me not think you have a professional.
The men are even say escape. Let me be very frank. You know, we may not know that, right? It will be a difficulty. We'll not come and say it's a commentary after the march. I will say here, and I will not say it definitively for the escape. I will say I'm convinced in my inner circle. I mean, in my inner mind, rather, that the Liberian National Police and the arresting officers may have allegedly taken 99.999% of the money in that bag.
Of course.
The last time was reported, the last case, the Liberian National Police got the tune of 217,000 from some criminals. They reported an amount of 17,000. Where is the Liberian security apparatus? They not only compromised, but they have heavily diluted. Right, so that's a serious problem. The last guy, okay, look at the guy that was coming the last time from the Guinea-Sierra border. That they called out a job. They said the man was bringing 100,000. You saw that food, guy?
Yeah.
They said they called it 100,000. They used the proper, no, 100,000 or 1 million. 1 million, right?
1 million, yeah, 1 million.
1 million.
Yeah,
Sorry,
1 million. 1 million.
1 million. Sorry, $1 million US dollar money. They saw the main cash. They kind of judge the not carry. But the real information now is the same people that behind the drugs. That's some of the money, man. That guy said he was reportedly carrying more than $2.9 million.
And here is the interesting part about that. You know that guy works, from what I've gathered, the guy works for one of the bureau. He works in the bureau that was raided.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. The bureau that, yes. From what I gathered, but again, you know, it's not fair to speculate and things like that. But all I'm going to tell LMP is I have difficulty believing that drug dealer will have $500 million worth of cocaine in there and have only 7,000 to facilitate movement of that cocaine. With that said,
and quickly, Mr. Gaiman, the Liberian government have had terrible repetitions in recent history. Now, I'll be fair. I was praising earlier, but I will come and say some things again. The Liberian government have had terrible repetitions in terms of the recent history. Now, the last time when the Nigerian guy came in the country, allegedly with the drugs and get money, you can remember, I think there's a guy, one of the I reported a guy came in the body with he put on his physical body, strapped the money on his body, $500,000 a Nigerian guy. Yeah. He was reported to have negation to the drug scene too. At the time, I think the late Representative Tana Podi with a broken English even said the then Justice Minister Philip Bank was the Minister of Justice then. They took that money, they arrested the guy, and the government took that money. They said they used that money to fight Ahmed Warren Akin at the time. Oh, that was a terrible thing to do. The government always been known.
They said the Nigerian money.
Yeah, you can remember Tana Podi said, "No, you're taking money." When they called him, the paper brought debate in the house that day. It was a serious thing. Yeah. Why would you confiscate money from somebody after in the security center you work in? The government go take the money, use the money. Why would you do that? So there's history. And it's bad. So the guys in operation, when they go see the kind of thing, trust me, they may not go see there's raiding of big cash in our country every day. Oh, yeah. That's why the guys in the security apparatus, and it's part of the reason why they are staying there. When they get a baby money, they go to top people that are protecting them to get a position. This person will be half for another minute. But listen, I would never be, if I went to sleep and dream, anybody come to me, my grandmother will come to me and say, my son, the people in your police, they're taking out of money, but you don't know. Listen, it is clear that operations, my brother, even will go for operation, they will get over money. What the last time, 270,000, they reported 17,000. Even this amount, they report this. It's that has to change in the security apparatus. We know in the security apparatus.
Yeah, my people are telling me, say when the police arrest them, so now you say they always be two. The one I'm talking to you, the other one coming to the passenger side, opening the glass compartment. First, they're taking it from there quick. So they have it all what? So is it the rest of them? The
police, last time when I was driving, one of them just parked my car. One of them knew, but he wanted I really want to win. He just went out, he motorbike, he said, he beat me in the bus right here. He parked. I want your lesson. You didn't park. Oh no, you didn't pass. And I said, not looking at him. When I looked, the other one on the car there, who in my car door from the other side to enter the car.
Yeah.
So I took my pepper spray. I wanted to, then he left for there. And I put my glass, I wanted to spray him. That's why it's gonna be right. I wanted to spray him for evading my private. Why you want to enter my car? Oh man, I said, don't do that. No nonsense. You do that, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, then he started the other one thing. Oh, minister. I said, no, I'm not minister. I'm minister talking yet. You guys don't just, oh, you can't enter. Why if I said that you enter my car when I had $100,000 there lost? What you do? What you gonna do? So we want to know who in the dark car. I said, no, you don't have to do that. So the security forces in the country, it doesn't augur well for the country to have these things the minute. But again, they've got to say they are underpaid. It does not mean that you do these things. You have to have people with integrity. And we have to underscore these things. People with integrity. But the problem there is a lot of operations are on full. So now you see so many going. A lot of D happen. Every country do things.
I was talking to somebody today from Ralphie. The person said, they are not putting on payroll yet. I said, working, say 5-6 days a week. I said, they're still getting paid. But I said, why you keep going there for? I said, how much do you pay to go to the work? $1,200 $1,200 to go and come. Then I said, so why you keep on going getting paid? He said, because I won't get our chopping from.
Oh yeah, and listen, I know for a fact that in the National Police, the higher officers that are from Central, they're going to deploy the code. You know, the country. I mean, it will take time for the country to change you. Let's say you want to be Zone 5 commander or CO. They got people that are pushing there, right? The chief of depots and other things. But how many make that thing? The make guy on that summit every weekend. This zone reporting 100,000 every night, or this amount. If you don't do it, Tampa more than this, now you don't report. You don't go on our operation. So even to be EO there, to be CO or this and that, so it's a problem. So it's not based on merit. It's based on what you give, and so the men are in Central that are responsible for zones and depots that assign all the people to major beats, major operation area. That man too, with 5 B men in Central have assigned, he got a report.
Hey, Brian, the whole country are flat. Even the journalists now, they're really getting paid.
So Liberia problem, I heard somebody talking about, it's about how much they're getting paid or whatever it is. So when I came to the US, my job, I was working, most of my job was construction job, doing electrical work, to where I'm a good, electrician. I can fix anything in a home in this country. And I can do some also commercial stuff, but that was my hustle. And later on, I went to law enforcement. My first law enforcement job I had was I worked in that Delaware County Jail in Pennsylvania, as a detention officer. And I left from there. I got a job to be a deputy in North Dakota.
But George W. Hill?
Yeah, I was at George W. Hill.
Okay.
So the money I was making, like maybe $50,000 $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
Right? But you don't use the money the reason why people can make $50,000 a year, and even in the country like this, the reason people make $50,000 a year and still on a good percentage still be ethical is because there's repercussion if you do something stupid.
Yes.
Right? So yes, incentivizing people for what they do is great. That's true. However, we work at a job like law enforcement, teachers, medical, you need a nursing field, whatever it is. It's no longer only about the money. It's about service, the integrity, and stuff like that. The passion, right? So yes, okay, we excuse. Oh, they don't pay them well, but there's not any amount of money you can pay. So I would say we should pay every librarian, a police officer, their woman every month.
No,
drugs that come into that country.
On a serious note, you look at our national budget. On a serious note, there should be no reason why civil service should make less than $500 in our country.
That's true.
The people that are trying to be ethical, they try to help us, but we can't be doing this thing, kill ourselves, and the people at the top there getting the bung of it, and then people can compromise.
And yes, and I have this conversation with boy in everything like Liberia. The reason why Liberia is like this, right? And I'm writing a book by the grace of God. Hopefully, I can get done soon. I don't know. I don't know, right? But I've been there for years. I've read a couple of pages. I leave it, right? But I was given 15 steps Liberia as a nation can take if they want to be successful.
and I did an assumption of what we were, who we are now, and what we are going to be depending on which direction we take now. The people of Liberia, so those are in our age and even your age, right? When you just started seeing yourself as speaking in the community, you know, growing, seeing your mom and papa coming home, you're not even a good teenager, right? They walk in. You may have fled the war or they didn't run, right? You stay there. So the war destroyed your future. It destroyed your childhood. You didn't get to see nothing when you came back. When there was a sense of some kind of stability that came back with, maybe for example, some people that mom rent different play, power different play. Most Liberians in our age at the time, not your age, not maybe 17, 20 years at the time, they became self-read. So they were not taking all of nobody again. They're not like no discipline no more. The key educated people that are supposed to be there to really force this in whatever it is, most of them died in the war. And may okay, a teacher because man became bad grade, you know. So all the things destroy our fabric, right? Now, young men who were victim of the war never had no structure, never had no discipline, never had nothing. Got to know themselves in their late 30s, late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s, early 40s. The same people you can't be seeing on bring to be lawmakers. Look at your lawmaker right now. Most of them either they were picking during the war, or they were youth, but did I enjoy the youth, the war came. So you have war-affected people who grew up for 13 or 14 years with no structure, or were not structured. Now they're in key position now to govern a country that vast majority of people themselves are not structured. So the young people who are in school now doing certain things at that age who were learning structure, they miss out on that. They got that bravery through gun the hell, power the hell. So now accountability went through the window because they're not working for nothing again. They have power the gun. So just like put that you got empower them.
Right? Exactly. But you know what you're saying is true. And that's why I say when certain people you see in position of respect and you start to misbehave in the position, I don't blame them. I blame society because society failed to rehabilitate them, right, and they were not de-traumatized. So some of them just, why you think some of us, I don't care how much of a woman will insult me on Facebook or insult me. I will not insult her back.
Right.
Because my upbringing is different. Right. Okay. But the ones you see some guys, they didn't care. They'll be going word from word. Even some people write on their pages. Like for instance, where recently that thing happened with this, what happened recently. I will criticize you like with Mera Famula. I criticize what she said. I criticize her comments. But I'm not going to go to the extent to insult her.
No, you should not.
Yeah, I will not do that. You see,
right.
I'm different. I was brought up differently. You see,
but again, right, Mr. Judge, that's right. So that's the right. So the guys now they're in power. So my recommendation in my book at the end of the day is number one. There are a couple of things we can do, right? Like my prediction is Liberia will never be anywhere right now until, like Meta said, she made my point in my book, to be honest, right? She said this breed of ours have to wipe away. Maybe the young ones who did not experience the war might be the one to make the change that we want to see, but it's contingent upon there's some of us, the few of us who, for lack of better word, quote unquote, who still have some sense of reasoning, are the ones that will usher these young people in there. But if we don't lay the foundation for them to take over, Liberia will be a dead state in the next 20, 30 years. Because there's no clear evidence that shows that Liberia is going on the right path.
I don't share that perspective.
That's true. That's true. That's true. You're right. But my point is this.
Why you will not share it, PV?
I don't share that perspective. We're not a dead state.
For the last 20 years, right? Yes. You are being governed by two parties, right? Why
has changed?
Why are you talking about a third party now? Because why?
From that perspective, you're right. These two parties carry the country nowhere.
Okay. So
it's about time that we initiate the conversation, change the mindset about the country in terms of what is basically unfolding. These two parties have not carried the country nowhere.
Transformed. Right. They had a brutal civil war. They have transformed. Over the 1993, that's to transform.
I wouldn't necessarily compare Rwanda war to Liberia war, right?
The one that's it.
So no, We wanna have a travel war. Always that man go man for that's what full man fighting. Right?
But
Right? No. I get it.
It was a travel
We
war.
have both travel, and then our war just didn't just destroy tribal sentiments. It destroyed the fabric, the backbone of Liberia.
But it's still what we want that.
No. There were institutions that were still in place. When the peace came, when the whole peace came, there were certain group of people that could come and could mitigate between the two tribes and set certain framework in place. Liberia would destroy our educators.
Because Liberia will fail Rwanda.
And our war lasted for long.
But AB, how Liberia
that long, that's 7 years.
The TRC, right? The TRC just like TRC screw up again, right? TRC was a remedy to help our country. So look, you're trying to bring peace and reconciliation, but guess what?
That is a good segue. That's a big segue.
Tell Ellen say you want city president to tell us say
right
for 30 years.
That is a good segue, Robinson, right? Liberia, we are used to copy and paste. Just because America is functioning this way does not mean that the same thing America doing to functions of society will do the same, because we don't understand the why. Until Liberia come back and sit on the table and understand its society and look at, you know what, we Liberians, this happened like this because of this, let's do it like this and start doing copy and paste because in Botswana they did it, so we can do it here. We're not gonna go nowhere because why? These people case in most time it was studied, there were facts, there was science to it that directly correlated to their realities.
But our country, since we had a war, we have failed to reconcile. When will we have a peace? Because
Liberia does not want a tribal reconciliation.
Because you guys, some people want retributive justice.
Oh yes, what's happening? Judge. Our respectfully disrespect. I mean,
and say, what do you want, restorative justice or retributive justice?
Liberia reconciliation is now war, civil war, reparation, reconciliation. Our reconciliation in Liberia, we don't have no reconciliation problem. The only problem we have in that country, we don't have jobs.
Oh, then what?
We don't have jobs.
Today we divided still?
Huh?
Today Liberia is more divided.
Let me tell you something. The young Liberians who are doing their own business, got their own things going on. They don't got time for politics. So they don't know who the vice president is.
I agree with that.
Okay. So when you keep the man mind basic, he's not thinking about politics. He's not thinking about it until the government, and any government or government, make creating job a priority, both from about the government sector, the private sector, making that a priority. We can have at least 62%. 62% of the, what's that?
Prince Johnson.
Is that Bogart?
Prince Johnson praying for Koga.
Oh, Koga.
Right. Many other people in the prosecuting that Koga is talking about peace. So the Koga is moving them in the firing.
Right. So until Liberia government can prioritize job in that country, right? We don't have a reconciliation problem. We don't. We just don't have job.
But in order to reach that point, you need the right government.
Huh?
You need the right government to do it.
And that's why I told my brother Pee-wee, and people don't agree, because we don't have a blueprint of what real government look like. We might continue the same struggle for the next 12 years, 20 years. That means the young guys will take. We're not going to go nowhere.
I'm very divided because right now, honestly, right now, if the country, look, I would have thought the president had the opportunity to bring the country together, call for a reconciliation conference. Look, the war, the election ended, the reconcile come together, but instead, what happening?
The reconciliation conference, the only person that can do a true reconciliation in that country is the president, and mean it. If I was president of Liberia today, I will make sure I'm key on this, that people that are in power or working in any government agency, whatever it is, they should be there. You should, first of all, every government institution should have a department that train everybody that works there, right? The ones that are not qualified have a interim policy where they come and learn and be qualified for tomorrow for that same position in that agency or anywhere else. Train people, they learn, and make sure that you're not giving people jobs because they voted for you. And that's what happened in that country. That's why in Liberia, I said, oh, when y'all were there, what you did? If you had a person that said, listen, this nonsense has got to stop. This is Liberia, is now nobody. We here now. I'm not president of Unity Party. I'm not president of CDC or CMC. I'm the president of Liberian people, and we'll give people jobs based on qualification and set a system, and we stop.
The men who are going to do it, but you condemn it, you attack the men tonight.
Who the man?
when Taylor had Vision 2024 conference, national conference for Liberia, 2024 conference.
No, Taylor, no. I would not use Taylor. No, I would not. I would.
He said above all else, the people. He said above all else, the people that
Taylor
matter.
is a true contradiction to whatever he said. Taylor didn't destroy. Taylor and President Salih did the legs of everybody. Destroyed that country.
How?
They destroyed that country. Liberia. If we had dialogue, we would have been a better place today than fighting war. That war destroyed us. I'm a victim, like many young Liberians. I'm a victim of that war. I don't endorse. I don't see them. I don't anything that has to do with that war in Liberia. I hate that person with passion.
Wow.
I hate them with passion. President Sodi cannot stay and tell me nothing. Oh, young people, you need to learn. You destroy our chances of learning. They were not going to open NGO in Liberia when he came to Liberia with war. He didn't come to open NGO. He knew what he was coming for. Because
so then what you say with the people that have problem with the coup?
With coup.
And 80.
Everybody that brought violence in that country.
It was justified?
The what?
The coup of 98 was justified?
Everybody that brought violence in that country.
Towards on the track to take that brother to higher heights. Towards
exactly my point.
Yeah, but then,
everybody.
So and then when it comes to prior to the war, our national anthem was factionalized. You saw it. Oh, and let me frank.
When it came to where?
Prior to the war, what led to the war?
Okay, because the so crown for the military.
The country became factionalized.
Exactly. So that could have changed to civil dialogue, right? Who could have changed that to civil dialogue like this? I come here today, I sound crazy on the two today. Robert or people will cause me out today, but we agree to disagree on certain points, right? But now, if I, for example, on a live Robert or Pee-wee right now, have I solved any problem? No. I just created a lot of animosity. Oh, you're not doing that. Not doing my papa. You're not doing my brother. Then it stands. So that war destroyed that country. Like my brother P were trying to beautify President Sodi today. President's not a hero. He's not.
P was speaking for the term when she told Liberia from under the dojo of despair. Liberia was almost like a failed state.
I'm a scientist. I deal with the root cause of sicknesses. I don't deal with it. President Sodi is part of the root cause of this.
I'm not a fan of her, right? But for one, like what she meant Liberia, because we have forgotten. What we have forgotten.
Who made it to forget us? Who?
Listen. You may like her or so, my brother. But listen, I say you may like her or not. The way the country and you know, I had fair appreciation. I don't know when you came to the US, right? And so they say if you into it, you say it. We went into the different sort of struggle. Even before the elections, I came back across the country and I saw how broken the system in the country.
Who broke it?
That lead the issue of civil war. There were a lot of that. Listen, you see the problem here can be seen who did with it. Every Liberia endorsed the civil crisis, the civil war. Every Liberia endorsed the civil war.
That's not true. That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. That is not true.
Every Liberian was
calm down. It was what they
do you when Liberian started protesting, Moke can't die, this all the kind of thing. You think what happened when Liberian started saying we're sorry when the issue about the marginalization, when the people from Nimba County all agreed that 89 to 95% of the Special Forces Commando came from Nimba, and on the other side, people came. Yes, well, unfolded. When the war came first and foremost, Chancellor, then when it started the whole thing, we're not Taylor alone. There were people from all sectors of the Liberian community, if you will. Now, when the Biden endorsed it, they said we'll use our area. First and foremost, they saw the loophole. They knew that the Samuel government did some things with Oferboye and the rest of them when nothing happened. So the Cote d'Ivoire government said, we'll get you the room to come and pass. What unfolded? When the war came, they started growing again because at the time they said the Crown were attacking the Geo people. When it came, the Geo and Manopo said the Mandingo coincided with the Crown people to do it. They started targeting the Mandingo people. The Mandingo people formed their own war to call the Unimo K. Then the Crown people came, they called Unimo J. They brought LPC. The Lufa Defense Force 14 came. The other side too came. The other side came. Then you had the political side that was supporting people for all sectors of our country. Everybody. So these guys said they broke the war. Leave that debate. That debate does not make no sense.
If debate makes sense, no. The debate makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
The problem, therefore, now here is that after the war, you needed someone with very extraordinary connections and international rapprochement to reconnect the country, and that you had no other person that were well suited to have done that, but the Harvard-trained economist, right? So Ellen Johnson study fit into that categorization.
And it's
So
sad.
I see people will be moved with the Ellen DeRichman syndrome, believing that she's this or that.
No, you know,
Ellen was the best ever.
The Robert said today, right?
Sylvester.
Ellen was the darling of the West.
Exactly.
So
That's
it's
true.
not
And that one we needed her.
So you know, you sound like
It was during Ellen time that our deaths were canceled. Most of our deaths were canceled, right? And then they had a donor conference for like, bro, to raise money. And
that was blood money, man. That's blood money.
Country, right?
What you call international community say blood money?
That's blood money, man. They support the money. Can't say war in the country. We can't report. They can't drop money. That man. Let me tell you something. That blood money, bro.
The blood money.
But I'm telling you, support that. My man, working justice in this country for years, man. You know, I mean, to get out of jail. Even the judge, the only hill that was built ever, like nothing woo-woo, like LeBron man would say. You know, I mean, to get out of that place as old-fashioned as it is designed. People are not talking about a jail, a librarian man who just came to school in this country, you know, and saying going to break jail out of Massachusetts, and you want to sit there and believe it? Did I say admitted that the CIA told him out?
The president, the way back president, even the judge that we thought the old building, I'm told it was built in the early 80s, and the new one came about now. But the other one that I think they just got it for movie shooting, that they are not using that. But beyond that, prison are structured in this place for folks to escape from prison, but yet and stay. Don't even go there to say that. You saw the Philadelphia. Listen to the one. You saw. No.
Oh, did
you saw 2000.
Did I escape?
Huh?
Did I escape?
Did
I escape?
You know he's sunny. You know he's sunny. Eh? You know he's sunny. Please don't take offense to it, right? Don't take offense to the people, right? You know he's sunny. You send a woman who is used to domestic violence, husband beat her, and he said, "Oh, you know, but he can take care of me." That's how you sound a person. Sir.
No,
that's how you sounding, man.
But I come in. AB. Let's come to this now. You saw the guy in 2022. The guy that escaped from a massive prison in Pennsylvania that crawled on the wall and came and left.
Oh yeah.
You saw that?
Well, in which year?
But he was assisted.
2022.
Assisted by somebody.
There's no success. No, that's not true.
It's not true. But
there's no successful jailbreak.
The guy on the wall. They up.
Or females.
Yes, a lady. She'll have an affair with him. She'll have an affair with him.
No.
Yes.
No, okay. How many layers you work? You work in a prison before.
Okay.
I want to believe too many did before. I did also. I don't be very frank here, right? Okay. So the layout in the way the prisons are structured, and I agree the layout.
Depending which person you at,
it will always come from lapses from the security code. Sometimes for instance, will happen because let's agree before you come to the Saturday code, I don't want to name all the areas, right? For some reason, I don't want to go be mean.
I didn't got that.
Even when you come to the must before you leave all those places, right? From this to this, the must come to the center, all those places, it is difficult. I have seen the last time when I work in the prison and I sit and see, I said the reason why the people construct the area, those that are constructing those prison area, they are juniors. Because the master plan is to just for anybody to escape from prison in the kind of town, they have to be aided to do that.
But when they do,
Tatum may have escaped, he was aided.
Of course.
He said the kid took out the car outside the jail. There was a car with two guys in the car. They drove to Canada. He said it.
Yeah, well, he said it. Yeah, he drove it.
He said it. So
but the guy, but look what they got. The guy that did that thing that day in Pennsylvania, for that man on him. They made the guy that master guy. The man crawl.
Yeah, assistant. But whenever you do lockdown in the prison, right? When you do a general master charge, they find contraband. I didn't enter the prison.
Right.
Officers.
Okay.
What's the officers?
Officers always be. Even when I was working with the prison, the very place you talked about, there all the time when there's a buzz of bringing in contraband in, it will be done by officers. You see officers taking contraband in, illegal contraband. Let me put it that way because they got some illegal contraband.
No, once it's legal, not contraband no more. So once it's contraband, understand. Once it's legal, not contraband no more.
Okay. The son would have to put it in the category anyway.
Right.
So you understand that one other time one of the maintenance guy, they caught him. Listen, you know, the guys and our poking says prisoners are very manipulative.
Officer, right?
Hey,
she got pregnant. I'm on the front out how she got pregnant, right in the prison.
Oh yeah, but that's clear.
We're in the prison. So
we can just say, oh, you know, we are seeing officers.
I lost my tooth today due to complicity in the prison.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah. So at the end of the day, it is like that. But let me just close before let me just close, right? Because of
our female officer can get pregnant for prisoner. Or...
Let me close, right? I would say this. I would say thanks to everybody.
The thing when you go in, I saw me, you are coming, you're close. That's that came, man, right?
You said,
imagine you're in that kind of areas of. Oh, that'd be brave, man.
So, Georgie, your man, people accused me of EDS, early derangement syndrome, right? But let me say this to you, right? I will say this to you, my brother. You need a serious specialist to rehabilitate you from the mindset that Ellen Johnson was ever good for Liberia.
No, she was actually.
She was
I don't need no rehabilitation.
No, you do. You need somebody. No. But people, let me tell you something.
If you caught 10%, listen.
Show me how many persons were indicted by the LCC and GRC recommendation. You started at LCC that gave them no power to indict. I mean to prosecute, right? It was a toothless bulldog. You started at GSC that you disagree with the man because man get very professional advice. You say, hey, this is what's going on there. You just do it. You the man fell apart, right? Show me 1 million persons that are in jail right now from study time to now that you can say, oh yeah, they stole government money. They went through the process. This is it in jail. Show me one person. I'll wait.
None.
How many corruption cases have came up since then? The people that got Gafwan, right? And he came up in some mismanagement of some funds, right? President Salif came up and said, I can put my neck on Tommy Bull.
But it was proving that he didn't take the phone person.
No. If I'm the president and I appoint people, I will say
you gotta do my mistake, my brother.
No, that's not a mistake.
I mean, yeah.
It's irritation, it's partiality.
Her statement was not appropriate, but it doesn't mean it was wrong.
Credit, though.
No. I got no credit. I got no credit for the men the men and women that destroy our country. You know, one person I used to like, I will not call her name until one time Yakoba said something. She goes, "Oh, you got to talk about I got boys. I will get boys here," and her husband was tied to the destruction of Liberia. I don't respect people like that. Now I still like her. Because I can now wholly and solely blame her for her husband's crime, right? I still like her, but I felt her statement at that time was irresponsible, right? Madam ex-vice president, right? But I still like her in the way as a mother. She looked okay as a nice person, whatever it is, right? But I'm saying this to say, I would not give an excuse. I will not endorse anything of anybody who, one way or the other, knowingly. President Taylor was used as a scapegoat because America believed in the labor in fury. Go to the man, they put a child in the old man, a criminal. Ever I want to do it, man, a sense of friend, I want to do it, you know more, right? So they believe that. So they don't want to take water Liberia, destroy those lives, pre-election. It would be an easier way for President Salif to go into power. When it came because of fear, like my brother Robert said, other people, President Taylor became the president, so they retaliated against him. The baby dragged on the group, they knew they're normal. They retaliated against him, and brother, another what I lasted. So when you're saying that brother had 7 year war, no, 14 years, I counted because that piece was relative, right? So because they couldn't get away, they sinned against him. Then the lady they wanted now became, she did not just become president, she was a symbol of the feminist movement, first female president in Africa. You know, dollars started coming, she winning awards here and there, stuff like that. President Salif was internationally popular, domestically unfavored. And the records are there. There's no way why we sit here.
I should elect her twice now.
Huh?
If you're domestically on favor, I should elect her twice.
I'm not going to say that. It would be undemocratic to think our election result was robbed, was taken away, right? So I'm not going to say what it is. I know that about. I will not there, right? I will give it to her with that. gave to the system that will put her there, right? We're not Trump to say the Union of the region. So we'll give her that one, right? But at the end of the day, President Sirleaf's name should not come out in nothing in this country. So giving it a big of a hope that it did something good for this country. They destroy every fiber of this country. Our young people are on drugs. You go, let me say, go other countries like Nigeria, you get meeting 14 I mean, you meeting 25-year-old, they're doing PhD, they got master's degree. Like, bro, 25-year-old still in high school. I got out of high school at a very late age. I'm here doing master's, don't go do PhD. You know, I got out of high school. Do you know what it was? Do you know what put us through? I was 3 years when the war came for crying out loud. I lived through all that war, everything. My child was taken out from me. I was stolen from me by President Sirleaf and the Lakers order. Like many young Liberians, some of my friends were killed. And you feel like bro, Civil War 3 you want people to go. Human being holiday. I know him personally. We grew up together. Prince, because of peer pressure, they started doing drugs, doing other stuff. You destroy that country. In other countries, education is a way of life. Liberia, what's in our country right now? Gamble booths everywhere. People going to play bet, juice bet, other stuff like that. So when you incentivize the young people mind to be gamblers, and you don't incentivize their minds to be to attract education and hard work, what kind of future Liberia has? If we don't continue now, we have no future. Liberia has no future. So we can sit here and come and put a Sirleaf and kind of good credit. She don't deserve no credit. I respect. I don't.
So where are thoughts for 2029? What do you think should happen now?
2029?
Yeah.
I think whoever becomes elected or re-elected should look at Liberia base for. She should look at they look at Liberia for their grandchildren.
No, but the way you're saying it now, I thought you say you're telling, but you're talking about who all be.
No, I don't want to. No, listen. To be fair, I would never judge a man at a position I have not reached. I don't know. If we were to discuss GOTA, myself say, no, I will not do this. If I was a sergeant, I'm not do that. We can discuss it. You know what? We've had that experience. I don't know what it means to be a president.
But then you want. I thought you were thinking outside the box, but you still thinking within the same.
Outside the box, it's still the reason why I can't think outside the box right now because you still got a regime that's going on. They could do something to themselves in the next 2 years. You never know. They could do something great that change that country. You never know.
You really expect the
No, Pape, he got some very competent. No, this is what happened though. President Braga has some very competent people in position, right? But there are other people that suggested those competent people to come and work. Most of them are around here, and most of them don't make good for the country. But they got a lot of qualified people in President Braga.
The boss start with the president.
It starts to end with him. That's true.
Yeah. So don't put the blame on the people around him because when you're taking the
that's not fair. That's not fair, George. You don't. That's a leader. If you're a manager of this play, you're not going to be responsible for everybody. You say what to do. You're not gonna be responsible for you're responsible for the overall, right? But you're not there every time what to do. So you take responsibility because you didn't have, but
for the fact that Pape don't run again 2029,
okay,
he'll be almost 90. And
my advice to the president, I mean, would he have been older than how you got it? What his name? How you got it? Robert Mugabe. I'm a huge proponent. No, I'm a huge proponent of youth leadership.
With a pace. Then you say,
Mugabe pace. Yeah, no, I'm not comparing. I'm just telling you now. But brother, let me see.
But people before we are, the AB guy gets on. He gets only you thing.
No. This is what you don't know. This is what you don't know. This is what you don't know, right? Yeah. Before Georgia became president, I criticized George Weah on the radio. I used to be now on the radio on Facebook. I used to do Facebook Live a lot. For like 1,000 people listening every time, right? I criticized, but when we became president, I shut my mouth. My thing is, I may prevent you from not getting there. When you're there, I don't fight government, bro. I can't fight government. When you're there, what I would do, I would suggest good things. If you do something wrong, call it out. But I'm not a UPist in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but
I'm a Liberian national who believe.
For what you do, AB, don't forget, you are a talk show host. You people around the world watch you. People are listening, following you. So what you say, it means a lot. You can influence people. Okay. You know. So if you're saying that the person that when you don't find the person that no, if Braga is there now, I'm a Christian. The Bible says we should respect our leaders. We should pray for them. I pray for Boga. Even Trump, that I'm not a fan of Trump. I pray for Trump.
Let me ask you. Come on, 370 million jobs. Young get resources for it. That whole person I can for it. I got resources for a president. I think you don't put me job, bro.
Be a voice.
But I think you're using the wrong terminology though.
Who, me?
We're not fighting.
Oh,
we're
no,
not fighting.
No,
we're checkmating. We're not necessarily.
Don't take it literally.
We're not. Oh, okay, got you. Right. So we're not necessarily here to fight anyone. No. We're here to checkmate and to exercise our own responsibilities as citizens to demand from the government what they promise and to hold them accountable for things that they're not doing. Right. And I think sometimes the water kind of get muddy because sometimes all people hear criticism. What they don't understand is we want the things that we can command, we can applaud. So if the government does well, we're not going to sit here and say, oh, the government is doing bad when it's very, very glaring that they're doing well.
Yes.
But if they're not doing well because of what's being reported or what's unfolding in the country, then we're left with no choice but to say, we have to criticize the government. But I think the most important time to really do that, is when the government is in power. I mean, you can give them some time to get the act together. I think the honeymoon period, right? The first year, the first year or the first 15 months. But when you're entering the third year and the fourth, I mean, at this point, you would expect that they would have had all of their dots connected and they will be they should be ready to go.
The five elected officials, you know the budget, $13.8 million.
Yeah, that's true. Most of the budget went to political offices.
And now, mind you, last year alone, Liberia, more than 1.5 billion left our country. How much stay in our country? 200 billion for our resources. Why? Then why should we suffer? Our resources, why? I listened to the former minister of Lands the other day. He was saying something there. I was like, wow.
But the thing is, like the thing is,
look for money anywhere around the world.
The government itself is not susceptible to change because they know when, for example, digital change one thing about digital transformation. No, I don't. I don't. Let me tell you something, right? Because of the proliferation. Because of the historical, right, betrayal of Liberian politicians. I'm one young man that will be very careful who I trust them to be anything. Because you know why? You don't praise them. They say that white chicken, you don't praise them. Now I'm telling you, Gab, right now, I promise you, based on historical facts, you'll be asking for 6 lane.
No.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. So there's Liberian politicians, man. We don't. No, I mean, I'm just saying. For example, right? I'm telling you.
Bro.
I'm very careful who I endorse politically. I'm very careful who I endorse politically.
Neopro is the setup of the third.
That's what I'm telling you.
No, me, I don't know.
But that third lane, if that's the kid, Leopro already made it very clear that he's running 2035.
Yeah, but
so that's what you're talking about. But the Neopro himself will need. But when I saw Pee-wee.
So what you're saying, Jeremy?
Neopro,
it be pushing the Italians out. But
no.
Like Spring Bowl.
My brother, one back I'll get to tell you. I got Kanye, brother.
I was just on the phone just now, so I was a little distracted from what you guys were discussing. But again, the essence of what we are talking, and I agree in some part that the country of forward march is based on strategic policy decisions currently going to be made now. We want to see what the government got to do. The 2020, the tailing issue will come. And for me, I don't think it's the time to discuss the tailing now this year We will start having critical discussion as the time nears, right? To discuss the tailing as to what election is going to be.
But Sylvester, I think Tumole is ahead of you. Tumole been discussing the tailing almost a year and a half.
Too many is fixated on the election. You have to give the time for that.
I said by 2027 we'll start talking about.
And you have to give time to that. And I don't know what side he had now. So just let me ask you a question before I can move on. Where side?
What side?
Which side are you?
I want to tell me.
What is telling?
Telling I will take one about 2029.
Let me
telling that you ain't got dead end. Probably the dead end. You never know.
The reason why I'm saying this, AB, the country is structured in a way. They are policy. We have to change from the track of how we engage into politics in Liberia and the way the bureaucracy is unfolding. And the reason why folks are all the time talking about if we were to near the time of elections, the reason why thought process may tilt, it may come from the perspective of the way we want to get into our different categorization. But mind you, the CDC and the United Party, those two governments, we tested them before. And I will come back to conclude after the next elections, if the United Party were to win or the CDC come second, then I will conclude that probably the country will have to be a two-party state. Then we'll start struggling now to find ourselves in one of these two political institutions. But until then, I think we have the best means to change that narrative come 2029. But we have to wait for the appropriate time. But for now, what is the country doing? And I'm often troubled by the fact that we have leaders across the world that are Asian, but they're more competitive in terms of engagement. Look at the President of the United States. The President of the United States is talking to the press every day.
Yeah,
despite of things that are happening, his record is going down. He speaks to the press every day about happenings.
Yes.
He knows about everything. The past two leaders of Liberia have two leaders have been very incompetent in terms of speaking to the people. And that is bad.
Yeah.
The past two leaders of Liberia, they've been very terrible. George Weah and this current president. It is wrong. Where in the world the man is, and the president is the most informed president in the country.
Yes.
Because all of the security people, the underground people, they will get all the story. They have to brief the president every morning. But the president, when the president comes and try to ask it, I'll leave it with the people.
But that's
not acceptable.
What the
hell you leave it with the people?
What people are saying about you see Trump, you don't read the presidential daily briefing. You don't read it because why you want to read it for? A man start talking to the press every day. So and he every day the man on the plane, he go to the talk to the press. He walk into the plane talking to the press. When he
that woman is 18 years old.
He asking he say you nasty. That
woman is 18 years old.
He talk to the press every day.
18 years old.
He
speaks right to the press every day.
To the press.
Sylvester, I think. Listen, I listen. For as long as I've been in Liberian politics, I think I'm still a novice to Liberian politics, and so I come from more of a transformational.
Leader in Georgia that you say novice. Come on, man.
No. I'm talking about, but the terrain. It took me a while to really understand the terrain, but little by little, I'm beginning to strategically understand the realistic path to maybe the kind of leadership that we desire. It's not going to be easy, because here's the reality. The reality that we're faced with now is that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf of our times are no more. Joseph Boakai.
Thank God that I'm no more.
Joseph Boakai perhaps is his last leg.
No, the message got one Lego.
Impossible, Sylvester. You know,
I'm not saying that we say impossible. Win.
Yeah, but I think no. Listen. I think that the people.
I mean, you don't make fun of old age. You get old one day.
The people that I've spoken to, listen. The people that I've spoken to internally, the Unity Party guys, they themselves are afraid. Some of the guys that are really patriotic.
Raul, the one that's supposed to be they're not a few. If you are to them,
my brother, the reason why they are afraid, right? Because they know it's not there.
Yeah, but they don't trust Kun, and they also a reservation. Even if let's say that
No, that
Joseph
issue of
Boakai-
trusting Kun. Let me say that quickly. They believe the Omega got better chance of winning election than Kun.
That's what I'm saying. But there's
Yes.
two things. So there are two fronts to this.
But it
Now,
divided,
there's two fronts to this, right? Kun has his own people.
Yes.
Remember, there's this internal belief that Kun is not a unity party partisan at heart.
Some of them believe that
He
way.
is there only because of the coalition that got them, or the possible for them to have won the election. Now, the element of Prince Johnson is no longer exist, right? And so there's two things happening. There are true unity party partisans that are in the ears of Joseph Boakai that truly believes that even if the vice president won the election, he could turn to his own people, and they may no longer have that voice and that power, that influence that they currently have if Joseph Boakai were to win. But then there are a few of them who will say, even if the vice president won, is he electable? Is the vice president electable? Given everything, considering everything, especially if you have a guy like George Weah on the ballot. And that answer to me, from my perspective, Tomalin, I don't think there's no way Kun can win an election, given the current government performance with George Weah on the ballot. Secondly, I do think that if George Weah was to run 2029, I think the best path to start thinking beyond 2029 is to figure out a way where you have a coalition.
Oh, yeah, you know what? If so, it's just Roman that he will not contest.
Who, I don't know for a fact if he will contest. I know there are
But
people.
you just sat with the former presidential aide. He didn't confine you.
I mean, when we're in London, we're doing our brother thing.
You can still do brother, but you don't fight.
The man was drinking tea. The man was drinking tea. I was drinking Casamigos.
Listen, so I don't know this. It's good that you brought that out and other things. So, and you say you don't know because it's been rumored that George Weah may not contest. There's a serious conversation around the corridor. So, did Carrasco confirm that to you?
No, Carrasco did not confirm that to me, Sylvester. Sylvester has a way of asking questions.
But the message, you know.
No. Don't be that was only about.
I'm told that.
The manager we have been that. So everybody says, oh, because if you just keep on seeing the hospital, you see that, so the serious coming.
Chelsea got information. Chelsea got information.
In the weekend, I'm sure he'll be announcing, in his speech to the CDC USA that he's running.
Because you see Rawa, I see what Rawa says. Your way. Rawa is fond of also looking at Benedict Cummings and other things, and then Rawa said, if George Weah contests, so meaning it's not clear. So it's possible. So a lot of things unfolding. So
Robert's a project manager. He leave room for
the president. But apart from
that project 2029.
Apart from that, I've already said, like I said yesterday, I will pick a side. And I'm making it very clear now because they already called me undercover sedition. But I don't care about the other one there, right? Because they're looking at my relationship. I will pick a side based on my own interest. Carrasco will pick his side based on his own interest. Carrasco will not pick his side. We know what side he's on. Exactly. That side will not change. I will pick a side based on the reality.
How Carrasco and the former president relationship?
Oh, it's amazing. It's strong. Okay. In fact, the
I'm asking this question because
it's strong.
Political commentators, as we observe. We have to be very observant.
Absolutely.
Now, past history, when the president is traveling, Carrasco is there. President is here, Carrasco is there. But in recent history, for the past almost 2 years now, it
depends why he's traveling.
We're now seeing him that way.
Yeah, but when the president is in Europe, Carrasco can go to Europe. The problem is that he hasn't, since because he was supposed to come to my wedding. He went for the interview. They normally they would tell you they're not giving you the visa.
Okay, yeah. This kind of clarification is important.
They kept the man visa, and from all indication there was no issue as far as that, because he's been here before. He's been given multiple entrance visa, but this is when he was within the government. So he has traveled with the president, but he can't travel with the president to the U.S. without a visa, right? So there are other people that are traveling with the president, like his security and other things like that. But the president is on his way back to Accra. Sekou is going to go to Accra and meet the president from London. And there are other trips coming up. I can't confirm that, but there are other trips coming up that he's going to be on. But they have a very close. That's they have. I don't foresee that
So
relationship.
I'm doing good public relation for Carrasco now. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
I
help
don't
that line.
foresee that relationship breaking. The
So
president, but you also got to remember, Sylvester. I won't say much, but there are people who you might see around the president just because you see them around
what
the
a relation?
president.
What
Just
did you hear
because you see
anything
them.
about relationship with Finabono?
You put him in a tough spot. He get tough. Put a tough spot.
Because Carrasco and Fina were very close, and so I mean, did you hear anything about Finabono and the
I
president?
will say this much. Carrasco is loyal to the president. That's what much I would say.
Is Fina lawyer also?
Well, you asked Fina, has she proved to be loyal?
No, for you are boga. So is Fina lawyer?
I think that was a mistake, man. I think that was a mistake. That was a mistake that may not be repairable, Sylvester. I've been very honest with you.
So that attitude does not prove loyalty.
No, come on.
I think
Does Carrasco believe that Fina is not loyal?
He pushing.
Carrasco.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he's appropriate for something. He wants you to say that.
But you have to ask Carrasco.
You already concluded that Fina action betrays at the height of betrayal on the level of loyalty, right?
The question is, can the president trust? But Sylvester, you should ask you should ask that question. I can't come and disclose personal conversation with me and the guy.
I know.
What I'm saying is, you should, if you are the Judge Weah and that were to happen, and that statement was made, do you think that you can? Is that something that can be? Can you trust that relationship what it was before? I mean, I think that's a question mark there.
No, it's a difficult thing to say, and I will the kind of person I am.
Depends on the extent of the damage, right? But I believe that from my understanding is that other people have gotten involved. I think Fina will be back. I'm sure the president will reconcile.
But I don't think the question is about whether or not she'll be back within the fold. But the question is she going to have the opportunity to be within the ears and the facility
and trusted of the
president?
So it depends on the damage that was done.
Do you know from what I've gathered, and Raul, you can ask your friend, maybe he'll tell you from what I gathered from the insider to the former president, that they've been trying to reach out to Fina. Sometimes when she even came back, they will go to her house, they know she in the knocking, they say the chief want to talk to you, she been in knowing them. Before even she said this thing, they've been reaching out to her. But what Fina didn't say also is that and where she didn't mention the former president, that was very wrong.
Yeah,
because even before, from what I've learned, the man even talked to her on the phone and sent money for the bereavement issue.
Money and food.
They sent money.
Yeah.
Spoke to her on the phone.
Well, usually I'm taking
and she openly left the man out and started pressing where praises didn't require it. Exactly. I thought that was at the hack of you don't do that to someone that made you, and that's what.
And even if you're mad, deal with those issues internally.
The boss is always the boss.
Thank you. Deal with them.
For the rule of power, the law of power indicate that.
Absolutely.
You don't overshine the chief.
I don't know the story. I can't come here and defend.
The boss is always the boss. So
I can defend.
That's it.
I can defend Fina. I cannot,
You don't have to know the story. The issue here is it's just like you came back. You went back to the country. You got your own picking there. You brought picking up. You don't throw him. You start being a big ball. Then tomorrow one picking can say, "Oh, I'm an AV man party. Oh, this one's gonna get it right." Start saying some trash about you. How you feel?
I'm not saying I don't know those statements were made. So if I knew, fine. But I thought I was discussing in the context of bereavement. A bereaved person chooses who to give certain recognition to because that one is outside of your job. It's a family thing. You know who are there with you at a certain point in time and so on and so forth. So I wouldn't even want to say because she didn't acknowledge him.
How you see a bereaved? Then answer the person that bill you.
That's what happened. AB, she should have never left.
The first now appreciation.
Exactly. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't know what
the first now appreciation should have come from the level of the former president.
Right. And the other thing, the statement was more political at the funeral than anything else.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
She started
so
getting
again,
emotional. She started even
right. So
she started over exhibiting and
yeah, I
everything.
think that was a mistake. But so first, I want to go back to this 2029 thing, right? So if the president decides to run, I think my focus would be, because even if you decided to run 30, 35, the question is who are going to be the new faces after 2029? Because if
Let one guy, Sylvester Pugh that won.
if Unity Party doesn't win, that will be the end of Joseph Boakai. The Joseph Boakais and the Ellen Johnson Sirleafs are gone. If George Weah wins, this will be his last term. This will be the end of the Ellen Johnson Sirleafs, the Joseph Boakai, and the George Weah. Now there's a new political dispensation we're talking about. New political faces. Everyone will have an open playing field, right? And so strategically, what I'm thinking now is who has what it takes to actually give the incumbent the run for his money? And how does that coalition look like? Because if CDC wins and CDC are able to convince people like Alice Cummings, Dr. Clarence Manuba, and others to come on board, they are strategically looking at power beyond 2029. Because if you have certain individuals on board, you can strategically say, you know what? There's a plan for succession after George Weah is gone. Meanwhile, Unity Party, they're struggling to figure out, do we trust the vice president? What kind of popularity and resources does he have after they leave power beyond 2029, right? To contest any election, successful election, come 2035. You get what I'm saying? So people who are talking about the third lane, the question I would want to ask them, because now I'm not just thinking, I'm trying to understand the Liberian political terrain. And that terrain is very complicated. You got to be very strategic. You got to be realistic, right? So I'm thinking right now, what kind of collaboration, strategic collaborations are we making where you can still have principles, you can still have ideas that can be pushed through within this coalition to look beyond 2029. That's what I'm thinking about. So if CDC are able to convince some of these people who represents change, a lot of people may not trust the CDC. A lot of people may have questions about the ability for CDC to do better, given the fact that they had 6 years, right? But they still have an argument to make. George Weah can still make the argument that, listen, I could have done more if I was given 12 years in power. I could have changed some things if I was given another opportunity. And if given this opportunity, I'm going to start showing that example right now by the individuals that I'm willing to collaborate with. So imagine that kind of message, given the dismal performance by the Unity Party, drugs, security, border issue, job, and all of these issues. And you have a coalition that has Alice Cummings, Dr. Clarence Manuba, the Sylvester that are thinking about 2035, and all of these new faces. You can strategically pitch and sell a message that just don't focus on winning the next election in 2029, but focus on securing the future of Liberia beyond 2029. Because if you don't have George Weah, Ellen Joseph Boakai, who are those new faces?
I think
Dwight Howard Taylor ain't there no more. She's not coming. She's not running. Richard Cohn, not Richard Cohn, Jeremiah Cohn, he may not have the resources and the popularity if he doesn't win as vice president come 2029. I mean, so we're talking about a whole a level playing field we're talking about here come 2035.
And I think you're right to a lot of extent. I think the politics of Liberia now should be looked at based on building the future and possible, positive succession, right? So you're right. If I was to give any advice, this might be the stupidest thing I ever said today, but this is what I would say, right? President George Weah has a trump card constitutionally given to him where he said, you know what, I can run this time. I might win, right? Or the one is still fresh. Maybe other people think I didn't really do well. So I don't want to run, bro. I don't want to run now because when I was in power, I was defeated by a couple of thousands of votes. So the one is still fresh, and the guys who defeated a couple of thousands of votes is in power now. You got the money, you got the influence. Do I want to go now as the front runner for CDC and win? Or do I want to keep that my one Trump card that I can go anytime? I still am like that. Look at the coalition, like you rightly said. Find out who could be that arguable voice. For example, if it said Alexander Cummings. Okay, Liberian Pope Press Cummings, but Cummings never had a number. He had less than 1%. Is Cummings going to come with a CMC to support so that Cummings go as the front runner
George Weah come in with influence and convince his base, but still have certain, understanding, share of the government.
But
in
AB,
the sense
there's still an electability argument around Cummings. So there's still this electability thing around Cummings. The same argument about
No. Cummings is no longer going as CMC, going on the CDC. He's going now as the CDC. So you're not asking Cummings. No, it's not Cummings that ran. It's the party. The party didn't secure that amount of vote. So he, as a person, any party going, he's still eligible to run as the front runner. But he cannot just go no longer as ANC, because ANC did not accumulate that. Because it was a political party, it was not an individual.
Not ANC, CPP.
No, ANC.
I'm a CPP around ANC.
Exactly, right? Okay, right. Now, number one, okay, fine, right? But now, even at that, even if that's the situation, right? He's still eligible to vote, right? Now, to run. Now, he does not have the popularity George Weah has. George Weah has the popularity, he got control, they can have the understanding, say, listen, my man, Cummings, internationally, you're respected. You have achieved. I was president before, maybe I didn't see this because of certain thing, but come, I will support you from the back. Right now, when Cummings comes there, because that's the way I see CDC winning anything big come 2029. With George Weah, the wound still fresh. You are a president, the minute they defeated you.
So, Mr. B there. So why? So okay, if George Weah decided to take Cummings as running mate, what do you think?
I think that's a better strategy.
Difference.
I think
If George Weah takes Cummings as running mate, Librarian people look at it here and say, "Oh, George Weah, did nothing happen?" But he can go as vice president of Cummings.
Who?
We are.
He can be right.
No,
That's what I said. That's what I said. That might be the stupidest thing I said today.
And a mistake the CPP made too, and they made. You see, whenever, like for instance, the Weah, and I clear, I took Cummings. If Weah is running, don't be running again. Just support him. If Weah decides to be running, he must be the head of any ticket because he has been president before.
That's true. That's very fair. That's very true.
He can be vice president of anybody.
That's what I'm saying.
With the CPP, all this you have done, Boga already been vice president. He can be vice president. So Boga automatically been head of CPP ticket.
Right.
Vice president.
Right.
But I believe they don't want to. Boga don't want to come as running mate. He would have gotten it.
No. There are credible sources that told me. There were nights. There were many nights. They went to Cummings' house, telling him, "Please come as the vice president." But Cummings was depending on the 2017 election results.
Let me stop you right there.
That's not you,
Mr. Listen now, AB. At time when we spoon on one Liberia, Kev Hassan in Bodo Apart, he asked Cummings. He asked Boga at Boga's house. Kev asked him, say, "Have you ever asked Cummings to be a running mate?" He said, "No." I asked Cummings at the hotel, our hotel. Actually, he said no. So he was not approached.
Which year are you talking about?
2017.
Exactly.
23.
Okay.
Okay. At the time, Mayuna, there was no way Cummings would say, "Oh, I want to be a running mate." He would not go and beg for it, but they were offered it to him, but he wasn't offered. But the matter he said Cummings refused it a lot.
Yeah, I know somebody personally, three people, and two of them are ministers. And they say he refused it, right? So again, I was not there. It's years here.
I'm telling you, Boga told us in his house, he kept asking that question. He said, "Ask him, have you asked Cummings?" He said no. And then at the hotel, I asked Cummings. Cummings said no. He never asked me. So I approach. Because Mayuna, the CPP, the party, the CPP, all wanted to be running mates. So they would have come out clear because they all fighting for it. So at the end of the day, realize it is something what we're doing now. You disrupt the whole thing. And all that bogus thing about tampering, fingering the document, all the nonsense came about, and say, "Oh, I'm finger document," and they did it at their own because they wanted that way. And besides that, that's why in Nigeria right now, Hello, that the time he was trying to push that ticket, the Boga Cummings ticket. But Boga don't want to happy. Boga don't want to be that way. So you see, so right now, if they talk about coalition now, I told people, no coalition right now. You must, if we are part of the coalition, you must be in the head. Take or leave it. Because he cannot be vice president anybody again.
That's true, and it doesn't make sense for we are to be vice president.
He said he won't run ahead, but if he says he's running, it's okay. The
It
president.
doesn't make sense for president we have to go as vice president. But I'm saying to you, because my thing is, to be honest, it's gonna be a harder race. This is might win, possible, right? This might win, right? But it's gonna be a harder race because when he had the power, he couldn't secure that victory. Now the table has turned, and then his wound that took him out of power is still fresh just 6 years ago. And if the bulk of the people that voted for the Unity Party, assuming they kept their votes, this 2029 is just everybody going down the top into just we have votes.
No, but listen now. AB, right? They are. Look at it this way. The Liberian electors, right? You got 20% that just can't stand the two parties. They don't want Liberian politics. They don't want about CCC and use UP anymore. They say if the two parties running, they will not vote.
Is that 20%?
For 20% on the
I think that number is fewer.
No. Okay, let's say 50%. Maybe conservative 50%, right? That's saying we not take as long as citizen and UP we don't want Liberia. So the other the question. CDC get the 25%. And what happened? UP the same way too. So guess what? That 50% right there now. So what happened? That percentage that refuse, that's the easy part. If you put comments on a ticket where we are, that person will say, you know what happened? Because of coming about, I'm going to support that ticket. Because at least now we see somebody on 0% on the ticket too. You see it?
But that's true. But at the end of the day, I don't think, to be honest, I don't think Cummings has any trump card whatsoever, right? Almost 60% of Liberians. This is not a scientific data I'm showing you, but they don't think Cummings is likable. You know what I mean?
I agree, but guess
what? Cummings is more a move, a game changer than Cummings in Liberian history.
Yeah, but listen now, I agree. But the thing is that, like I was saying, Cummings, the trump card to the presidency, because he's in opposition now. A trump card is through the CDC, except where the only way he can be relevant, I mean, he can make an impact, except where if we are deciding not to run, but if we are running, that bet is a complete surprise running with the we are.
If we are deciding to run, Cummings cannot still be nothing.
No. If we are deciding to run, and he says he's supporting Cummings, trust me.
Let me tell you something, right? You see, I one way can pull more crowd than Cummings. Senator Coker can pull more crowd than Cummings. See, what a guy named Musa Bede can pull more crowd than Cummings. Cummings is the recent backup mafia of Liberia. He will not get to that level again going 2017.
I'm telling you this: if he heading a ticket and we are lost that ticket, trust me, man.
But we are making the vote on that. But I don't know Cummings now that we are now.
But I want to say, you just said it. So I mean, we are an important person.
Yeah, we are the man. We are the decision maker.
We are running, and we are just Cummings will get there. You see it? We'll get to that point. But if you say
like I said earlier, no one can deny the fact that Cummings has he brings a lot to the table. Mm-hmm. He brings a lot to the table. I think. I'm sorry. Yeah, he brings a lot to the table. I think Cummings can help any government get some international funding. He has a lot of great friends, and I think we need that, right? I think he has. We've been having issues with our economy, right? I think I think that's his area of strength, and he can add. I think he brings something to the table. I just think that the conversations that have been held for all of these years, I don't think have been the right conversations. And there's nothing wrong with Cummings only wanting to be president of Liberia. But again, sometimes you have to look at the reality and you have to look at the path. You also have to look at the voting population and how well informed they are and the basis for which they vote. Mm-hmm. And I think he went to Liberia thinking, you can go and talk about your policies and talk about your plans and And I think Liberians are well equipped enough to understand the challenges and just being tired of the same thing over and over and expecting different result. That's logical. And this is not to say that our politics is illogical, but to many extents, we don't vote based on the things that really matter. You know what I'm saying? Like people will talk about how difficult the economy is, how there are no jobs, and all of the things that really matter. But when given an opportunity to really listen to a candidate who truly have a plan and a track record to create jobs, they won't vote for that candidate because that person may not be known. That person may be new. You know what I'm saying? That person, is just come, or that person is young, right? We heard these things over and over.
The
Dr.
people said,
Clemens,
they said Cummins would have given a diabetes if they let a person
but you have Dr. Clemens Motoba. Dr. Clemens Motoba is well articulate. I think he's one of,
I like him.
Right, but you see, these are not the people. These are issues-oriented leaders, and these are people who have a track record of actually getting things done. So I strongly believe that again, if you have these people, these characters on board of a campaign, right, it adds something to that campaign. So you have to think about, yes, I think I can be the best president. I think I have what it takes to change the country. But can I get to that level? Can I get to the executive mansion just on my own strength? And I think if you're answering that question realistically, this is the question that the ANC and others around Cummins should have answered realistically. And then the next question would have been, well, strategically then, if the goal or the objective is the executive mansion, how do I begin the process of getting there?
But what do you say about those who say Cummins is not the people person? For example, there's some guys who said they were running on Cummins' ticket to be represented on the ticket, and they agreed. And most of them were, spending their own money doing other stuff. But to see Cummins, people, I'm saying you in person because I don't know if you're there, but the people that you were like the gatekeepers, who see Cummins to get Cummins.
But you see, people like me would not care whether I see Cummins or not.
No.
I know. I get what you're saying. No, I understand what you're saying, right?
Maybe that's not true though. That'd be friend. That's not true.
But to some extent, let me say this. To some extent,
you want to easiest guy to.
Yeah, but what AB is saying is you don't have to. This is my experience, right? And I think this is what he's trying to say. And this is not the first time I heard this, right? Do you have look at President Obama, for instance? Not only is he.
By the way, Cummins will be here on Tuesday. So
he's a people's person to the extent where he can relate to different.
For that interview,
he can relate to different people in different ways. But when you see Cummins to an event, for instance, and this is not unique to him, right? But when you see him to an event, you would think that he would be the one going around tables, speaking to people, introducing himself, and things like that. But what Cummins does is he sits on his table. To be honest, when we went to the event in Atlanta, when we got to the event, yeah, but you had to go. We had to walk around on tables and greet people. I'm not running for president. But when I go to events, I take my seat and I move around to talk to people and greet people. I think that's the kind of connection people are talking about. You don't have to sit in your seat as an executive to have people come and greet you.
And I think that's what George Weah has.
You're not the one running for president.
That's what George Weah has.
Right. So I think a lot of times, I think that the way that it's done, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but if I was Cummins, I would be moving in the rooms, going to people and greeting them rather than waiting for folks to come to me to greet. There are people who don't care to greet Cummins. There are people who don't give a damn. They don't care to take pictures with him or greet him. None of those things matter to them, right? It's about the connection. So when you go to these different events, if I was advising Cummins, I would tell them, there will be people who will come and greet you. Hey, Chief, how you doing? My name is Robert, blah, 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 blah. But what about making an impression on people, going to those tables and saying, hey, how are you? I'm Robert, and talking, making conversations and things like that, right? We went to a wedding where he was invited. I was invited as well. And I met him. We met in between and we chatted, we talked. For me, I'm okay with it. But what about people who are not, like, they're not out there, they're not trying to be seen? You have to go and introduce yourself, greet them, have conversations with them, right? This is what Barack Obama do, but he doesn't have that charisma. He doesn't have that ability. He just a quiet executive kind of guy, laid back, chill kind of guy.
So
and sometimes that doesn't work in an environment like Liberia.
So I live in the Maryland Elbridge, Howard County area. I want to fix my car the other day. I had a problem, and while I was at Ed, I was talking we're discussing the American politics, and the public I was talking with, the white guy. You know, he's a Republican guy. He's a Trumpist. He's a Republican, conservative, and all of this. And we're just talking, and I have been one person who supported the movement of Trump. You know, in my own way. And we're just talking from one thing to another, and we're discussing about who might think will go as the front runner 2028. He said, like, yeah. He said, I don't trust what's his name? I don't trust Vice President Vance, right? He said, I think Rubio will be good, you know, and I'm rooting for Rubio. As a matter of fact, when for the convention we're voting, I vote Rubio. He's like, okay, Papa, you know, or so. I supported Rubio, and as a matter of fact, he's doing well in the polls. But I don't, but Vance, I don't trust Vance. But my only thing with Rubio, though, he's too short, and that is going to hurt him, right? Right? He told me, he said he's too short, and that might hurt him. Now, this is somebody from the Republican Party, conservative, older white guy. He likes Rubio, but he thinks that might be the only thing that hurt him. Let's bring it back home. I have a big comments, right? Like, bro, people, let me tell you something. I was saying, like, bro, 2011, 2012, when Benjamin Samuel ran to be senator, I personally, I liked Sandy. I campaigned. I thought I was working on Hide FM with DJ Blue. I campaigned for him. You know why? Because the way he, remember, you know the man, you got a man picture, brother. Look at that picture. The man looked presidential. He looked diplomatic. The man, remember, here's some on there. Women in that country supported Sandy because of his looks. So Cummings has a lot of challenges to face with a voter population like Liberia. Look at president. They don't look at your intellect. They don't look at what you bring to the table. They look at your height. They look at there are a lot of things they look at. How can Cummings compensate for his height to the people that might want to vote for him?
For me, the height doesn't concern me, because if they elected Joseph Boaga,
no, not you. If you are now,
but Cummings is taller than Joseph Boaga.
No, but there's difference though. Joseph Boaga not all ambitious. He didn't say, I came, if I'm be president, I'll be nothing. He went, he said, okay, I'll be vice president, right? So it's different. He's been vice president before, right? So it's different. My thing is though, if you are the PRO for Cummings, right? How do you talk to electrics who say, I don't vote about the man, but the man, you're looking too short? What do you say to them?
So I say the message, the vision, the vision. What the vision you have for you guys?
There's somebody driving that on ANC, man.
The thing is that the height. How do I do it?
It's a crazy thing to think about. But again, the reason why it resonated with me is because of what I got told me about Barack Rubio.
You know,
appearance do matter. Appearance.
You know, Robert, during the court case with Cummings and with United case, we went to one of the hearing, and the judge after the hearing he calls now Kev Bennett called, and he said look, the place should be on fire, heavy, like the place should be like jam packed, and I agree with him. You see, but the Cummings not the kind of guy who want the show off, you know. But I told him, I said, look, so Cummings, so like bullshit went to the president, so because you gotta show up. Because trust me, the judge said if we are in court right now, the people will be packets because the people can't in numbers here, right? So mobilize your base will come when you're moving. Now, for instance, if you see that country, like bro, let's come get an SUV. You get about 4 of the SUV moving as a convoy, right? You get these guys that work for the private U.S. security firm here. Get about 4 of them. When they get in the car, they all running. The first thing that mentality was the man very important for the man the U.S. one. They play on their mind. They get to their mind. They go for history.
Contrary to that, like Premier was saying, you're not president, you're doing all the one because of what I see.
They say police, yes. They say that they see the player as the heaven. So you think that way straight. But honestly, I know you're moving, move it. Man, see, just it up. Tell that president want to moving in the town there. Security in the place, see taking position, yeah.
Yeah, but there are people who
anyhow you guys ever harm before.
But there are also people who didn't like. For me, I'm not a Taylor fan. I have a disdain for him. I don't like the guy at all.
Thank you.
But
my brother.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Every time that man opened his mouth to speak, he had my attention.
He was a radical.
He had a way of speaking. It's not about the eloquence, right? But it's just about it's about the confidence. And he had he was just a very charismatic personality, and he was a bullshitter. So he had a way of making you believe even if he was telling you BS. You see what I'm saying? Cummings come from a school of thought, and sometimes it's difficult when you have spent a lot of time in corporate America, right? I see it happen. I've been in corporate America and as a young man, and the system will train you in a way where you have to professionally. This is how you conduct yourself. There has to be a transition, and you know how they say when you're speaking, even if you're you are intelligent, you have to speak to the understanding of the audience.
True.
If you are not disciplined in that way, corporate America will discipline you in a way where you don't understand the audience that you're speaking to, because you were just fixated on a certain way of telling a story, right? A certain way of doing business and I think that to some extent it's not a bad thing. It has affected him, but I still don't think he understands that I am in a whole different terrain. Even me, Tomalane, I'm beginning to understand that. I'm beginning to understand the mindset of our people. The mindset of Liberians are messed up. And it's not unique to folks in Liberia. Speak to a Liberian, a regular Liberian who grew up in Liberia and came here when they were 25, 30 years old. They've been here for 25 years. They haven't changed. They still have the mentality. Even domestically, there are people who've been here, they still believe that our wife's supposed to be our maid. They still believe that our wives are they're demanding that, these women work 12, 13 hours, 2, 3 jobs. But when they come home, dinner should be ready, right? They don't understand this is a teamwork, right? It's like back in the day, things have changed. We're still men. We're still provider. But our women, our wives are also professionals. They have their own careers, right? They're working. So there's no time for them, certain time to go and cook dinner. If you're home, you better go cook dinner and make sure that dinner is ready for your wife when she comes home. I do. So it's this typical Liberian mentality that is hurting us because we're in 2026 and we're still thinking, 1947 or the 50s. It won't work. So politically and professionally, when you've been here all your life, I went to high school, college out here. I've worked here all my life. I understand the importance of hard work. I understand the importance of results, right? And you go back to Liberia, where results really doesn't get you in certain rooms. You have to figure out, how do I still get in these rooms and then deliver results? Because sometimes the results and your academics may not be enough to get you in those rooms.
True.
Sometimes your money may not be enough to get you in those rooms. So you have to focus on, well, you know what? How do I get in these rooms, still maintaining my integrity and not compromising who I am as a person, right? And then once I get in those rooms, I can deliver on the results I want to deliver on. Now I have control of the power. So I'm not saying you have to dance with the devil. What I am saying, you have to be strategic. So when we're talking 2029 now, I'm saying to you, it's very simple. CDC still remains the leading political and the most popular, formidable political opposition right now. And when you're talking about defeating Unity Party, these guys are very hungry for power. Do they want to lose power again like they did in 2017? I don't think so. They enjoy power. It's so sweet. Many of these guys could not travel after they lost the election. Thank God our brothers can still travel to Europe today. Some of these guys, after Unity Party lost the election, you could not find them anywhere on the plane. They were struggling. They didn't plan properly. So do you think they want to lose that now? So you have to be strategic. The comments that Dr. Clarence Motoba, even as investor, if you're thinking beyond 30, 35, I'm saying to you right now, we have to come to the table and strategically think. How do we get individuals in rooms that we know have what it takes to move the country forward beyond 2029? And so when you're thinking Musa ability and you like what he's doing as a representative, I don't care about his ethnic background. I don't care about that. How do we get them in those rooms? The Dr. Clarence Motoba, the Alice Cummings. I strongly believe that even if Alice Cummings decided to go as VP at 72 years old, 73 years old, even at 76 years old, I strongly believe that Cummings has a better path of becoming president of Liberia, even if it's not for 6 years. If for 2 years, 3 years, he has a better path of becoming president of Liberia by the time he's 75 or 76 years old, and he can really do something great for Liberia before he's 80 years old. If Joseph Boakai can still be president at almost 80 something years old, what about Cummings at 78, 76, 77? But you have to join the train that can get you the ride to the executive mansion, because your own train don't have to kind of feel.
Let President Boakai be the last oldest person we voted for when it comes to leadership in Liberia. Let him be the last older person we voted for.
No. You know what? I disagree. No.
Why?
Boakai don't have the kind of I want to be respectful, but discipline wise. Professional.
No, stop. Don't do that. No.
Boakai is a career politician.
No, don't do that. No, don't do that to the president. We can't do this.
Boakai. I'm talking about private sector.
Okay.
What has he worked in the private sector?
Fine. We shouldn't do this, right?
What has he managed in the private sector?
Okay. Liberia is a country where, because of lack of discipline, people go to do anything anyhow, right? Boakai successfully, all the ministries and agencies he ever handled to this date, the only administration that brought a low tint to his name, and that's because by association with President administration when corruption came up. There's not one corruption trace you can put on Boakai, not one. Okay, so his record is he got a very I don't know how to even describe it, right? He got a very great sanitized.
It's not impeccable.
No. He got a great. I don't use impeccable no more. He got a sanitized, transparent record for a public servant in a country like Liberia. You can take that away from Boakai. Boakai has that.
But Ture, I don't care about that. What I'm saying is.
So no. No, you said no. I know what you're saying, right? You say he's not disciplined. That's what I'm.
No. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is when you say Boakai should be the last older person we have. For me,
yes, I think so. I truly believe that.
No, for me, age wasn't necessarily the issue for me. For me, it was the nuances when it comes to 21st century leadership and the kind of leader with the mindset that has what it takes to get us beyond the mindset that we've seen happen over and over. When I talk about, I think that, again, a 76 or 78 or 79-year-old Alice Cummings, I still believe, given his discipline and his professional background, I still believe has what it takes to really be a leader. I'm not worried about Cummings. I'm not worried about Boakai and his age. My issue with Boakai was that he's been in public service in Liberia for 40-something years with little to show when it comes to impact in all of the positions he's occupied. This is my issue.
But impact can be subjective, though. Impact can be.
Okay, show me one. So show me one. Tell me one thing Boakai did to impact the area that he previously served.
That goes directly to his name. Goes directly to his name. For example, right? I just heard you're a project manager or whatever it is, right? Assume whatever you do, right? You're helping companies achieve their goal. When that is all said and done, nobody remembering you individuals say, "Oh, you did it," after the next 20 years from now, all the companies you've helped, right?
No.
It's going back. No, it's going back. No, the only thing I remember is the people that work with you closely. But not like, for example, if you were the project manager to build a sports complex or stadium in North Carolina or Central Jersey, whatever it is, right? If you're the project manager on that, when that project sign is done, for example, if that project was done by Noble Ribbon, the company, when it's done, it will say the building was built by Noble Ribbon. It takes people that work with the person that knew you on that, right? You say, oh yeah, this is what you did. But there's
but the
not
corporate
a
record tells you, the references tells you that. Your resume the resume is a reflection.
I
of
work on
your
high
professional
rises
life.
as an electrician in America here,
Right.
right? That my name, there's no public record that show my name in nothing.
Oh, but you see, your profession is different from mine, though. What I'm saying is
Exactly my point, but I made
professional-
impact though.
Huh?
Exactly my point.
Yeah, but you have a
point.
position though, right? You have a position, right?
Yeah.
So you have a position, you have a specific tax in the role that you play. Right. So whatever impact that you're making on your resume, you can still list that on your resume as professional achievement.
I never applied for a regular job or to see down a resume, but the history of Liberia tells us where all he's worked.
Yeah,
Now,
but we know where all he worked. So his impact should be public record. What I'm saying to you is my contention with the current VP, the current president, was that for 40-something years, if my people came and said, listen, this man has the experience to be the next president of Liberia because he's been in public service for 40 years, my next question is, okay, what is his public service, his 40 years public service record? And what are some of the things that he's championed within those 40 years, right? And Joseph Boakai don't have a lot of things that he champions throughout his political career
that's
in
not,
Liberia.
no, that's not true. Just because
But
you
I don't know them. I don't know them.
Okay, so
can
do
you
the
list them?
research.
Can you
Okay,
list them?
let me ask you this. We heard,
But it should be public record.
Okay, for
I've
example,
looked up some things I can't really...
Example, Cummins was the head of Coca-Cola for, I think, Africa or whatever, Global or whatever, right?
Oh, yeah, his impact is public record. I can see it.
Okay, you can see it, right?
Yeah.
You can see his impact, right?
Yeah.
I don't have that.
Oh,
I have
but
to ask for it. No, I have to ask. But a simple search will tell you all. But other people go on Google search right now. Tell you all the
I did that, and we asked his people to list his achievement,
That's
his
not
public
true.
record. No, but we did that. But even his people, even his surrogates.
We should not. No, we should not. We should not denigrate. We should not denigrate. No. We should not trivialize the impact.
No, I'm not trivializing. I've been for real. What I'm trying to explain is very simple, right? I'm saying to you that.
Sorry, Raul. Sorry. We have someone I just called from here said they have issue with statements someone making about President Boakai. So go ahead, please.
All right, gentlemen, Ian, Robert, good evening, guys. This is Roland. I just want to, correct. I think our young brother on the show there, trying to mislead us. President Boakai in the 80s, he was fired by Samuel Kanyado from the Ministry of Agriculture.
Okay.
During the interim body, Amos Sawyer fired him from LPRC for the same corruption. What are you talking about?
Hey, Chief. Correct. What did he steal?
So, President Boakai, if President Boakai was competent, right now he is the president of the country, our country will be struggling right
now. Corruption.
You lying to the people, bro.
Yeah, but I'm not the one saying it though.
You're giving the man the platform to come lie. You're trying to give credit, man.
Oh, not power corruption. You know that one.
Don't do that, man. You don't do that, man.
Tony, you are fired for what?
For not power corruption. I think Amos
Sawyer. You are fired for what now? I said you are fired for what?
But Amos Sawyer ever fired, he said?
Amos Sawyer explaining that Barack, your pressure to move Barack from that job. But though, not for corruption.
For no reason?
No reason. You saw the pressure of the president. I want you to
come on, man. Somebody was born in the 80s, but we
What kind of corruption? What kind of corruption, sir?
But I'm listening to a debate that he was not fired for corruption.
Corruption?
Don't do that, man. You don't do that, man.
Yeah, for agriculture, for the Ministry of Agriculture. Yeah. And he said agriculture, he said PMC also.
He said the pressure of the president.
Okay, what was his record? What was his record at agriculture?
It was
what was his record?
And when Turbo left, when Doden came in, somehow we were born in the 80s, but we read and follow. We go to the library and read. Okay, some of you guys were born before the 80s, but sometimes when you come on the show, if you tell me that Boakai was fired, tell me why they released him from the post.
No. Nobody's saying he was not fired.
You say because he's incompetent.
Nobody's saying Baka was not.
Baka so incompetent, President Baka so incompetent. Look how why he leading our country today.
Man, nah.
They may not do nothing. And you guys sit on the show and talk about 2029. Let us talk about today first.
My brother.
Today, before we even talk about 2029.
I don't have.
This president, this old man was fired by Samuel Doe. The record is there. Go and research it. I will go and research. If you don't research it, I will research it tonight.
My brother, nobody's debating that he was fired. Nobody's saying that he was not fired. That's not what we're saying. One point is, don't come and lie to Liberian people that he was fired for corruption. You're the first living soul from Liberia or of Liberian descent. Sir. You're the first living soul of a Liberian descent that ever I've heard that he was ever fired for corruption. You're the first soul ever. Even the Syrians.
But you can't even tell us.
Huh?
Why got released from his post?
But you
take a fire for what? You tell.
The burden is on you to provide.
Yeah, you said it. You got it. But
I am telling you that you are fired, and you telling me that no.
For what? You said corruption. That's a lie. For what did he corrupt? What did he steal? What kind of money he embezzled? You don't do this, man. You have to put everything here. You have to be nationalistic and respect your leaders at least for once.
No. If the leader is incompetent, as we speak right now.
Let's discuss it. Listen, I'm willing to discuss 10 hours with you with Joseph Boakai incompetence. Okay? I'm not arguing that with you. I can discuss that with you, but do not come here and lie.
Okay, President Boakai is the president of the Republic of Liberia right now, and we're talking about drugs in the country. The man can.
I don't have the phone in my hand. That's why you're still talking the kind of thing, but I would have muted you, brother.
A different argument.
Because you are so intolerant.
No, yes, I'm intolerant to yes, I'm intolerant to deceitful information. I am. No, I'm intolerant.
I think if the man come out of his own disposition, you should counter that.
That's not disposition, Pee-wee. That's he's lying. He's lying.
But how will you just come out right and say the man lying?
No, man. You said the man stole. What did he steal? What did he corrupt? You don't do that, man. It's not that bad, my man. Which is that next one you're not web, brother.
Okay. You see what? I am not committing perjury. I'm not lying. Don't tell me that you're lying. I don't know you. You don't know
me.
I
never said perjury.
Be civil and be respectful. We are young people. Because I listen to you.
I give respect by convenience. You came here, you lie on an older person, you spend an older person you stole or you corrupt money.
I didn't lie on him. I said I can prove my facts.
You have a sense of respect by convenience. You come here and say I should be respectful, but you
respect is earned, it's not given, sir.
Okay, so
President Baka want to be respected. Let him lead the country in the rightful direction.
I hear, bro. People like boy.
If they can be president of the country, we pass that stage where you sit around and say, "Oh, the person are old man, so you can talk to them. Oh, the person are old woman, you can talk to them." If you want to be an old person, go back to your village and sit there and be a parliament chief. But you can't be a president for a country.
No, I brought you said respect.
That will destroy our country. Your friends, you be there destroying the country right now. Somehow we trying to prepare our retirement to go back to Liberia to see how we can take investors over there.
You know,
yeah, bro. Yeah, man. I don't know.
I think Roland has made his point.
Yeah.
Roland,
thank you, Roland. Thank you.
I got somebody.
No, but somebody, 1 second. Somebody, 1 second. Somebody, 1 second. I think it's important. Right. I think AB started, and I like AB approach based on facts because I love facts. But AB, again, I want to just make this point, right? Mm-hmm. For me, I don't judge people based on political affiliation. I judge people based on competence. And for me, competence breed results.
Sure.
I am result driven, right? And so when I say that a 77-year-old Cummings, I think will be a greater and more active president than a 78, 81.
Say your market here, Raul. Say your market.
No, I'm not selling my market because I haven't always agreed. Cummings will tell you that I haven't always agreed with them. I know Cummings from way back in Atlanta. He will tell you that, right? But when I talk about public record, here's what I'm talking about. Let me just read. I just did a simple research, right?
Okay.
And Cummings' public record is in the public. And there's some details on his resume that I probably haven't read, right? But if you just look him up his public records are there. For instance, right? He played a very integral role in Coca-Cola effort to achieve $3 billion in annual cost.
Right, the people not think calling the Christian now.
But let me finish the one now. Let me finish the one for the time. Let the caller listen to the one. Yeah, let the caller listen to the one. The people love the late night show. In Cook's effort to achieve $3 billion in annual cost saving by 2019. This is what he also did, right? This was one of his landmarks.
What's his source? What's his source?
It's Coca-Cola. It's on the website.
Okay, what's that?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. These are few things that they highlighted. Wait. These are few things. These are few things that highlighted.
Robert, post the link in the group. Let's see that link.
No,
put
man,
that link.
Go stop being intellectually lazy, man.
No problem. I'll be listening.
No, listen. These are few things they highlighted when they were thanking him. They had to thank him letter that's public record. But this is what they said, right? This is what they said. They said during Cummings' time as Coca-Cola Africa's president, he oversaw the creation of the Coca-Cola African Foundation in response to the growth and impact of the HIV and AIDS pandemic. In 2021, the foundation established an extensive health program for Coca-Cola workers affected by HIV and AIDS and related conditions across Africa, in addition to supporting HIV and AIDS prevention and awareness throughout local communities. Today, since 2019-2020, the Coca-Cola African Foundation is the largest regional foundation within Coca-Cola's global network, with a focus on clean water, health education, and entrepreneurship. Since 2001, it has granted more than $100 million to support sustainable communities in Africa. And there are many, many more. What I'm saying to you is very simple. When we made the argument in 2029 election about the experience, it wasn't just about how long one person been in public service. It's about the impact they've made. Because I know people who have been in public service for 5 years, and they've made more impact than people who've been in public service for 40 years. It happens in our country. So when I ask for Joseph Boakai public service record, I don't care about how long he's been in public service. We know for a fact we have representative lawmakers who've been there for decades with little to show. They are not result driven.
So you ready for Joseph Boakai achievement? You ready for achievement?
People don't. 1 second. Our people don't vote on based on result. They vote on back arrest, ethnic background, blah 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 blah. But recently, before Joseph Boakai became president, he was chairman of the CPP. What was his record as chairman of the CPP? Did he exhibit leadership? Those were all concerns that I had. So I will give it back to you now. Now that I've listed some of Cummings' public record, 18 years with Coca-Cola, can you list 2 of Joseph Boakai public successes in his 40 years of governance or whatever role he played in public service? That was my question.
I'll give you 9 if you get a time. I'll give you 9.
Give me 9.
All right.
1.
All right. Hold on. I'll give a little prehistory. No, I'll give a little prehistory. I'll tell you what he worked. I'll tell you achievement, right?
Yeah.
Number 1, right? His early life and foundation, right? And work ethics, right? So we all know he was born 19. You read something. I want to read something too. I want to present.
Listen, AB. Before you continue quickly.
Right.
So you are now dismissing your yesterday exception.
No.
That you know how you do the party.
No, I'm not. No.
So you are now Boakai man.
No, don't do that.
See, that's something that
No, I'm not. I just one person who likes to press. My thing is, I want to get somebody coming. I don't nothing. I will give you the achievement he made, right? Okay. So I'll start with number 2. I'll start with 1. I'll start with 2. The library, I got it. Huh? The LPMC, the library produced Icon Marketing Corporation. Yeah. Right? The President Vonjaman, that's what he served. His achievement, he introduced major reforms, improving incomes for Coca-Cola. He helped Kumizo. He made Kumizo who he is today, and he paid the way of Kumizo.
Wow.
He produced a reform improving incomes for Coca-Cola, coffee, for cocoa, coffee, and oil palm farmers, right?
And we can produce it.
Hold on. He strengthened farmers' cooperative and rural market systems. That's number 1, right? Number two, the Ministry of Agriculture from 1983 to
Now you see me, you
1985.
reading, right?
No, another thing. Hold on. Oh my God. Hold on.
Yeah,
now.
how they put this TV, he's printing.
You got
You wanna see-
LPMC. You got LPMC. Now you got Ministry of Agriculture. That's just two different entities.
No,
What
but I
are
think
the
based on
different-
Overall
based-
national
based- impact?
agricultural policy during a turbulent period.
You made something. You made something
What
first.
did I
You didn't
miss?
talk about
Did you see that?
LCADP.
Huh?
Before
I'm
you
coming
came to
down. Hold on.
you didn't talk about LCADP. The
No.
cooperative-
I said 9. I'm coming. I said
Okay.
9. I'm not going. Right. 9. Right. He oversaw during the turbulent situation at the time. Right. He served as chief technical advisor on agriculture policy later in his career.
Hey, man, see you reading that, man.
Boy, I
talking
But listen, you gotta stop this. Talking about achievement. Talking about reading somebody's TV.
Anybody can write anything on paper. What are the principles? Come on,
If
man.
Listen.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
I'm very disappointed in you. You can't read somebody's TV, say where you serve here, serve here.
My God, no, I know.
Now, end of debate, I'm going to show you us.
No, this is not just. Oh, that is TV. No, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
He said he serve a technical. You
Doing
idiot.
a turbulent time.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the show. This is Breakable Power. I don't find the show, but you know,
Now, who called in there?
Go ahead, Nina.
Breakable Power.
Oh, Breakable Power. Watch the show down.
The message, man, technical director.
Man, I'm on the phone. I'm busy, man. Go ahead.
You know, he try to be neutral, but he's not neutral.
Oh my God.
It's difficult to hire feelings.
No, you can't hire it.
It's difficult to hire feelings. He said it's okay that we are in or we have that I suppose that nation. No. You know, listen what you said. Listen, he had a right to defend everything about everybody. You look at President who is almost 83 years, but you say you want for president to be last president going to be over president to power, but you want now to go for second term. Is that a contradiction? They come out again, they say right here, say they look at CD, President Baga against CD, when they look at it, when Robert shut again, then Robert say, but Baga shut it, he said, no, I want different. You see, it's so look, I told people, I said, not primary, not corruption, it's sincerity about truth. When you're not on your side, you play glass on it. When you can't on your side, they guess it. Everything he said is the same as Baga. Baga is West because his own experience is only based on government experience, only based on somebody putting you. This man talking about leadership about voting for you. Why you become school or communals? And communal only one country, all over the world. But they only wearing one government that's corrupt on the one. Listen, the thing I can get problem with people say Baga not corrupt. Baga not corrupt. Being in government and not saying to other people without seeing whether it's not corrupt. It's different from people saying it's corrupt. The man, no matter all the thing, even now as we speak now, even any government, the man just a power president for 20 years. As a same in president for the same Senate. Well, all the bad corruption happening in that country, is it all in place? No. So you can tell me the man not corrupt because all those people in the Senate they were corrupt. Now the day president, why is happening in the country? The corruption all happy, just everything happy. Why is it president as a president that you say is free? Or like clean record? Why is it different showing that say they may not know it? Oh, when happy, see, the president don't know about it. The president know about it. When it comes to him, they not you know about it. When other president they know about it. They know about everything happening in government. We don't know about everything happening in government, but I don't know anything happening in government. That's a clean record.
My system of President Shirley was not pretty much based off everything she knows. I was talking about direct involvement with the war. Second of all, I was never criticizing Cummings because how he got off his height. I was saying as a specific question. I said if you were the PR for if you do PR or how you got it for Cummings today, what would you say to voters that don't like it because of his height? I never said I don't like it because of the height. He's listening to respond. That's what I said, huh?
So if you not shut that in it, you will look at the other person support.
My man, no, stop. That person said, he said, all you're doing that showmanship you're doing right now. I told you what I told the man. I said, my man, what do you say to voters who don't like it because of his height? It's a thing in election, in politics.
Say about Baga. They talk about because you brought about and Robert said no.
Yeah, because when I said no to him because of that, because Walker have already served to the value of that position before, right? So and then he had been voted for.
But major liberal leader, then most of them been Irish, but not been taught of people.
Exactly. So that could be a good response. That's true, right? That's true. But that could be a good response to my question. But I was not accusing or dismissing because exactly, right? So that could have been a very a direct response to that question. But I was never because of the height.
Okay, thank you, man.
So at the end of the day, I remember you say I really see you. All these things that are on that there are things that are Googleable.
No, but Eddie, you talk about accomplishment and achievement. Yes. But I didn't comment when you can see it. But he said the business there.
No,
our sector. What I mean, it should be a legacy, right? We should gain credit. Our sector is down.
The PFO
Listen, right? So when Braga was doing consultancy, when Braga was doing consultancy for World Bank agricultural programs in Uganda and Tanzania, I'm asking you now. Just say like Braga achievement only in Liberia when you were doing consultancy for Uganda and Tanzania. Was that Liberia too? That Liberia another country they call Tanzania and Uganda.
He worked in Uganda and Tanzania.
He was doing consultancy for a World Bank agricultural project in Uganda and Tanzania in 1994.
I didn't hear that one.
Exactly, you just hearing it.
No, but
so just said, my thing is, I'm not here to support.
He's doing the war. I mean,
huh?
He would have put it on. He would put it on.
But these are things that are there, though. It's not work
with LORC. What he did, he do the what he record the
LORC. Yeah.
You said what?
He worked
at LORC. LORC.
Librarian Opportunity Industrial Center.
So all the things I'm naming to you, you're not. So my thing is, you say I need one. And I need one. You're sick.
You need me that rest.
I mean, bunch that.
You're trying to go your resume. You're not really achievement. Achievement.
No, I was doing achievement though.
Let's say you went to LRRC.
Amen.
You went to LRRC. What did he do in terms of promoting the industrialization of different sectors of LRRC?
Yes.
Librarians, did he say that he expanded the program that led to a lot of youth getting trained in technical areas? What of the benefit? What came to that era? All the results there. When the time he set up with LPMC, what policy issue he brought about in terms of helping to structure the Liberal Produce and Marketing Corporation? What did he do in terms of that?
So I never had
at the level of the local cooperative. Were those cooperatives effective? What did they do? How did they enhance farmers' capacity moving forward? At the level of FPRC, what policy he initiated that led to
Joseph Braga expanded youth programs and education assets and in community for youth development.
At the level of the Ministry of Agriculture. So these are achievements. But if you start trying to put out a role, a position he served, many you are.
No, I'm telling you, I know I say achievement. Then Braga say why we don't see it.
No, but another achievement we see the impact he made. But somebody got some money line. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, hello.
Who got you, baby?
Look, to the young brother there, this is Mr. Mawolo. Listen, Boyka went to school and studied agriculture. He never worked in agriculture. So how could he consult? This man worked in a management position at LPMC from 73 to 1980, when Dole made managing director at LPMC. After that, they carried into agriculture ministry. No productivity record at all. So don't sit out there and read a whole lot of stuff that people made up during the election. This man consulted nothing. He's not an agriculturist. He was a produce manager at LPMC, Benjamin, shifting produce from Benjamin to Morovia for the ship to take away. So nobody tell you that Boyka is an agriculturist. He studied agriculture at LU, but he never worked in it one day. So he couldn't consult in agriculture.
That is not. I beg to differ, sir. That's not true. He was a managing director there. His achievement there was to introduce.
Listen to me, please.
You're
talking about he's not corrupt. This man got no audit record. They hid everything. There is no audit of any of the places he worked. None. Not even as the vice president. His office was never audited.
I know that when he worked, when he
He's proving himself now. He's proving himself now in the position that he holds.
Yeah, I know that when he worked at the level of LPMC.
So stop blinding yourself, and you just expose yourself. You've been pretending to be non-partisan or true, but in literature they say fish and visit us now in 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
You just expose yourself. Now everybody know what you said. So keep on talking. Thank you so much.
Okay, but I think that
I'm not in trouble tonight. Yeah, I'm not in trouble.
But Ebi, I hope what the last caller just did that also. I know that when he served at the level of LPMC before he went to agriculture, his principal deputy was Colonel James Colley. And I I grew up in Sioux Factory. Colonel James Colley was a colonel in the military, in the armed forces. Colonel Colley was his principal deputy, but there was some issue they couldn't read his issue. I'm talking about Dr. James Colley.
That
was his deputy, but there was some issue and then later on the president had to recall James Colley back to the military. He went back to the military and some issues. So, but achievement is different from reading one a resume here. Exactly. You're trying to go what you're reading from. I think it was the time the company or others say, "Oh, what all he did? Well, he served at this, he served at this, he served at this." Let's move to talk about the deliverables and what he achieved.
Yes.
And the impact they had on folks at the time he worked in those areas. Like LORC, what was the impact he played? Like the time, even the time he served as the president of the LW, how do you call it, the Young Liberian YMCA, right?
Okay, that's not before, right?
Yes, the YMCA. That's where he was now when President Salif and talking after running mate in 2005 to contest the election that she won. So we need to come back to all these areas first and foremost. The record from our place, the record from here, and see this achievement.
But let me just buttress what you're saying, Sylvester. Before AB comes in, AB, you're not in. This is the closing argument. This is what happens. But you got to come strong. But just to buttress what Sylvester just said, let's also look at his record as CPP chair. What became of the CPP when he was chairman of the CPP?
Yeah.
These are things I'm talking about, right? And when I tell you about, I'm not really too much concerned about his age, because again, with age comes wisdom, and again, leadership got little to do with age, because I think there are people in rooms that I've seen that may not be the age of a certain people or person, but they have leadership abilities, right? So when I'm questioning his record and his achievements and his in positions he's held, I always reference the CPP, because I thought that was a massive opportunity for Joseph Boakai to show that he was the elder in the room and that he truly had leadership. The CPP was in disarray. You in the middle of a potentially difficult election against the CDC. Yes, you probably did not need Cummings, but now looking back in hindsight, why would anyone not need Cummings? You may not need him to be a VP, but he brings something to the table that the government and the party could have benefited from, right? So when all of that stuff was going on in court and all of that nonsense was going on, I expected Joseph Boakai, the elder, to say, "Gentlemen, let's bring it back down." You were just talking about dialogue, right? And how the lack of dialogue got us into the mess that we went into, what we experienced with the war. But did Joseph Boakai, just think about it, did Joseph Boakai exhibit any kind of leadership of dialogue to say, "Gentlemen, let's come back to the table. What are the issues? Let's internally resolve our issues and focus on the bigger picture." And the bigger picture at the time was, how do we come together as one people to defeat Joseph Boakai and rescue the country? We need all hands on deck. We may not agree on all of the policies, but let's agree that we need to focus in one unifying force to defeat. What did the chairman of the CPP do?
So you guys are putting me. You're putting me in a position.
So under his leadership as a CPP chair, It was a disaster.
You put him in a
Look at where we
position
are
to
right now.
defend. You put him in a
Look
position to
at the country
defend.
right now. No,
You're
I'm
trying
putting
to.
it in perspective so you understand where I'm
No. You are putting him in a position to defend, to keep defending Joseph Boakai. I'm only defending my argument, not Joseph Boakai. I don't have the knowledge, the information to even sit here and defend Boakai. Fufana could be the best person to do that for him, right? I'm not doing that. Exactly. So my point I'm making to you here tonight, I said it all came from the color who said he was corrupt, and I said no, he was not corrupt because he's the first human being of a Liberian descent I ever heard saying Joseph Boakai was corrupt and he got fired because of corruption. Those are my thing. And you talked about achievement. What did he do? Because you're going to compare apple and oranges, right? You say, oh, what did he do? Because I can prove Cummins. I said, well, if the records are there, go and Google Joseph Boakai. You'll find the same information on the internet. I didn't go to my phone. I just went here and type on the internet and got this information. My thing I'm saying no. So I gave you the title, and when I was going to the achievement, the guy achievements there. Is he a written achievement?
No, those are positions.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Hold on.
What are the achievement? Hold on.
But I come when he served a technical person at achievement. So sir, he said you just stated that he served as technical. Did I achievement there?
No, you didn't get what I listen.
Go back. I'll give it time. Go back. Read that one again.
To where I made I didn't even go to the achievement part. I went to the job title.
But you just said you didn't go to the achievement part. Go to the achievement panel.
I went to the job. Listen now, come on.
No, go to the achievement. They're not wasting time. Go to the achievement.
God. Okay, let me go to the first one I read, okay?
Yeah,
man, why y'all making me want to defend Joseph Boakai tonight? Yeah, man, y'all making me feel like Joseph Boakai is a good person. I'm not.
Go to the achievement.
But the achievement because best person I can't find it.
But it said
go to the achievement. Achievement. Not positions.
I can share my screen with you if you want.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so it says here key early achievement. Demonstrated exceptional preservance and self-reliance.
But that's not achievement.
Achievement. No, stop. No, stop. He had and self-reliance on recurring themes in his later public image, right? Then he came back to the second one. It says here, he introduced major. Stop. Hold on. Stop. No. We're not doing this. Do not do this. He said.
But that's not achievement.
Major. So if I introduce a major improvement in the system that I give away, not achievement.
No.
Let me ask you this though. It says that introduce major reforms, improving outcomes for cocoa, coffee, and oil. Is that achievement?
So the question you should ask yourself then is, people who were in that position, people who were they would have felt some impact from what you just read. It's easy to put that on paper. What I'm saying is, you can call, there are references, right? You can call Coca-Cola right now based off of what it's on that. It was a press release. And beyond that, if you read his resume, you can easily there are references on our resume. You can call, like what college you graduated from. If that was the case, then AB, people would just write anything.
You see the reason why no references. You see, you're not fair. You're not fair.
No, it's not being fair.
You are living in a very digitally weak country that don't have no record like that. Even some ministry don't have a good functioning website. You want me to go because you want to compare with a company
I'm living in America.
No. I'm discussing with Liberians in our country. You want to discuss. You want to compare with a company like Coca-Cola that is richer 10 times than your country budget. You want to compare their structured way of doing things where you can have all these records that happened 25, 30 years, 50 years ago.
No, but
you want to compare to like who don't have no record. That's not fair.
Even if you don't have record, there are people who live in those moments. And
man, what a man friend who not like Benekian
No. But there are also people who I've spoken to, right? There are also people who I've spoken to who live those moments, and they don't have a lot of successes to talk about that impacted lives, not just in the companies, but nationally. I'm talking about impact. Okay, so right now in Liberia, St. Joseph Boakai became president of Liberia. What are some things he's done that have impacted the dynamics or changed lives? Whether it's job creation, whether it's
honest answer to that question.
I want to answer. Yeah, I want to
the honest answer to that question. Asking me this, Kula Fofana will be the best person to tell you that I'm not a spokesman of the government.
No, but we don't need Kula Fofana.
No, I can't do that.
Her job,
I don't work.
No, but her job is to defend.
Well, one observation. And what do you think he have done?
Bro,
That's what I'm saying. As a Liberian citizen.
Bro. I'm not here to defend Joseph Boakar's records as far as what he's doing now. I'm not here to defend the Uniparty administration. I don't work for them. I don't know.
Let me help you to say
operation,
this. I was saying at least yesterday they achieved the program for the new sort of.
And I mean the PR for the national.
But yeah, you said some of the things.
No,
that's one.
You want to put me in the position that I'm now? You want to make
you could say that also.
I could, but I'm not going to say. You know why? Right? You know why? I don't work there. I don't understand that. I don't understand what's going on. Kula, like I said, Kula Fofana, she's very reachable. You can call on the show. She will lay us the program.
You won't withdraw again because we're
withdrawing nothing.
But let me say this: you're just trying to tell the man, some of the men, way by achievement, and you don't want to talk about the current achievement.
No. It was in context of what did he do. It's not what his government is doing. I'm not here to defend the Unity Party government. I'm not here to defend.
Is he a good leader?
Is he a good leader?
From
that
your
is
own
very subjective. I don't work in the government.
No, your opinion.
You don't have to be in the government.
No, your opinion.
That's very subjective. If you ask Hitler children right now, they would tell you if I was a great man, ever knew.
Okay, but from your perspective,
I'm asking you.
No, I cannot give you that information.
Is he a good leader?
You just came and made a criminal who brought one that country kill or he says she's a good leader. How can I disagree with you? Will you agree with me?
But listen, and I was very clear. I said she's a good leader.
But you see, exactly. So, right. But to be fair, he had his position. So So don't you have a position on if Joseph Boakai?
Any attempt to Joseph Boakai, his leadership in his past other places, I'm going to put references that I got from there. In this administration, I'm not here to defend Joseph Boakai.
Okay, was George we are a good leader? From your perspective, was George we are a good leader?
It's very subjective. Very subjective. Again, I can't say Joseph was a good leader or bad leader. I can't say that. I cannot say that. Yeah, I put a love.
Then what make you to sit to want to be a commentator that you can't assess if this person is a good leader or bad leader?
No, is that me? I don't want you to be a commentator. I do interviews with people, and I have.
Yeah, then how do you assess person they are good or not?
No, so if you follow my style interview, go back on my Facebook page, watch it straight to Liberia. I ask the question, you give me an answer. I'm not the judge. They say, "Oh, you're lying here. You're not lying here," right? I don't do that. My thing is, I gave people a chance to come and say who they are.
So you don't formulate thought process on issues.
I do. That's exactly the reason why I asked the question I asked.
Yeah. So will you be fair enough to do an assessment on how the country economy is faring?
If you want to infer my own opinion on certain thing or based subject on certain thing, I could do that. But my thing I'm trying to say to you,
yeah, but that's what
you think
the economy is doing good on it, Boakai?
I don't live in the economy. I don't live there.
No, you guys speak to people. Then how do you do analysis of the white?
I don't live there, but I can tell you though, I've sent less percent way to Liberia to 70 friends that I was in the surrounding than I did when I doing a couple of years ago.
So that means things are improving.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying no. I'm not thought that. No, y'all want me to say something? I won't say it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you.
I'm going to sleep. I
can't do that. I see you at somebody on your walk out home or something.
Oh boy, that was funny. That was funny.
So in other words, the economy is good. The economy is good.
In my experience.
Okay.
No. But you see, that's the thing you're missing, right? I'm a huge supporter of Cummins because I feel like he has achieved personally, right? I think he could give a good. But if Cummins to do anything right now, it was the last election and now. I don't want to put a 72-year-old Cummins in office. I don't want to do that. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
All right, man.
If you get it, if we had a magic wand right now, please by all means bring Cummins. Let's put Cummins president. But I want Boakai to be the last older person ever put over there of that age. That's my argument.
Boakai is 80.
Exactly my point. That's my point.
Yeah, so we are 76. It's 76.
Bro, like me. Ideally, I want from 65 down, bro.
Okay. Before we go, since you don't want any older person no more, right? Before we go.
No, I want older person. I say of that age. Not 70.
Okay, so what is the age range considered?
65.
65 to 35.
35 to 65.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so without, let's forget Cummins. what are some of the other candidates right now? I know that new faces will come out. Sylvester talking about he want to run. What are some of the other candidates that you're looking at that you think, based on the age range, would be a good?
The time I'll be running, I'll be my first.
No, if like I say, if to do election, I'm considering, for example, the president. I'm considering what's his name, Monima. I'm considering, for example, if Kumi has not reached that age yet, Kumi will be one person. You know, if the election held today.
How about Ellis Jones?
Who Ellis Jones?
Ellis Jones.
If I even know he's like something, so I don't know. So I don't know Ellis Jones. So I don't know Ellis Jones is right. I don't know Ellis Jones, but I believe Liberia should be given to a business-minded person.
Who Ellis Jones?
Right?
Remember TCA.
That comedian.
So you know, Monima is one person who I could look at possibly. I could look at Monima. I could look at, for example, if the election held today. Yeah, I can look at the same.
I mean, that's what you present. I
can look at the president.
Who?
The vice president is probably saying that age range if it still is.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Because you cannot put your neck on the line for any of the guys. You cannot. Not even the Cumans. You don't know what Cumin might be. If you become president, power is different. You know, when you get it, it's different, right? Yeah. So I can't put my neck on nothing. But I say that we as Liberians, this is now a time we start looking at younger generation.
Yeah, but I still maintain though, AB, that productivity-wise, result-wise, professionalism-wise, I think that I will, in any day, I will pick a 76-year-old Alice Cummings over the 40-year-old Pape, 40-year-old experience, Joseph Boakai.
Cummings is 76 now?
No, I don't know. I think it's 72, I believe. I'm not sure. Let me look it up.
That's it. Imagine 72. So that means by the time we get 29,
No, I'm not sure. Let me look it up real quick. Huh?
I think it's 68.
68, yeah. I don't think he's even his 70. So,
it means 68 ain't good for him. He can still get another last trial.
That's what I'm saying.
After 2029, he still he can still go for the last one. Then you
stop doing this thing. If you want like change.
So he was born in 1956. So 1956.
No, he is 70. He's 76.
No, this year I think he's 70.
No, 70, sorry.
Yeah,
70 years this year.
So you see,
sorry,
he passed my
yeah. So again, my take.
I mean, a tie one way, not tie one way. Yes, perfect. Bring tie one way.
My take.
But I was thinking Cummings to be in his late, even in the 76, 77.
No,
he's good.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Cummings 70 this year.
Eddie Russell said he's 68 this year. Cummings
2035, 2020.
He's 68. I mean, he was not born 66.
2025. He was born. Yeah, they said 1956.
Yeah, 56. Yeah, he's 70 years this year.
Oh, he's 70. Okay, yeah. But anyways,
so 29 he'll be 73 years old.
Looking at Puku B, yeah, you got Ty one way, you know, you got.
But the only thing is, 29. If he don't win the 29, it will be late for him because I will beat other than in 35.
35, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if you have the space to do it, but let's agree if he had to come back and I see some reason maybe we can pair him and go his running maybe because his age, the experience.
But you will still, I will still take I will still take based on his record.
I can go with
on
his record.
Yes.
I mean, when people get old, they can start having forgetting problems. You happy at Joe Biden.
73, 79, 73 plus.
Having problem to that. That's the problem, right?
73 plus 6, so he'll be
76.
Whatever problem you got with President Boakai, probably because like
he'll be 6, 7, 8, 9,
79.
But yeah, the best thing when you saw it, you start having problems.
You'll be 79.
Yeah, but man, you're not your play, my more. I tell you,
the problem he'll be 79, 20, 35.
Yeah.
To contest that elections. So then on inauguration will be 80th birthday.
No, I don't think that would be. I'm talking about his 70th.
Well, mind you, this not to be descriptive of him, right? If Comey were to be president 80, and he didn't win 29, and he got it 35, Comey got a body of what we call the Mama Basa put a tie. So they may have to get old. And Comey will be energetic in the age of something now 80 years old. Comey will still be looking very fit at the age of 85, 86.
What you say? He'll be like Nathaniel Williams, the late Nathaniel Williams?
And
yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And if he has a good
health, still be fit on that.
If he has a good health physically, physically he will still be able to move and have control of the issues and
Yeah, far stronger,
Although,
far stronger.
not to
move.
digress
Yeah.
though, talking about Nathaniel Williams, I just realized though, I think you got called back up in Nathaniel Williams.
But I don't know when I was in.
Yeah, no, I think he started, you got called back up in.
Because that probably no cause.
No, he was like very cheeky. I'm not about the cause of the cheeky.
He was cheeky, but yeah, get umpire, he went mad.
Yeah, but that's one probably come out of jail, so we'll look forward.
Yeah, probably coming out of jail in today's the 29th, right? We're almost in the 30th day of July. So we're coming from jail in less than 10 days.
So he two things he'll do. He cannot cause somebody again.
But
that bullshit that
if they put him there,
no fool ain't cause again.
But if the government want to keep him there,
no for guarantee.
If the government want to keep him there, government can say, "Oh, the man now good prisoner in. I mean, we're now good prisoner in jail, so they can extend his time."
No, you
but
can
happen. It's very possible.
Why you extend the mental? The man did not violate no prison code of conduct.
I say now, if he did, the person say, "Oh, the man cost me, the man for jail, the man for jail."
No. But to violate prison code of conduct issue, there will be a reason to come and charge the man.
Why say the man for jail staff for jail staff?
Then he charging the court.
Yeah. So you be here until until the free.
And we put him in prison 6 months. I mean, he said, okay, 6 months. They can say, they got all the point they put in. They want them to do to me. He said, I want to involved, but I think you can't cause money new. You cause you go to jail.
Yeah, but people that know they don't get no international connection. You can try again to me that
exactly.
No, I was trying going to this. But I guess why you go call somebody to jail for causing for
exactly.
When this country got what we call the First Amendment.
Tell the danger of 20 years, not 6 months.
Now what the secretary of state said the last time. He said anybody that got connection with America and other things will move and discipline you. But
That Secretary of State statement was based in context.
That nonsense on. Morgan know the tree. I don't like Prophet Key. I don't. That's not. He's not my cup of tea. I won't be interested.
I think it should be honest.
Would it be fair to say? Would it be fair to say you sound like Touré now? He's in that Prophet Key, but he's defending him.
No, it's not. No.
Let me get what Prophet Key did. Prophet Key when the man hosting the man posting him mad, right? Burkina Faso, and I'm saying that he always say I said it, bro. I got intelligent. My intelligence telling me Prophet Key finna buy a Gucci sneaker from somebody that's applied with wetsuit. The day they free Prophet Key will be all wear with Gucci.
Maybe you be getting mad. You be getting mad.
So maybe I may be wrong, but my dad if you already pay for the mask more.
Listen, I got a strong belief.
I can't one of how people that know that can catch sneaker things in the bro. He can't think the main point. He got his wetsuit already, the Gucci, and paper, so be paying the other man. Oh, why?
Yeah, you that probably the thing that made him popular with the cussing. He can't do it again.
No, I got a strong belief, right? I could be very wrong. I got a strong belief when Prophet Key jail.
That he trademark will say cost.
Exactly. I got a strong belief. The first thing you would do that will cause that judge.
Why don't we say somebody for Jiva causing for?
But recently,
what he should do? He adjust.
He come on jail.
The man cost.
But recently, though, there's a very popular music people are sharing, and I listen to the music. I just laugh. I told my wife, I said, "It's nonsense that people did with Prophet Key." I don't believe in Prophet Key because that's not my kind of conversation, right? But there's a song called "Your Dirty Dog." They're calling people man, your dirty dog. You're in America, that you said your dirty dog. Dirty dog in Liberia context is an insult.
Oh yeah.
So if you're gonna jail Prophet Key for causing man calls or pot calls, and he's exercising his right of free speech, and whatever the case is, why we got artists parading town with a song like that, and everyone is singing it?
I think that a song.
It's a song. Yeah. It's a song. So the people were very inconsistent, and I think it was, again, there were certain people who didn't like the guy. You don't have to like the guy to respect his right. You know what I'm saying? It's his right to speech.
Clear. When you come here, put in family newspaper that he will not cost. Clear.
Nah. That's BS. That's BS, man.
And trust me, he probably will go because when you can't cost, I won't be popular cussing.
Yeah.
I promise you, bro. You can't wait.
All right, guys. Yeah, good night, man. I'm out.
You get going anyway. You become more pounders now. So you're going now.
No, but you cannot go here. You can go here.
But you seen driving before. You can do it again.
But to be honest, I think to be honest, the people like leaders are abusing our country. They're abusing our constitution. If the guy is gone, declare vacancy. That's my wrong. You're holding the politician number 10. You're lacking of the representation.
That one not true.
Yeah, you know. So if you can go, you declare vacancy. If it's not, there's no vacancy. That means you can still there. You know, I think this is where the government have to come and say, hey, this is what happening.
Is it like problem? Look, be from you. I will tell you this: the president didn't want him to be there, and it's wrong. It's not fair to him. Because one long ago told me, he said, Georgie, when was your time? The president didn't want the man there. Clear when he went in there. So
it's wrong. I don't believe the president said that, because any person who says that is an abuse of power.
Wait a minute, but I'm telling you, somebody that
I don't believe Broga said that. But if Broga said that, any person who says stuff like that is an abuse of power. You don't do stuff like that.
Told me that the president want him back. Let me tell you, the president, a rescue lawmaker told me that one.
Man, I don't believe that. I don't believe that, man.
I believe it. Come on, man. You didn't. They would have made a call. Broga won the man there.
I don't believe Joseph Broga said that, man.
Oh, okay. Where you? Anyway, Broga also support. So
okay. I don't have the right to believe anything no more. I don't believe you say it.
Said it. The man,
you said it, but I said I don't believe it, because I say any president who does that is they're abusing their power.
But
it's not what you want. You don't want it.
Violent constitution when Supreme Court said should go back to the speaker. He said, I expect about I'm working with him.
Oh, but if just because you don't work with him, that's not necessarily. But you see that thing, that's the thing we tell you. The Liberian lawmakers, the people should be critical upon. We're not critical upon the president.
The president said he working with the man.
There's no reason why the lawmakers in that country by now they're inputting into this drug.
He said he would not take EPS from you. Tell the man security from the man.
Exactly my point. So my thing is, we're focusing on the presidency, and we're forgetting those lawmakers who could come here and do something, right? Because there's no reason why a president would tell. The president has an opinion. I don't want that man there. You don't want him, right?
The president is very powerful. The president is very powerful.
Okay.
Yes.
believe.
He went to come out of work as speaker state. He come out as speaker today. You know when it happened.
Yeah, I don't believe President Broga said that, to be honest.
Okay. But I tell you, he said it though.
Yeah. If he said it, then that's abuse of power. That's all I gotta say.
But he been abusing for long. They take no position. He moved up from there. He said that. He been doing it for long.
Yeah, you can't go over there. You just come and say, "Oh, I don't want a man there."
The presidency that brought got imperial presidency, very powerful. What the president wants, he gets. What Broga wants, he gets. Let me tell you, Broga in it. Oh, get to man. Look, he felt the minute he did that and he told the man, say, Richard Kuhn, I want that man back. He was clear with it. That's the man. Ain't it for that? That's the man. He was wrong, but the presidency.
Nah, I don't believe that.
Anyway, it's good to have you, man. Enjoying it. Keep on coming.
Thank you, bro. But yeah, man, y'all just start associating me with your United Party team, bro. Yeah.
But you prove that
I don't prove nothing. You guys just put it asking everything I was saying. I didn't prove nothing. I was directly comparing what the
how you compare comment, but I got record, man. Be frank. Compare.
What are you talking about? I was giving you context. He said, Broga don't have discipline. I said, no. To live in a country like Liberia, what go with impunity and get override by police authority, and Broga served for all those years, and we don't have nothing like that to trace him back to. Yes, you can compare that. He's disciplined. It takes discipline to do that. And that was my argument. So I didn't say Broga and Cummings. No.
You are reading, we're reading my record, right?
I was. Yes, I Googled it. I didn't read it. Huh?
Impact is one thing. Agriculture. The man, imagine that. Look at agriculture budget on him.
Joseph Broga is not paying me to memorize his record, so I had to read it from something.
Agriculture, Sonny, you should be one of your top priority. Let me say, man, agriculturalist, but you be top.
Nah, you stop it. You stop it. It means the president of Liberia, not president of agriculture. You're not agriculture minister.
That how guy know him. For me, agriculture man. We thought agriculture will be on the top priority.
How many African Cup of Nations Lone Star went to when Jorah president?
Well, what you can talk?
But you see, remember agriculture institution. How many?
Who talking about Broga? Who talking about we are?
No, I'm saying my point. How many African Cup of Nations will qualify for when we are president?
Or we are two Cup of Nations. Two.
I said president.
Man, I was talking about Boga right now. We are
Boga have to improve 2 countries, Uganda and Tanzania. Their agricultural policy from World Bank as a consultant. Boga. In 19 yeah.
And then he don't talk about it. He don't mention it.
But the information you're not getting now. You don't get information. So
I mean, would have heard by it.
Probably the thing, right here.
I think I question that thing, my man. I beg you.
Okay, well, listen. At the end of the day, my point is this: we cannot hold Boga responsible for the ineptitude. Well, to an extent, you can hold responsible. Our call should be, Mr. President, the Minister of Agriculture is not qualified. Take him or her from there. It shouldn't be, oh, Mr. Boga, what did you? Why is not functioning when you were there before? That it should not be that.
It should be a priority for him to say, yeah, the man agriculture, man. Everybody, agriculture. Look at your agenda. What you say? Arrest. He said, think like bro, love like bro, and be like bro. He say,
what did President Sali do for women when she became president?
Women? She got Amujena now.
When she started
treating women leaders.
When she started
when she was in office.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So she didn't do when she was there. She didn't do when she was there. So at the end of the day, you know, I don't think that we can hold presidents holistically or responsible. We're going to hold it for the leadership, the lack of oversight.
He can rescue the country. Huh? He rescue the country. He said the country now for.
But there are a lot of people that said, even though it's not going as they thought it would be, but it's far better than what it had 6 years ago. And the lot was saying that though.
You know, people are reading right now.
Huh?
You know, people are reading right now.
I'm
telling you, it's 29%. I'm telling you.
That person said, "But we are all. I'm living like bro, we are all." Let me hear my ear, man. Yeah, man, y'all got a problem this year. I'll go. We are all living like bro. My bro, my bro. I don't know pronounce your name. I'm not.
We are strong, Jim. My bro. My sister. She has been talking about we are better too.
Oh, that's a female.
A female, yeah.
Oh, my sister. I'm not like bro, man. I'm living. I'm like bro. Living. We're on the side. I didn't vote for president. We are. I didn't vote out. But at the end of the day, in closing. Before I leave, I think I appreciate the fact that we can have these conversations, and I think we have the responsibility to engage our people, you know, on a civil level, and also give some civic education on our platform. You know, knowing the roles of the presidents, the representatives, the senators, the ministers, so that at least that those who don't know will not be living like, oh, you know, what should we do? How do we do this one, right? We should. I don't believe that ministers or representatives should be building roads. I think money should be allocated for that. Probably will make sure the money is spent for that, right? So these are educations that we need to give people. But I think it's a crucial. I really appreciate it. Every time, once I have the chance to come on, I will come on. I will be going through surgery with my stuff soon. So hopefully, when I'm done with that. You know, but I'm here for a while. I'm here to stay in a lot of ways.
Really recovery, man.
And I got indoctrinated in the horror film at now 44 to do on the show. So I'll be.
So I ain't get you forget it. When you see that thing,
oh no! I like the.
It's I enjoy it. So
I'm very ideological. I was always stand my ground on what I believe in. Always, you know, and you cannot coerce me to say what I'm not supposed to say.
Oh,
right?
no.
So
one thing I play, you say what you got to say.
Right.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you know, there's no Pee-wee come here and dab me because he think he got his movement going on. I don't get down with Pee-wee, bro. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. I really appreciate it. I respect all of you guys as big brothers and hopefully colleagues, and hopefully we'll meet in Liberia and stuff.
Tomorrow we'll be on it, and comments will be the guest that Tuesday, August 4th. So I hope you hear the question.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm a fan of comments based on the achievements. I think Liberia can use comments in a lot of ways, even if it's on the outside stage for consultation or other stuff. Even if you don't agree or if you don't become president, I think just the fact that he agreed to serve Liberia, for example, coming hold one ministry and transfer that ministry is better, right? You know, hold that accountability. Want to see national government, he could help Liberia on a bigger stand if he does not win 2029. Get one ministry, hone that ministry, and make sure that the thing you want to see happens in that ministry. That's a great help to Liberia, right?
If the man ain't wrong and he win, then I think he's done, man.
Yeah, but he should not be done. That means you didn't come for the country. That's how I can interpret that. If you say, oh, only the president says I want to do nothing else.
Well, I mean, I have the reservation with that. I mean, I think when he came 2015 or 2015, I think he should have 2017. I think he should have 2017. I think he should have gone for maybe a senatorial position, but we passed that stage now. So
I think my another disagreement. I mean, my frustration how it is the fact that he allowed, from what my sources said, the vice president to slide away from him.
Man, I will tell you that's not true.
That's what I heard.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, you'll be on the show. You'll be on the show Tuesday. Ask him. I will ask him.
Ask him. You see, you'll tell your story. You ask him.
I'll ask him. Because if that was it, because that was the leeway to be president of this country, easy. But I was nice talking with you, bro. Let's.
Jen says you love your business seriously. See, you got fans already.
Look at Jen.
Is it possible for Chris to say she like your business might come back again?
Oh, bro, Jen, please come again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jen. Thank you, my sister. Yeah.
Okay, man. Good night.
All right, bro. Oh, I can't see you right now. You put on the stream. All right.